In a world filled with spirits and monsters, people had the power to awaken their soul potential and gain supernatural abilities. These powerful individuals, known as awakened heroes, could slay demons and cause massive destruction. One day, the news broke about a man in a car who had run over a melon vendor. The authorities stepped in to investigate. Around the same time, a high-ranking chess grandmaster named Ma challenged the undead king live on stream, but was instantly defeated after being ambushed. Another incident involving an attack on a needle shop was traced back to an evil spirit known as Yu, who was eventually detained. Meanwhile, a man named Lynn woke up in a garbage dump. His first concern was his head, but it was unharmed. Only his hairstyle was ruined. He felt inferior, believing others were unbeatable from the start, while he had no talent and was just a regular guy thrown away like trash. Lynn, once proud of his looks, now found himself trapped in a strange world in an embarrassing body. He wanted to uncover who killed him and take revenge. As he wandered, Lynn came across a rogue doing inappropriate things in a restricted area. He was shocked by how primitive this world seemed. The rogue noticed Lynn because he smelled fresh flesh and rushed at him, intent on devouring him. Lynn fled, but was cornered. The attacker mocked him, but Lynn pleaded for him to stay back. Just when all seemed lost, something sliced through the monster at lightning speed. The beast started to dissolve, and a stunning girl stood behind it, wielding scissors like blades. Grateful, Lynn thanked her and admired her strength. She asked if he thought she was beautiful, catching him off guard with her bluntness. Though it was his first time meeting a girl in this world, he found her figure incredible, but her red eyes and monstrous mouth unsettled him. She repeated her question, and Lynn realized in horror that she was part monster herself. He was torn. He liked her but feared for his life. She pressed for an answer, and Lynn hesitated. He realized if he complimented her, she might bite him, but if he insulted her, she'd kill him. Before he could decide, the divine selection system kicked in and froze time for 5 seconds. It gave him 3 choices: run, beg, or kiss her, each one offering a reward. Knowing how games work, Lynn chose the third option, hoping for the best prize. Though it was his first kiss, he went through with it, even if it meant kissing a monster. To his surprise, the monster girl transformed into a gorgeous beauty. Her name was Hongya, and before leaving in a magical whirlwind, she promised to return. Completing the challenge earned Lynn an SSS-class supernatural ability. The system told him to shout some dramatic lottery phrase, which he found ridiculous, but after everything he'd been through, he figured nothing could top kissing a monster, so he shouted it anyway. Dark clouds formed overhead, and a spirit descended in a storm of lightning, striking Lynn and granting him immense power. The spectacle stunned the city. A passing girl realized someone had awakened an S-class ability, something extremely rare in Kanglin City. She suspected the new hero might be related to a legendary figure. After the vision faded, the system congratulated Lynn on unlocking the SSS-class ability Qiyu. Though Lynn's body was weak, Qiyu would amplify his strength and evolve over time. From the memories of his new body, Lynn learned that S-class was the highest known power level. Having surpassed it, he now believed he could rise to the top and become unstoppable. The thought thrilled him, but before he could celebrate, the system warned him of an approaching demon. He needed to get out, fast. Lynn realized he was still too weak to face such terrifying creatures head-on and decided that escaping was a kind of victory in itself. After running from the demon, he finally made it back home. It was his first time in a place like that mansion, and the unfamiliarity made him uneasy. He assumed his family lived there, and sure enough, his younger sister greeted him at the door. She had been waiting for him. He also remembered his other sister, Lingshi. Lingshi was worried, asking if he was hurt. Lynn brushed off her concern, claiming his injuries were from slipping in the rain. She made him ginger tea and left it for him on the table, a gesture that touched him. He was grateful to have someone like her in his life. She soon went off to bed, leaving Lynn to reflect on his past. He remembered that he was adopted by the Lynn family. After their adoptive parents passed away, he was raised alongside his elder sister, Linghua, and younger sister, Lingshi. Linghua, brilliant and gifted, had been selected to join the Department of Superpowers 3 years earlier. Her demanding career meant she was hardly ever home, leaving Lynn to look after their little sister. He regretted being so useless in the past, unable even to care for himself, let alone Lingshi. When she used to say she was scared of being home alone, he had ignored her. In this new life, he saw how much she meant to him. Suddenly, his quiet evening was shattered by a scream echoing through the house. Shocked, he went to investigate, only for a girl to barge in and scold him for disappearing. It was Chu Junyao, someone he'd known since childhood. She was furious, demanding to know how he dared come home after confessing his love to her in front of their entire class. Lynn was confused. His death and that confession didn't connect in his mind, so he played it off, claiming it was just a joke and that he'd never fall for someone like her. Insulted, she tried to strike back, but Lynn dodged. She then accused him of peeking under her skirt, which he denied, blaming her for not being more careful. Their argument escalated until Lingshi stepped in, telling Chu Junyao to stop yelling at her brother and to stay away from him. Junyao wasn't thrilled about being lectured by a child, but she refocused her attention on Lynn. She reminded him about the upcoming aptitude test. Only those with C-class abilities or higher could qualify for Kanglin Academy. She had awakened her A-class ability already and was guaranteed a spot. In contrast, she believed Lynn would end up in a second-rate school and live an ordinary life. Her words stung, but Lynn knew he now had an SSS class power. The system then presented him with 3 dialogue choices: stay silent and get +2 dexterity, apologize and get +10 strength, or apologize with a vow to awaken his powers and gain 5 strength. Even though the second option gave more points, Lynn chose the third. He declared he would awaken his powers and enter Konglin Academy. Proud of his response, he earned his reward. Junyao dismissed his words, saying real strength mattered more than talk. Lynn shot back that she'd regret doubting him. His sister Lynshi encouraged him, saying she believed in him. That night, as he slept, Hongya, the demoness he kissed, appeared in his room. Since he had taken her first kiss, she insisted he was responsible for her now. The next morning, he rushed through breakfast, late for the test, while his sister cheered him on and called him the best. He ran at full speed to make it in time, still shaken by a dream where he slept with the she-demon. Meanwhile, at the exam site, Chu Junyao wondered where all the students were, as they were expected to gather for testing. Lynn, among the crowd, tried to figure out where the test was happening. He accidentally bumped into another student who told him to back off. Lynn stared at him, confused. He thought the guy was supposed to be dead. That student was Xiao, a rival who also liked Chu Junyao. Lynn began to suspect that Xiao might have been behind the attacks on him. Lynn wasn't about to let things slide with Xiao. He intended to settle the score. As the aptitude test began, the instructor announced that only those with at least a C-class ability would be accepted into Kanglin Academy. First up was Wang Xiaoming, who embarrassingly picked an F-class frying pan and failed. Xu Chang followed, choosing D-class sharp sticks and also failed. Then came Hu Shui, who picked toilet paper, another failure. When Yang Xiao stepped up, the crowd went wild. He awakened an A-class Hellhound ability, which amazed everyone, including Chu Junyao. She hadn't expected him to be that powerful. Then it was Lin Kuei's turn. Junyao was shocked he even showed up. Lin, feeling like a boss, walked onto the stage, ready to impress. But the crowd just laughed, thinking he was there as a joke. Yang Xiao sneered, believing Lin was humiliating himself for one last time. Even the teacher awkwardly pointed out Lin's fly was open. But Lin ignored the mockery and summoned a cosmic sphere, stunning the instructors. He proudly asked what they thought of his SSS class ability, but the teacher bluntly labeled it FF class with unknown application. Confused and humiliated, Lin tried to process the rejection. The audience laughed harder, and Yang Xiao mocked him. But then Hongye appeared behind Lin and boosted his power. Everyone watched in disbelief as his energy levels spiked, surpassing all expectations. The teacher declared Lin's ability potential to be S-class, something extremely rare. Yang Xiao called it cheating, refusing to believe it. Later, in the waiting area, Yang Xiao warned Lin he wouldn't survive the next stage. Lin, sensing jealousy, asked him outright, further provoking him. The system gave Lin 3 choices: ignore him 3 agility, fight back 3 strength, or hug him +3 intelligence. Lin chose to fight and gave Yang Xiao a well-deserved beating, earning his reward. Yang Xiao was shocked. No one had ever treated him like that, not even his father. Just then, a girl from Kanglin Academy, Su Tan, arrived and told them it was time for the second stage. Lin noticed her Tenchi emblem and couldn't help but stare until she glared him down. On the way to the exam site, she introduced herself as a senior student and said that anyone who passed this round would officially enter the academy. Suddenly, the bus was attacked by a swarm of bats. The driver lost control, and chaos broke out. Sutan quickly took charge, urging the students to band together and fight. Lin knew something was off. This couldn't be part of a regular exam. Seizing the chaos, Yang Xiao tried to ambush Lin with his Hellhound's power, but Lin countered by redirecting the attack. Furious, Yang Xiao vowed revenge. Sutan finished off the last bat, but just then the ground erupted and chains shot out, capturing the students. A biker demon appeared, calling himself the gym boss. He admired their faces and moved in on a girl, but her boyfriend tried to protect her. The boss casually suggested he'd target the boyfriend instead. Sutan broke free and rushed to help the others. Lynn asked her to untie him, but she had no time. As the battle escalated, Lynn decided he wouldn't let her fight alone. The system gave him 3 choices again: flee with her, +2 dexterity, demand the release of all students, +2 strength, or fight the boss and earn an ability shard. He chose to fight. Though the demon was B-class, Lynn faced him head-on, but his first attack failed, disappointing the others. They had hoped he would win. Just then, Hongye reappeared in a vision and instructed Lynn to focus his spiritual energy into his right hand. Encouraged, he thought she wanted to kiss again and made a move, only for her to shift into her demonic form and push him to act. Snapped back to reality, he took the situation seriously. The gym boss attacked him with chains, but Lynn caught them and threw him across the field. Onlookers were stunned. The boss was impressed and got serious, but Sutan joined the fray and shattered his chain. As the boss focused on her, Lynn sneaked up and Sutan tossed him off his bike. Defeated, the boss tried to blow himself up using magical energy. Everyone ran for cover. When the smoke cleared, people thought Lynn and Sutan were gone, but they emerged, unharmed. Sutan asked if Lynn was trying to play hero. Students cheered him, and girls swooned. Xiao was bitter and confused about Lynn's strength. Lynn received an ability shard as a reward, which thrilled him. Then, a glowing sphere appeared, announcing the second stage was over. Lynn questioned whether risking their lives was really part of the test. The voice from the sphere confirmed it was all to evaluate their practical skills, and everything had been recorded. Those who performed well were now official students of Sental Academy. Sutan was angry she hadn't been warned. She was told the academy designed it that way for realism. The final announcement named Lin Kuei as the top scorer. He played it cool, but the female students were already obsessed. Sutan realized Lin had incredible hidden potential that might one day shock the entire academy. Back at home, his sister eagerly asked how it went. Lin smugly told her he passed and was accepted into Santal Academy. He showed off his new power, and she wondered if he'd have to leave for school. She wished him a good rest and said she'd prepare dinner. She also reminded him to tell their older sister the news. He called Lingua and told her everything. She was thrilled and said their father would have been proud. She hoped Lin would keep pushing forward. Lin missed her. She was always too busy to see. Just then, he started to feel dizzy again. Hongye appeared before him once more. Lin realized that his sudden dizziness had been caused by Hongye. He asked her to stop being so provocative. She told him that she needed him and could help him become stronger if he promised her one thing. She wanted him to marry her. To seal it, she insisted on a spiritual contract. Lin hesitated, saying they should get to know each other better first, but Hongye was impatient. She forced the bond by tying a blood contract, sealing them in marriage, witnessed by their blood. Suddenly, Lin began to see flashes of Hongye's past. He witnessed ancient times when gods and demons descended to the world, wreaking havoc. Humanity suffered for 1,000 years until Hongye was reborn. Lin, exhausted and overwhelmed by the visions, was snapped back to reality when his sister called him for breakfast. As he got ready to leave for Konglin Academy, Lin wondered where Hongye had gone and what her past truly held. Before boarding the bus, he said goodbye to Lingshi, who clearly didn't want him to go. He promised to visit during holidays, trying to comfort her. Despite the distance, Lin felt more attached to her than ever, though he couldn't bring her with him. Once on the bus, the driver rushed him along, and Lingshi followed him with her eyes even after the bus pulled away. She didn't want to wait for him. She wanted to follow him. Upon arriving at Konglin Academy, Lin was immediately impressed, especially by the sheer number of beautiful girls. Even before setting foot on campus, rumors about him circulated among the students. He knew he needed to focus and headed to the teacher's office to report in. Meanwhile, students were arguing over who would claim him as their student since he was the top-ranked freshman. When he arrived, they swarmed him with offers, one even trying to bribe him with premium medicine, another offering fame. Lin asked them to settle things calmly. Then a teacher named Tang Ling stepped forward, introducing herself and inviting Lin to be her student. The other teachers objected, but she offered him a better dorm and future opportunities. Lin, already smitten by her beauty, accepted her offer. She kissed him on the forehead and told him to train hard, or else. Xiao, watching from a distance, was furious. Lin was thrilled with his private dorm. There, he met his roommate Xiang Chang, who insisted on being called Fatty. He was also a student of Tang Ling and warned Lin not to fall for her promises. Fatty revealed her nickname was the Witch, and everything she promised was a lie. He said Tang Ling's special position offer was a scam. Lin wasn't sure what to believe but decided to stay cautious. Elsewhere, Yang Xiao was complaining to his grandfather, Yang Guan, about Lin becoming Tang Ling's student. Afraid of losing face, he asked for help. His grandfather agreed to calm Lin down. Back in the dorm, Lin enjoyed the spa until Hongye suddenly appeared. He guessed she lived inside him now, which she confirmed. She explained that his spiritual world was vast but weak in energy. Her own world was destroyed, so she married him to live in his. Their conversation was interrupted by a strange knock. No one was there, but Lin spotted someone hiding. Suddenly, something flew at him. It was a yellow ferret. The creature asked Lin if he thought it looked human. Lin recalled the legend of a yellow ferret that turned into what people claimed it looked like. When Lin hesitated, the ferret attacked, but was stopped by Hongye, who wasn't having anyone hurt her husband. Lin joked about eating the ferret, which made it panic. He threatened to cook it unless it revealed who sent it. Eventually, the ferret confessed it had been sent by Yang Guan. Faced with three choices, let the ferret go and receive a talent pill, kill it for shards, or become a chef for a magic frying pan, Lin chose the first. He told the ferret he was sparing it out of kindness, and the system rewarded him with the pill. After pretending to be kind, Lin scared the creature one last time for fun, making it faint at the mention of frying pans. The next day, the ferret was now serving as a watchdog. It couldn't believe it had been reduced to this. Meanwhile, Lin woke up in bed next to Hongye. After taking the reward pill, he'd suffered a fever, but she had cared for him through the night. He realized that maybe being married wasn't so bad after all. When he got up, Hongye noticed he looked stronger and more handsome. Checking the mirror, Lin saw the changes for himself. The pill had worked wonders, filling his body with power. Hongye didn't know where Lin got the pill, but she warned him not to get too excited. While the pill could boost his strength, his body wasn't strong enough yet to absorb all that power. That night, she helped ease the side effects, but told him that to truly handle the pill's energy, he had to raise his body to S rank and consistently refine his muscles. Fired up, Lin suggested they grow stronger together. But Hongye wasn't interested in using pills to improve. Lin embraced her and sweet-talked her, but she reminded him that the fastest way to restore muscle was through regular physical pain, meaning daily sparring. At Kanglin Academy, a ceremony was being held for the freshmen, and all the students had to be present. Lin wasn't convinced about Hongye's training method. At the ceremony, he ran into the hamster, who noticed he looked off. Lin said it was just the attention he was getting. As he walked past, female students whispered about how cute he was and offered him drinks. Though flattered, he kept a cool attitude. In the crowd, he spotted his teacher, who hadn't expected him to show up. She introduced him to the senior students, Murong Qinghui, Hu Tang, and Su Tan, the same girl who had administered the entry test. Su Tan immediately criticized him for showing up late on day one, to which Lin cheekily responded by complimenting her looks. She wasn't pleased and tried to hit him, but he dodged and teased her. Murong stepped in to calm Su Tan down, saying Lin was his own worst enemy. Lin kept provoking her and dodging her attacks until he bumped into his teacher, Tang Ling. She scolded him for his clumsy movements and admitted she hadn't found much info about him. She didn't expect him to be Ling Yuan's son. That surprised the hamster too, since Ling Yuan was once the strongest in Kanlun City. Lin didn't remember much about his adoptive father and was surprised so many people knew him. Chu Junyao noticed Lin seemed stronger and wondered what method Tang Ling used to help him. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao was confused about why the ferret his grandfather sent hadn't returned. Lin seemed unaffected, implying the mission failed. Back at the ceremony, Deputy Director Xuanyang welcomed the new students and said he expected great things from them. He called the top freshmen on stage to award them their personal Sainal emblems, special student badges with spatial storage. Lin was impressed, and the hamster proudly showed his own emblem. Lin made a sarcastic remark, then apologized, saying it was just his opinion. The top student of Group 1, Chu Junyao, was awarded first and gave a thankful speech. Next was Yang Xiao, who claimed he would become the strongest. Lin thought Yang Xiao didn't deserve it and was only chosen due to connections. When it was Lin's turn, the system gave him 3 choices. Give a self-praising speech, +5 dexterity, a bold one, 5 strength, or a humble one, 5 charm. He picked the charm option and played modest, saying he was undeserving and weak but grateful. Chu Junyao was taken by his humility and thought she might be falling for him. Yang Xiao, however, was furious. Lin stole the spotlight. Lin got the charm reward, though everything he said had been fake. Then he insulted everyone and dared them to spar with him to help him train. Xuanyang wrapped up the ceremony and asked everyone to leave the field. Lin encouraged his classmates to attack him all at once. The hamster asked others to go easy on Lin, which irritated him. He lashed out, saying Hamster and Houghton should just go back to herding animals. That offended them, and they withdrew their protection, allowing the students to beat Lin up. Chu Junyao wasn't surprised. Murong told Sutan that Lin really was his own worst enemy and suggested they watch. Tang Ling figured Lin must want this training since he didn't resist, but no one was eager to spar. Lin bragged that he was unbeatable and waited around all morning, confused why no one challenged him. Hongye told him to come back another day, but Lin refused. He was determined to absorb the pill's full power and reach S rank. His persistence irritated the students, who finally agreed to fight him. Still, no one came forward until one guy suggested Lin publicly confess his love to Mo Ching-cheng, one of the Academy's top beauties. Lin figured that doing so would enrage her admirers and trigger plenty of fights. He posted on the Academy's public board that Mo Ching-cheng was his girlfriend, and anyone who had a problem should face him. Within minutes, an angry mob came charging. They were furious he dared go after their goddess and warned him he'd pay for it. Mo Ching-cheng saw the post and was impressed. No one had ever confessed to her so boldly. Lin wasn't sure how to feel. He liked the attention, but also regretted the chaos. The students called him reckless and threatened to punish him. Just then, teacher Tang Ling stepped in to defend Lin. She warned the mob to back off within 3 seconds, scaring them off. She suspected Lin was using this as a training method, but Lin denied it and flirted with her instead. She told him that a spiritual spring would soon open, a place filled with spiritual energy where he could grow stronger, but he'd have to fight to earn it. She reminded him she had promised to support him in this special training. Lin was excited, though confused why the hamster acted like it was bad news. Still, he pressed on. Later, they arrived at a mountain behind the academy, where Lin had to outrun a massive boulder to train. He didn't understand if this was really part of his special position, but Tang Ling shouted at him to move faster or risk being crushed. Tang Ling revealed that Lin was undergoing what's known as the Devilish trials. To start off, she had him do push-ups while she sat on his back. Lin wasn't sure if he should feel lucky or miserable, and the elders watching found the whole thing amusing. They'd warned him, after all. Next, he had to conquer his fear of heights by jumping on a trampoline, which made him want to quit. But he reminded himself that a real man doesn't back down. He went without food or rest the whole day. Though he saw her as a devil for putting him through such brutal training, he appreciated the break when it came. Curious, she asked what Lin knew about his father, Lin Yuan. Lin replied that his father never spoke much about his past. Most of what he knew came from others. She told him that his father was a great man who fought alongside her in the Boslard unit. A decade ago, demons invaded Senglin City, killing countless people. Lin Yuan and his unit defended the city, battling S-class demons to protect humanity. Though they won in the end, most of the team, including Lin Yuan, perished in the battle. Lin was stunned to learn his father died a hero and proud to be his son. He realized life in this world was far from peaceful, and any peace was paid for with the lives of heroes like his father. After Lin Yuan's death, Lin's older sister joined the superpower department to continue the fight. Now, Lin understood it was his duty to grow stronger and protect others. He told Tang Ling he wanted to continue his training, pushing himself through thousands of push-ups. Meanwhile, there were talks at the academy about expelling Lin. Yang Xiao's grandfather, Yang Guang, wanted him gone and paid Mu He, a top student from Group 2 and an A-rank fighter, 1,000 spiritual stones to take Lin out, warning him not to fail. Mu He accepted and planned to claim his reward after completing the job. The next morning, Lin told Hongye he was heading to the spiritual source, grabbing breakfast on the go. Thanks to Tang Ling's intense training and the pill, he was on the verge of reaching an S-rank physique. He noticed the yellow ferret seemed upset. Trying to cheer it up, he offered a chicken leg, but the ferret only grunted. Lin took a bite himself and told the ferret not to tell anyone. As he left, the ferret warned him to be careful. Since he hadn't returned, his boss would send someone else soon. Lin was touched but annoyed when the ferret insisted not to call him Yellow One. At the spiritual source site, students were told this was where they could enhance their powers. Tang Ling explained that each emblem stored 500 spiritual stones, gifts from the academy to help them during training. Lin asked about the stones, and Hamster explained they held energy and worked like currency. As soon as the source opened, students had to claim their spots fast. Sutan urged everyone to get moving. Tang Ling said she'd wait at the entrance to the spring. Lin promised her he'd return. The spiritual source was located in cave chambers, and Lin thought the academy was lucky to have such a place. The hamster went off to help the girls, leaving Lin alone to find his own source. He wasn't thrilled, especially when he saw Yang Xiao nearby. While wandering, Lin found a large gate. Curious, he pushed it open, only to accidentally walk in on two girls bathing, one of whom was Mo Ching Cheng, the same girl he jokingly claimed as his girlfriend online. He was presented with three choices: stare and gain agility, jump in with a disco splash and earn shards, or apologize and get strength. Lin went for the aqua disco option, cannonballed in, and was swiftly kicked out, but he got the 6 shards anyway. Muhei saw Lin in the same room as Mo Ching Cheng and was furious. Though Lin got thrown out and only found a small spring, he was content with the bonus and happy to spot Muhei. It meant the system had acknowledged the event. He took a soak in the spring, enjoying its rich energy, when Hongye appeared, annoyed he was getting cozy with other girls. She was jealous and wanted payback. Lin hadn't expected her to react so strongly. Suddenly, Muhei crashed into the cave. Furious, Lin had barged into Ching Cheng's bathing area. Lin remembered him as someone who had spoken with Yang Xiao earlier. Muhei lunged with a claw attack, but Lin dodged and struck back, damaging the spring. The ground beneath them gave way, and Lin barely grabbed a ledge, only for Muhei to grab his leg. They both plummeted into the unknown. As they fell, Muhei smugly thought his mission was over. Hongye appeared, trying to save Lin, but he saw water below and braced for impact. They plunged deep and emerged in a hidden underground land. Lin was thrilled Hongye caught him, and Muhei, looking up at them, realized how lucky Lin was to have her. Lin was shocked this space existed beneath the spiritual source and asked Hongye if they should explore. She encouraged it, flattered that he cared about her opinion. At the bottom, they found Muhei's lifeless body. Hongye asked how Lin felt about it. Lin showed no pity. Muhei brought it on himself. He searched the body and took his spiritual stones, figuring the dead had no need for them. Hongye approved. She sensed a powerful dark aura nearby, suspecting a large concentration of demons. Lin joked about whether all demons were as pretty, but Hongye didn't appreciate that. She warned him that this was a dangerous area filled with terrifying demons. Lin was confused by how bright it was, but Hongye explained this was a demon domain. Humans weren't meant to be here. Suddenly, they heard distant laughter, and both grew alert. A small ball suddenly rolled to Lin's feet. Curious, he picked it up, wondering who it belonged to. Just then, 2 little demonic creatures appeared and invited him to play football. But it wasn't really a request. They threatened to kill him if he refused. Lin had 3 choices: return the ball and play with them to earn a reward and +3 strength, reject them and anger them for +5 strength, or kill one and earn +8 strength, the cost of becoming all demons' enemy. The little devils looked so cute that Lin chose to play. They were thrilled, but when Lin kicked the ball, he hit it so hard it burst into flames and knocked one of the demons out. The other watched in horror as his friend died. He wept bitterly, blaming Lin for entering their land. Still, Lin earned 8 strength points for completing the task. Hongye warned him that the imp was summoning others and he should flee. Lin, confident from nearly mastering the pill, stayed. Soon, a gang of goblins gathered, furious at their brother's death. Lin taunted them, eager for revenge. Though confused by his attitude, they decided he'd make great meat for kebabs. They surrounded and attacked him, exactly what Lin had wanted. They were surprised at his resilience and began to realize he wasn't mad, just unnaturally powerful. That only made them more excited, since powerful prey tasted better. But this wasn't part of Lin's plan anymore. Hongye couldn't bear to watch. She was about to step in when a light broke through the smoke. A glowing aura burst out, blasting the demons away. Lin had finally found the S-rank body he had been seeking. He told Hongye they needed to team up and wipe out the rest of the demons. Now more confident than ever, he fought fiercely. Hongye congratulated him, and Lin was ecstatic. All his suffering had paid off. The new body was incredibly sensitive, and when he used its power, warmth flooded through him like a phoenix rising from the ashes. But then an ominous feeling crept in. Hongye sensed it too. It was the aura of a high-class demon, maybe even the Demon King. She said they needed to escape first and return to the spirit world. They barely made it out. Lin's elders and teacher Tang Lin were waiting, shocked that he survived. A massive demonic aura erupted from the abyss, and Tang Lin ordered everyone to flee. She would face the demon herself. Lin was shaken by how serious she had become. Back at the academy, Lin noticed there was no news about Muhei's body. He assumed the demons had devoured him. Then he got a message from Hamster. The spiritual source was temporarily shut, and the academy would compensate students with spiritual jaspers, energy cores from demons. Hongye explained that spiritual jasper contains power from slain demons and can sometimes grant superpowers. While they were talking, the yellow ferret complained about being disturbed. Lin told Hongye he had to go. Before leaving, he gave the ferret some chicken soup. The ferret was skeptical, thinking Lin had grown a conscience, but Lin just thanked him for warning him about Xiao. That warning may have saved his life. The ferret asked if that meant Lin thought he was a good guy. Lin ignored him and mentioned back pain, prompting Hongye to offer him a massage later. The ferret realized Lin wasn't like others. Even though Yang Guang mistreated him, forcing him to help, Lin wasn't all bad. Meanwhile, Yang Shu couldn't understand how Lin kept surviving. He begged his grandfather to send someone else, but Yang Guang told him to be patient. They'd get their chance eventually. Later, Lin and Hamster visited the Treasury to collect spiritual jasper. The guardian was a sleeping old man, known simply as Old Man. Lin joked about calling him Master Old Man, but Hamster warned him to be respectful. When the old man awoke and saw Lin, he trembled. He led them inside, where Lin saw cubes he didn't recognize. Hamster explained these were containers for spiritual jasper, magically sealed and hard to open. They also served as strength tests, and he had once opened one himself using brute force. The old man allowed them to try. Lin asked Hamster for tips, and she said brute strength was the simplest way. Lin received a system message. Open the box normally, +5 strength. Break it forcefully, +8 strength. Or fake being a newbie, +4 strength. He chose brute force and smashed it open, earning +8 strength. The elders were stunned. Hamster joked Lin should change his name to Lin Crusher. The old man asked how he did it. Lin said the instructions never said how to open it, so he just used his hands. Box after box fell to Lin's strength. The others scrambled to gather jasper from the ones he broke. The old man asked Lin to slow down. He had something else for him. Lin followed him, curious. The old man explained he brought Lin here to choose a powerful spiritual jasper for himself and leave the rest for the other students. Inside the treasury, the old man showed Lin his private collection of rare spiritual jaspers. Impressed by Lin's strength and potential, he felt such talent deserved a fitting reward. He let Lin pick anyone he liked. Faced with so many beautiful options, Lin hesitated until he heard Hongye's voice. She recommended the red jasper, one once owned by a flaming demon. Though it was only F rank and contained little spiritual energy, it could grant fire-based powers, making it a perfect match for Lin's incomplete S-rank body. The old man recognized Lin's good instinct, noting it made sense. He was Lin Yuan's son, after all. Once Lin chose, the system detected the jasper and offered to help him absorb its energy. Surprised the system could do that, Lin accepted. As he absorbed the jasper's energy, his power developed in a fire-based direction, and he gained a new skill, Fiery Fist. He was glad he listened to his wife. What shocked the old man even more was that Lin could absorb spiritual energy directly into himself. Thanks to his pre-existing power, the fire element had awakened within him, and he quickly needed to unlock it on his left hand. The system congratulated him. He had just unlocked the Qi Yu ability on that side. Lin now had powers in both hands, though he knew the full potential hadn't yet been realized. The old man believed Lin's talent signaled a bright future for the academy. Then, Hamster rushed in with bad news. Fans of Mo Ching Cheng were coming, and they were looking for Lin. It was a chance to test his new skills, but Hamster warned their leader, Breeze, was especially dangerous. Outside, a crowd waited for Lin. Breeze told his brother Feng that if Lin didn't show, it meant he was scared. But Lin emerged from the treasury and asked who was in charge. The group was offended. How dare he confess to their idol and act so arrogant? Lin didn't waste time arguing and told them to just attack. Feng, furious, activated his Gigantopithecus ability. He moved so fast, Hamster could barely follow. He feared Lin was done for, but Lin blocked the strike with ease. Lin mocked Feng, provoking him further. Feng called for backup. His brother, who had the power to summon a cannon. Lin guessed it was an Italian cannon. Before they could combine their attacks, Lin used Fiery Fist. Still, the brothers launched their strike, coordinating to hit their target precisely. The explosion created a crater. Students ran over, stunned by the aftermath. Feng was baffled. How had Lin redirected the attack? Why had he spared them? Lin warned Feng not to get in his way again, or he wouldn't hold back next time. Hamster asked if the jasper was high rank, but Lin said it was just F rank. What mattered was how you used it. Watching it all, the old man realized that teacher Tang Ling had found an exceptional student, one who would be very useful in the future. Meanwhile, Lin's younger sister, Lingshi, had missed him dearly. She asked her older sister to get his address and set off to see him. When she arrived at his place and found it empty, she went in to wait. The yellow ferret noticed an intruder and, removing his bandages, warned her to leave. But when he saw a huge bear spirit protecting the girl, he realized she might be a Demon King-level threat. He begrudgingly accepted being called a dog and let her pet him. Later that evening, Lynn came home tired. Seeing the door open, he assumed he forgot to lock it, but Hongye sensed a strong aura. Lingshi surprised him with a hug, and Lynn was delighted. Hongye was confused until Lingshi revealed she was his sister. The ferret was stunned to learn the Demon Queen was Lynn's little sister. Lingshi forgave Lynn for not visiting and said she'd moved in to study from home. Lynn was happy, but also realized it meant less alone time with Hongye. The ferret, not thrilled with the new arrangement, decided to leave. But Lingshi picked him up, calling him a puppy, and said she'd always wanted one. Lynn found it amusing, knowing Yellow's life had just become more difficult. Lingshi noticed the house was too tidy and accused her brother of hiding girls. Lynn insisted he had no time for romance. She believed him, convinced only she could be trusted. Yellow warned Lynn to be cautious around her, calling her the most devious one of all. Lynn thought he'd have to find ways to sneak around with Hongye now. Hongye found Lingshi amusing. The next morning, Lingshi made breakfast. Lynn was suspicious of the food, but didn't want to hurt her feelings. Yellow had eaten and passed out from the meal, so Lynn forced himself to try it, and was shocked at how delicious it was. He said it felt like being surrounded by underwater mermaids. Yellow muttered that only a Demon King could stomach her cooking. Full from breakfast and feeling broke, Lynn decided to get a part-time job. Supporting both a wife and a dog was hard enough. Now with his sister in the mix, money was tight. On the street, he ran into Hamster, who noticed Lynn carrying an axe. Lynn begged to join him at work, and Hamster gave in. They went to the Mercenary Hall, and Lynn was surprised to learn Hamster worked there. Lynn had heard about the Mercenary Hall before, but never paid much attention to it, so he was surprised to see it bustling with people. These halls, also known as houses of earnings, existed in every city and posted tasks from the superpowers department on a central notice board. The pay varied, but the jobs were worth considering. Hamster explained that the academy had no issue with students joining mercenary squads and sometimes even helped line up gigs for them. But Lynn wasn't listening. He was fixated on a notice offering 50 million spirit stones. If he could finish that job, he'd be financially set for months. Hamster urged him to stay focused, reminding him that he could recommend Lynn, but joining a squad would be up to him. Hamster then revealed they had their own squad called Hubby, but to reach the office, they'd have to fight their way through the team. They went to the head of the squad, Chun-Li, whose team included a member named Mujin. Hamster introduced Lynn as an outstanding student from Kanglin Academy. Chun-Li welcomed him and said he was always happy to meet top students. Hamster added that Lynn was an attack class type and had recently awakened a fire ability, making him a great match for their team. Chun-Li asked Lynn to take a rank test. Lynn placed his hand on the device, which looked familiar. It showed C+. Hamster was proud. Lynn had risen from an FFF rank. Chun-Li was impressed and accepted him into the Mujin squad. Lynn was surprised it was that easy. He boldly promised that the squad would reach new heights with him on board. Chun-Li laughed, warning him not to overpromise. Some squad members scoffed, saying many newcomers talked big, didn't last. One of them looked familiar to Lynn, but he couldn't place him. Chun-Li asked everyone to introduce themselves. A girl named Cake Hiller greeted him warmly. Another guy, Yuzo, said he specialized in long-range attacks. But a blue-haired guy didn't respond when Lynn greeted him. Chun-Li had to step in and introduce him. Zhamo Shu, older brother of Mo Ching Cheng. Lynn was caught off guard. He instantly knew Mo Shu must have heard about the spring incident. Trying to smooth things over, Lynn called him brother-in-law and said he'd take full responsibility. Mo Shu was furious. He declared only he was worthy of bathing in the same spiritual source as his sister. He challenged Lynn. If he wanted in, he'd have to defeat him. Hamster warned Lynn Mo Shu was a V-rank and not to be underestimated. Lynn had 3 options: apologize for +5 agility, fight for +5 strength, or grandstand for +5 soul. He chose agility, figuring it was more useful now. Rather than fight, he floated gracefully, bowed, and apologized, swearing never to approach Mo Ching Cheng again. Mo Shu believed Lynn was just scared and forgave him. Right before Lynn used his boosted speed to land a hit so fast, Mo Shu couldn't react. Everyone was stunned. Lynn grinned, saying the agreement was that if he won, he'd be accepted. Mo Shu was angry, but Chun-Li shut him down, saying personal drama could wait. When Mo Shu questioned the decision, Chun-Li insisted Lynn had potential. Lynn smugly told the squad he beat their deputy, but no one seemed impressed. Moshu blamed his own carelessness. Cake Hiller said Lynn was kinda cute, and Hamster added he might grow on them. Chun-Li announced that the team had a mission to begin. Lynn kept mocking Moshu, who grew irritated, but admitted Lynn was stronger than he looked. Chun-Li then explained the mission. 7 people had disappeared while exploring an estate in the western suburbs. The report claimed it housed 2 E-rank ghost cannibals. Their goal was to drive them out and find the missing. Moshu handed out communicators. Lynn thought it would be an easy fight. Moshu wished him luck surviving. That's when Lynn realized the guy held grudges. Before heading in, Chun-Li divided the group. Lingshi would take the corridor, Xiangqian the basement, Chun-Li and Cake Hiller would cover the dining room, and Moshu could choose freely. As Lynn entered the corridor, he was confused. It was freezing cold inside, despite the heat outside. He felt strong spiritual pressure, just like in the demon realm, but colder. He sensed a large ghost presence. Hongye confirmed it, saying the report was wrong. These weren't just E-rank ghosts. A, D, and C-rank spirits were hiding in the building. They camouflaged themselves well, hence the misinformation. Lin then saw the ghosts, drooling from the ceiling, cutting off his escape. Hongye offered to help, but he wanted to enjoy the torture. The spirits asked which of them he liked. Lin had 3 choices, left for +5 charm, right for +5 strength, or both for +10 dexterity. He picked both. Hongye was annoyed and promised payback. After gaining the stat boost, apologized to the ghosts and claimed he only loved Hongye. The ghost girls were furious. He had lied about not having a girlfriend. They summoned their suitors. Hongye urged Lin to flee, as she couldn't intervene without being spotted. While running, she explained that these were the very victims who had fallen for the ghosts. Lin realized the number of missing people far exceeded the mission report. Elsewhere, Chun-Li asked Moshu for updates. He found nothing, but Yuzhou noticed the temperatures in the rooms were way off. Chun-Li asked where Lin was. Shangqian thought he had returned. Cake Hiller then heard a strange scream. Suddenly, Lin burst into the dining room, yelling that they needed to run. The entire horde of ghostly spirits had followed him. Everyone stared at the ghost army behind him. Shangqian yelled at Lin for leading the ghosts straight to them. Lin apologized for leading the ghosts to the group, saying he hadn't expected so many. One of the ghost girls was offended, declaring his friends couldn't save him. She launched green slime that smelled terrible and began dissolving their clothes. Lin looked over at Hamster in horror. Chun-Li reminded everyone there was no time to be shy. They had to fight. The team launched into battle with their ghostly opponents. Chun-Li summoned his phoenix against one of the ghost sisters. The other sister panicked, but was intercepted by Xiang Tian. Cake Hiller wanted to fight too, but the slime had destroyed most of her clothes, leaving her unable to join. Hongye told Lin to cover her, but he was too stunned to move, so she immobilized him with magic and used his body to shield the girl. Cake Hiller, touched by his chivalry, thanked him and blushed, her heart racing without knowing why. Eventually, the team managed to defeat both demonesses. Shang Chang observed that even though they were low-ranked, the sisters could summon dangerous minions. Chun-Li said he'd report the misinformation to the department. Shang Chang awkwardly left his number for the ghost sisters, who did not respond. Lin was puzzled by how easily Hongye could take over his body and decided to find a way to stop it. Cake Hiller approached him, saying she'd return his clothes after washing them and kissed him on the cheek. Shang Chang asked why Lin didn't give him clothes too, but Lin deflected. He also asked why Hamster hadn't fought. Shang Chang explained that as a breaker, his powers didn't work well in places like that. Moshu still resented Lin's presence in the squad and saw himself as the real star. Meanwhile, Lin felt bad that Hongye had made him give up his clothes, and since her plan didn't go as intended, she was sulking. He knew he'd need to apologize. Chun-Li informed the group that due to the incorrect mission report, they'd all receive an additional 30,000 in compensation. San Chang scoffed, but Lin was thrilled. He could finally afford meat for dinner. Soon, Night Watch agents arrived to take custody of the defeated demonesses. They clarified that the 2 were D rank, nearly C rank. Everyone was thanked for their success. Lin was surprised to learn they were such low levels, and it made him wonder how strong a true B-rank demon must be. While nearby, he overheard someone mention his sister's name. Curious, he approached and saw his older sister, Linghua, getting out of a car. She asked what he was doing there. Chun-Li questioned why no one had mentioned she was with the Night Watch, but San Chang admitted he had no idea. Lin explained that he joined the Mercenaries to support Lingshi. Since Linghua didn't have time to talk, she prepared to leave, but Lin stopped her. He said he recently learned about their father's legacy and wanted to follow in his footsteps. He asked how to join the night watch. Linghua told him bluntly that he wasn't ready. She advised him to return to Konglin Academy and focus on his studies. The night watch didn't take members based on will alone, but she gave him hope. A joint test would be held soon between the night watch and Konglin. If he ranked well, he might earn a good opportunity, and she'd tell him more about their father. She gave him a gift, which delighted him. He promised he'd work hard to become someone worthy of their name. She was moved by how much he had changed. With the demonesses taken, the team was dismissed. Xiang Chang praised Lin's heroic bloodline, but Lin told him not to credit his family. He still had a long way to go. Mo Shu, learning Lin was Linghua's brother, planned to warn his sister not to be fooled by Lin's family background. Back home, Lingshi showed off how she had dressed up the yellow ferret. Lin bragged that Linghua had given him a gift. Lingshi was upset she didn't get one, but Lin promised to bring her something next time. Inside the box was a spirit jasper, an incredibly valuable item. Lingshi urged him to absorb it immediately. The system asked if Lin wanted to absorb the power, and he accepted. The process took longer this time. Lingshi was shocked. Only high-level cultivators could absorb energy directly. Even the ferret questioned who his sister really was to be giving out such gifts. Afterward, Lin's Chiyu ability evolved further. He unlocked Absolute Defense, a skill that created a full-body energy shield. Now with an S-rank body and a powerful defensive skill, he could take on opponents above C-rank. Lingshi congratulated him, but Lin gave all the credit to Linghua. He promised not to let her down and to protect Lingshi at all costs. Seeing his growth, Hongye decided to forgive him. Since classes were over, teacher Tang Lin dismissed the students. Lin asked to join the autumn test. She was surprised he knew about it, but admitted she would have added him either way. Given his unique situation, she suggested special training, and he agreed. Other students approached, excited to give their best for the test too. Just then, two girls walked in. Lin immediately recognized Mo Qingcheng and her friend from the spiritual spring incident. He figured they were here for revenge. Qingcheng was even more beautiful than he remembered. No wonder Mo Shu was so protective. Her friend shouted Lin's name, and Lin tried to pretend to be someone else, pointing at Hamster and saying his name was Santian. But the girl recognized him and, furious, summoned a magic whip. She struck him with 90% of her strength. Thanks to his new absolute defense, Lin didn't even flinch. The whip bounced off him. Lin smirked, mocking her and saying she should keep going. It felt like a nice massage. Su Tang stepped in to defend Lin, warning Tianyu that she'd crossed the line. Regardless of what Lin had done, he was still part of their group, and she wouldn't let anyone lay a hand on him. Tianyu scoffed, calling Su Tang too small to pose any threat. Mo Qingcheng, confused, reminded her friend that they came to confront Lin Kuei, not start a new fight. Xiang Qiang explained that Su Tang and Tianyu had been rivals since childhood and often clashed. Su Tang simply hated people barging into her class and stirring trouble. Lin stood by Su Tang's side, cheering her on and tossing out jokes from the sidelines. Suddenly, a cloaked wanderer joined their argument, shocking everyone. Lin had no idea who he was, but Hongye warned that this man gave off a demonic aura. He introduced himself as the Ghost in the Darkness, a harbinger of disaster. Mo Qingcheng suspected he was from the Afterlife. Xiang Qiang knew right away they were in danger and ran to get teacher Tang Lin. The ghost approached Mo Qingcheng, saying he'd targeted her for the power in her bloodline. He reached for her, but Qianyu intervened, smashing his spell with her whip and challenging him to a duel. The ghost was amused and offered to make her his maid if she could entertain him. Lin interrupted, asking if the Afterlife abyss was edible. That pushed the ghost over the edge. Su Tang explained that the Afterlife was a demonic organization made up of both demons and power-hungry humans who'd sold their souls. Lin cracked another joke, which made the ghost furious. The sky above turned purple, trapping them all under a barrier. Then he summoned a pit of magical snakes. Lin asked why he was dragged into this, and Su Tang bluntly told him it was his fault. With outside contact cut off, Lin tried calling the Superpowers Department, only to realize the ghost's magic blocked all signals. Frustrated, he began live-streaming the whole situation, mocking the ghost, which only infuriated him further. The girls were annoyed with Lin's antics, unsure if he was helping or just stirring more trouble. Then came the system prompt. Lin had to make a choice: flee and gain +5 agility, betray the academy and earn a life pill, or fight and receive +8 ability fragments. But only one reward would be granted. Lin chose the life pill. He would pretend to betray the academy and infiltrate the Afterlife. The ghost was pleased when Lin addressed him as master and pledged allegiance, offering to bring him Mo Qingcheng. The others were shocked, but before handing her over, Lynn suddenly launched a fiery punch at the ghost. It was all a trick. He never planned to betray them. He declared he'd never join evil and would become a Night Watch warrior instead. The ghost retaliated, catching Lynn off guard. Hongye had to save him. The ghost then unleashed a deadly spell, a soul-devouring serpent. Lynn activated his absolute defense, blocking the attack and slicing the serpent apart. Impressed, the ghost cast his ultimate technique, but at that moment, teacher Tang Lin arrived. The students were relieved. Shang Chang had brought help after all. The ghost was stunned they'd broken through his formation. Tang Lin dismissed it as amateur work. He activated his deadliest attack, Oblivion, but Tang Lin wasn't impressed. Her mythical beast, Juyan, engulfed his demonic snake in flames, reducing it to ash. Lin was amazed by her power. Juyan, an ancient summoned beast, greatly boosted her fire abilities. Tang Lin apologized mockingly for destroying the snake. Enraged, the ghost accused her of cheating. In response, she unleashed Juyan again. The ghost began to break, revealing information under pressure. But before he could confess everything, a powerful demoness appeared. Lin was overwhelmed by her aura. Tang Lin recognized her, Oniji, the #1 in the afterlife. Before anyone could react, she teleported behind Lin and declared she had come for him. Lin panicked and tried offering Mo Qingcheng instead. But before Tang Lin could protect him, Oniji had already snatched him and vanished to the mountain peak. Lin called for help, but Oniji said no one could hear him at that height. He tried his fiery fist, but his powers didn't work. She had sealed his soul and spiritual realm. Oniji admitted her original target was Mo Qingcheng, but after observing everything, she saw greater value in Lin. His undeveloped SSS-ranked Chiyu ability made him more precious. With his spirit sealed, Hongye couldn't assist him. Oniji offered him a choice: accept demonic blood for +5 ability fragments, run and earn +10 agility, or refuse and gain +15 strength. Lin chose to reject her, declaring he'd never accept demon blood. He earned his reward, but Oniji said he'd drink it eventually. Then she forcibly kissed him, transferring the demonic blood herself. Lin felt no immediate change and was confused. Tang Lin soon arrived, but Oniji had already escaped through a portal. Shangchang checked on Lin, worried about his condition. Lin, though shaken, told him not to worry. The assistants asked Teacher Tang if they should have kept chasing the enemy. Tang Lin told them it wasn't necessary. No one could predict what that demoness might do. She complimented Ling Kuei on his performance and advised him to rest once they got back. He brushed it off, saying a minor demon like that was nothing for someone like him. Once home, as promised, he brought tasty snacks for his little sister Lingshi, who was thrilled by the treats. She offered to share her candy, but he declined, saying he was exhausted and didn't like sweets. When he took the demon blood earlier, he'd felt nothing unusual, but now, sharp pain coursed through his body. Lin realized then that Onaji had tricked him. Luckily, he remembered he had a life pill that could cleanse harmful effects. Hongye noticed his condition and grew concerned. Lin told her he needed the medicine, but he felt drained, unable to retrieve it. She explained that the demoness had given him a catalyst that suppressed his strength to fuel demonic cultivation inside him. Since he was too weak to resist, she said there was only one option, then revealed her shoulder. Lin was confused, but she explained they had to merge their yin and yang energies to share the burden. They combined their spiritual powers, and by morning, Lin felt much better. He'd had a spiritual encounter with Hongye and realized that the living and the dead experience such things differently. He resolved to find a way to restore her physical body one day. Downstairs, his little sister greeted him with a breakfast of rice porridge and meat. He complimented her improving cooking skills. She asked about strange noises from his room the night before, suspecting a fight. Lin brushed it off, saying she imagined it. She grabbed his hand, determined to question him, but he used an excuse to dash off to class. Lingshi didn't understand, while the yellow ferret wondered how much longer Lin could keep hiding his demon wife. Lin knew he was running out of time. His sister would eventually uncover the truth. At the academy, elders were waiting for him. Shangchang mentioned sensing demonic energy near Lin's home and seeing a female silhouette in his window. Lin feigned ignorance. Shangchang insisted the rumors had evidence. Someone had even recorded strange sounds near Lin's house. Angrily, Lin warned them not to spread lies. Sutan, watching this, muttered that men only cause trouble. Later, during class, teacher Tang Lin reminded them the autumn test was just 2 weeks away. She handed out forms and said she'd already grouped 5 of them into one team, urging them to train hard. When they read the training details, they were shocked. Tang Lin wasn't going easy on them. Lin noted it was still easier than their last session. As the girls struggled with boulder training, they questioned why they had to do such intense physical work. But under Tang Lin's strict methods, they trained relentlessly until sunset every day. 2 weeks later, the autumn test arrived. The group was exhausted from constant mountain training. Other students saw their worn-out faces and joked they looked like the undead. For the tired students, those 2 weeks had felt like an eternity. Tang Lin told them to pull themselves together. It was the first day of the festival. They also found out the name of their squad, Basilard, which they didn't like. Worse, Lin Kuei was made commander. Tang Lin said it was too late to change anything and that Lin might not act serious, but he could handle pressure and lead effectively. The opening ceremony began. Deputy Director Xuan Yang called out the squads and their leaders. Berserker Squad, led by Qin Fang, Flywheel by Yang Xiao, Qing Chang with Mo Qing Chang, Mu Zhen under Chun Li, Divine Kui under Lu Feng, who mentioned following in his brother Lin Kui's footsteps, and finally Basilard, led by Lin Kuei. Lin confidently said his squad would achieve great results and take first place. Many were shocked. How could they take the name of the most legendary squad? Some students, including Chu Junya, were stunned. Lin became a commander. Yang Xiao didn't see how Lin earned the title and confronted him, demanding answers. The crowd supported Yang's protest, calling for Lin to leave the competition. Faced with a choice, defend himself, deflect, or surrender, Lin chose to stand firm. He referenced his father, Lin Yuan, the original commander of the Basilard unit, who once fought demons to protect their peace. Lin said he wasn't boasting, just honoring his father's legacy. He didn't want to live off someone else's reputation. He wanted to prove his own worth. Unexpectedly, his speech resonated. Lu Feng and his squad backed Lin, saying he was more than worthy of the name. Lin suspected they had ulterior motives, but appreciated their support. Chan Yu acknowledged that Lin, though odd, was sincere and noble. Qing Chang agreed. Lin was a good person. The protests faded, and many students changed their opinion of him. Girls even shouted their admiration. Chu Junyao realized how wrong she'd been. He wasn't the awkward guy she used to know. Now she was completely taken by him. Lin, overwhelmed by the support, felt deeply grateful. Qin Feng from the Berserker team also respected Lin and hoped to fight him someday. Watching it all, teacher Tang Lin almost regretted putting Lin Kuei in charge of the Basilard unit. But as she looked to the sky, she told Lin Yuan that his son had grown into a remarkable man, suggesting he must be proud watching from the afterlife. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao held a grudge and sought revenge. A crowd of students gathered around Lin for his autograph, which puzzled the elders since nothing special seemed to have happened. Everyone entered the Red Demon Theory battle arena, and students prepared for the opening ceremony, impressed by the lively atmosphere. Lin noted that given the serious nature of the Night Watch and Konglin Academy, such top-tier organization was expected. Lin was curious about what was going on. Xiang Cheng explained that students were allowed to earn money before the test, and if lucky, they might even buy maps of the demon territory. Some sold photos of academy beauties, though Lin doubted who would buy them. Xiang Cheng, however, headed off to purchase some. To protect his classmates' reputations, Lin decided to buy all the photos himself. Xiang Cheng asked to share them, but Lin intended to resell them for profit. Then Lin spotted Chun-Li selling a rare photo of Mo Shu and Mu Zhen. They approached him respectfully as a former leader of the Mu Zhen team. Lin asked why someone Chun-Li's age was still a student, to which Chun-Li replied that he just looked older. Chun-Li was also selling a rare map of the Red Demon territory, detailed with warnings and hazards. Since Lin was from the Mu Zhen squad, Chun-Li offered a 10% discount. Xiang Cheng whispered a clever idea to Lin. Lin then ran off with the map, promising to return it after studying it. Chun-Li was furious, but his friend reassured him, saying Lin would return it. Chun-Li wasn't too upset. Lin had taken a copy, not the original. Lin, feeling triumphant, called it a shared robbery. Soon, the chief examiner for the autumn trial arrived and explained that everything would be recorded, with scores based on performance across various skills. Lin noted the test was similar to the academy entrance exam. As the Red Demon theory was about to unfold, teams were told to enter the portals. Lin guessed the portals led to different locations. To avoid delays, Sutton pushed him to choose one, and they ended up right in the heart of the Red Demon zone. The others were stunned to find the stolen map actually helpful, but they soon realized they were near the most dangerous area. They blamed Lin for their bad luck, but he insisted he had a plan. Meanwhile, the Monitoring Commission evaluated a team's strong performance. Tang Ling was impressed. Then, someone from the Night Watch burst in with news. A student squad had stolen a camera-equipped SUV. An elder suspected it was fans of Ling Kuei, who was seen as the Demon King. Teacher Tang Ling guessed it was Ling Kuei himself. Lin claimed they were just touring demon lands. Su Tang disapproved, thinking it might tarnish his reputation. His sister, Ling Hua, was embarrassed, but others were curious about what he would do next. Their team got lost. Lin said they should have reached the Demon Zone's center, based on the map. They arrived at a mysterious village not shown on the map. Hongye warned that demon villages often housed evil spirits. Xiangqiang found something strange and called Lin over. There were people kidnapped by demons. Lin told his team to untie the prisoners and went to scout. Su Tang noticed Lin naturally taking command like a real leader. As Lin walked around, trying to draw out the demons, Hongye wished for his victory in the trial. He spotted a supermarket called Red Demon and guessed it had been looted from humans. Hongye advised silence to avoid attracting strong foes. Since she was with him, Lin asked to be cloaked in her aura to disguise as a demon. In disguise, he entered and declared a robbery. A cyclops inside, sensing a strong demonic energy, mistook Lin for the Demon King and let him take whatever he wanted. Lin felt lucky to have a demon ally and began stuffing his bag. The cyclops complained to his boss about the king. Sensing danger, Lin tried to de-escalate. He was given choices: return the loot and gain +8 agility, attack for +8 strength, or flee for +4 agility. He chose to apologize and return the items, gaining the agility bonus. But then he bolted with the bag, chased by furious cyclopes. Hu Tang and Xiangqiang were looting too, but when they saw Lin running, they blamed him for causing trouble, though they were stealing too. As they argued, a horde of cyclopes charged at them, forcing a quick escape. Su Tang and Murong had been freeing the demon captives, wondering where the others had gone. Su Tang spotted them fleeing, and Lin shouted for her to start the engine. No time for questions. An old man watching remembered how demons used to rob humans, but now it was the reverse. Tang Ling admired how Lin Kuei united his squad, and Lin Ye, his sister, hoped he'd stop pulling stunts like this. Teacher Tang Ling noted that while Lin was shameless, the real excitement was still to come. Ling Hua was shocked that this demon-like figure was her brother. Elsewhere, girls from the Qing Cheng team were robbed by demons. Tianyu likened them to Lin Shui, calling him just as shameless. Qing Cheng questioned Tianyu's bitterness toward Lin Kuei. Tianyu thought Qing Cheng might have feelings for him. She denied it, just as the Basilard squad approached. Meanwhile, Lin used a bullhorn to promote their mobile trading store. Yang Xiao, who saw Lin Kuei as arrogant, looked for allies to take him down. He approached someone from the Berserker squad, knowing their leader Qing Feng disliked Lin. Yang offered him an E-rank spiritual jasper for help. The guy refused, but slyly told Yang to just put it in his pocket. Yang was annoyed by the arrogance, but the man wanted more. He asked for an extra 1,000 spiritual stones, which Yang paid. The man then pointed them toward a direction. Yang Xiao's group got nervous. He was leading them into dangerous lands, but Qin Feng, being their commander, would manage fine. Lin was pleased his disguise trick worked, and he even got a reward. But he feared running into the real berserkers. Unfortunately, that's exactly what happened. They met Qin Feng's actual squad. Yang Xiao greeted him, but Qin Feng didn't recognize him. Yang tried to use his family ties, saying his grandfather was Academy Elder Yang Guang, and asked to be introduced to one of the squad members. The guy who had helped them earlier vanished without a trace. Lin realized it was pointless to keep up the act and revealed his true identity. Yang Xiao was furious, demanding his spiritual stones and jasper back. Lin argued that Yang had given them willingly, so there was nothing to return. That only enraged Yang more, and he ordered his squad to attack. Lin wasn't too worried. He believed he could handle 5 of them easily. Before things escalated, Qin Feng stepped in, using his power to block the path and scolding Yang's group for trying to gang up on one person. Lin was presented with 3 options: fight alongside Qin Feng for +6 strength, apologize for +2 ability fragments, or run away for +8 agility. Since the system advised him to run, Lin went with that. He thanked Qin Feng and left Yang Xiao to him. Qin Feng was pleased by Lin's trust. Lin escaped and got his agility bonus. Curious how the mobile shop was doing, Lin returned only to be warned by Hongye of a nearby powerful demon. Soon, people came running, shouting about an army of demons. One told Lin someone had discovered a demon cave and accidentally led all the demons out. Realizing the urgency, Lin searched for his squad. When he found them, they explained the car broke down. They'd have to go on foot, but time was short. The demons were close. They ran into the Qing Chang team, and the girls proposed teaming up. Xiangchang reminded them that fighting demons would earn points. Seeing Mo Qingchen battling fiercely, Lin's group didn't want to fall behind. They unleashed their powers. Lin noticed Xiangchang hadn't done anything yet. Then he summoned his pig dragon, rode it into battle, and promised it a chicken as reward. Lin was stunned at how powerful Xiangchang's taming ability was. While Lin was admiring him, a demon ambushed from behind. Qinfeng suddenly appeared to shield him. Lin was surprised but grateful. Qinfeng said he heard about the demon attack and came to help. Yang Xiao also showed up to earn battle points. He activated his ability, overtook Lin, and accidentally hit him. He apologized, asking if Lin held a grudge. Lin sarcastically thanked him, and when Yang tried to strike again, Lin dodged with ease and countered. Lin used an item from his inventory, a bright firework, causing a loud explosion that startled everyone. Sutton scolded him for misusing it. Then a massive demon appeared, devouring weaker demons who had failed to beat the academy teams. Lin recognized it as a B-rank demon, Yaksha, the strongest he'd seen. The creature's aura paralyzed the students. Lin's Chiyu ability activated, allowing him to move, but he faced a decision: abandon the team and escape or fight. His squad told him not to play hero again and to run. But Lin said he never saw himself as a hero, he just did what he wanted, and right now he wanted to protect everyone. Yaksha noticed he was the only one able to move and declared he'd eat Lin first. Lin was given 3 choices: run, plus 20 strength, beg, 15 agility, or fight with the team, plus 20 ability fragments. He chose to fight. He told Yaksha he'd be his opponent. His sister, watching from afar, was frustrated. She thought all B-rank demons had been removed before the test. Her guard offered to send help, but she only asked him to monitor, wanting to see what her brother could do. Teacher Tang Ling noted Linghua seemed to believe in her brother. She admitted she just wanted to give him a chance to prove himself. But Lin's first attack failed. Yaksha mocked him for thinking he could win. Hongye worried, but Lin reassured her he could handle it. She wanted to transform and fight too, but Lin stopped her, warning that if the Night Watch discovered her true identity, they'd kill her. He promised to defeat Yaksha himself and launched another attack. Meanwhile, deep in the Red Demon territory, 2 guards stood before a sealed door. One was worried about the chaos above, but the other told him to stay focused. Suddenly, a portal opened and a demoness, Oniji, appeared. She was amused by how weak the guards were and took advantage of the Academy's focus on Yaksha to act. With time short, she used a demonic stone to break the seal. Inside, a terrifying aura emerged. One of the 8 demon lords, the blood demon, chained for ages. Furious, he awakened, his power overwhelming even Oniji. He smelled the blood of the guards, and Oniji told him to consume them to recover. Although both were demons, their methods differed. He fed on blood, she didn't. Having regained some power, the blood demon vowed revenge on those who had imprisoned him. Back on the surface, Lin was struggling. Yaksha was too powerful, and Lin realized he was nearly out of strength. Qinfeng was frustrated that he couldn't help Lin Kuei, as Yaksha's overwhelming pressure kept everyone frozen. Hongye grew anxious watching Lin grow weaker, but he refused to give up until he found a way to restore her physical body. He used the life pill he'd been given earlier, and the system confirmed his recovery had begun. Yaksha threatened to devour them one by one, starting with Ching Chung, his favorite. But Lin protected her, managing to pierce the demon with his ability. Yaksha was shocked that someone as insignificant as Lin Kuei could still fight. Thanks to the life pill, Lin fully regained his strength and removed all debuffs. Hongye was relieved and impressed that Lin could go toe-to-toe with such a powerful demon. Lin's attack broke Yaksha's pressure field, freeing the others. Hongye boosted Lin with her power, and Yang Xiao's team joined the fight, despite Yang Xiao's dislike of helping Lin. Together, they defeated Yaksha. In the observation room, the commission watched Lin save his friends and defeat the demon. Teacher Tang Ling was proud of her decision to trust him. Lingua saw how far her brother had come and thought he might someday match their father, an S-rank warrior. Then a guard entered and announced the seal had broken and contact with the dungeon guards was lost. This shocked both the old man and Tang Ling. It meant someone had released the most dangerous demon. Lingua ordered all participants to evacuate the demon territory. Lin was rewarded with a random skill book, 20 strength points, and 10 ability fragments. The skill he unlocked, Peerless Egg, allowed him to convert his spiritual energy into nourishing eggs. Though initially baffled by the skill, he had Sanqian try one, and it was so tasty he compared it to divine food. Hotang and Shangqiang also wanted to try, and Lin reluctantly shared more eggs. Everyone was energized after eating them, and Lin realized this odd skill was actually quite practical. When asked what to do with Yaksha's body, Lin said he just needed the spiritual jasper, and the others agreed since he defeated the demon. They split the demon horns among themselves. Lin was surprised by the jasper's size, and Qin Feng encouraged him to make good use of it. But then, an emergency announcement ordered everyone to leave through the activated portals. Lin guessed an even stronger demon had appeared and quickly told everyone to evacuate. Xiangqiang worried about Yang Xiao, but Qian Yu pointed out the coward had probably already fled. Elsewhere, the blood demon had emerged and came across a group of girls lamenting their low squad rank after their leader ran. The demon sensed their blood and approached. The girls felt his sinister aura, but were caught off guard when he offered to make them beautiful. Though scared, they accepted, only to fall into his trap. He enhanced their appearances, and in doing so, took control over them. In return, he demanded their blood and drained their energy. Still unsatisfied, he searched for more, sensing the presence of someone who had received demonic blood, Lin Kuei. Oniji warned him not to touch Lin since the higher-ups wouldn't forgive him, but the blood demon didn't care. Just then, Tongling and Linghua appeared to stop him. He mocked them, but they attacked without hesitation. Oniji tried to sneak up on Linghua, but Linghua detected and attacked her first. Oniji realized she had underestimated Linghua's strength. The demon, irritated, said he preferred cats but disliked tigresses and female monkeys, referring to their beast powers. He told Oniji they needed to leave and demanded she open a portal. He was eager to meet the one who carried Chiyu's power. Excited that the demon had flight ability, Tongling and Linghua decided to chase him and protect the students. Tangling feared a massacre was coming to the Red Demon's land and hoped Lin Kuei would be spared. Seeing the crowd at the evacuation point, Lin felt overwhelmed. Xiangqiang explained the academy hadn't had time to set up more portals. Then Lin spotted Yang Xiao, who tried to block his escape. Lin pointed him out to everyone, shaming him for not helping in the earlier fight. Yang Xiao was furious. Suddenly, a portal opened in the sky and demons poured out. Lin recognized Oniji, but not her powerful companion. The new demon exerted a crushing pressure that even knocked Lin down. Realizing this was one of the 8 great demon rulers, Shui Ye, he was horrified. The Demon King said all of them would be his food. Qin Feng was terrified, still dreaming of becoming a great warrior. The demon sniffed out Lin Kuei and grabbed him, intrigued that someone so ordinary wielded Chiyu's power. Oniji warned the demon not to absorb Lin's power, fearing repercussions from the head of the abyss. But he ignored her and took Lin into another dimension. His team, unfamiliar with flight techniques, had no way to follow. Tangling and Linghua arrived, concerned when they couldn't find Lin. Linghua sensed his aura trapped in a blood sphere, which would collapse if disturbed. She said they had to wait for the right moment to strike. Inside the blood sphere, Lin crash-landed but survived thanks to his S-rank body. The Demon King greeted him, and Oniji questioned his recklessness in doing all this publicly. As the demon mocked Lin and called him food, Lin retaliated by throwing eggs at him, saying he couldn't stand arrogant villains. No one had ever insulted the Demon King like that in 1,000 years, and he was furious. He cast a blood seal spell at Lin, who had already depleted his power. His defense failed. The demon urged him to stop resisting and accept death, until a massive sword of scissors suddenly intervened. Hongye suddenly appeared, furious that the Demon King dared to take Lin Kuei without her permission. Oniji couldn't understand why an A-rank demon queen was protecting Lin, but the Demon King recognized her and asked if they had met before. Hongye revealed that 1,000 years ago, when she was a princess, he had slaughtered her and her people, and she wouldn't let him harm those she cared about again. Lin was stunned to learn that Hongye had once been a royal who died defending her people. She had never spoken of her past. The Demon King declared he would end this chapter by defeating her again, then kill Lin afterward. They clashed. Oniji, a B-rank demon, stood aside, knowing she wasn't powerful enough to interfere. The Demon King questioned how long the Demon Queen could hold up. He managed to slash her with poison-tipped claws, and her spiritual energy began to fade. Lin felt helpless. His powers were being suppressed, and all he could do was watch as they fought over him. He questioned his worth, ashamed he couldn't protect her. Suddenly, Oniji saw Lin erupt with overwhelming demonic energy. His Chiyu ability activated, channeling strength through his blood and soul, making him much stronger. The Demon King mocked Hongye, claiming he would defeat her once again. But Lin stepped in, shielded her, and carried her to safety. Hongye noticed that although Lin had grown stronger, he was overwhelmed by rage and had lost control. As Lin fought the Demon King, his fury made him reckless. Hong-ye saw that he was burning through his spiritual energy and might not survive. The Demon King mocked his endurance but admitted Lin had forced him to fight seriously. Still, Lin was only a B-rank fighter, and Oniji knew no one of that level could beat Shuye. When Lin collapsed, Hong-ye rushed to him, urging him to regain control, but Lin only repeated that he had to protect her. The Demon King dismissed him as a spent force and prepared to drain him. Hong-ye, emotionally moved, told Lin that the time they'd spent together meant everything to her. Her words broke through his fury, and Lin returned to his senses, deeply saddened. She told him she had already lost too many loved ones 1,000 years ago. She couldn't bear to lose him too. She asked to be the one to finish the fight, since Lin had already weakened the Demon King. Though the demon mocked him for hiding behind her, Hong-ye unleashed all her power in one devastating attack. Oniji was stunned by the lengths the Demon Queen would go for a human. The Demon King tried to resist, but her full-force strike overwhelmed him. Hong-ye returned to Lin, telling him she didn't want to say goodbye, but she had no choice. She asked him to take care of himself. Then her body vanished, scattering golden petals, and only the soul core remained. Lin vowed to bring her back. Seeing the Demon King gravely wounded, Oniji offered to take him to the afterlife for healing, but Shuye refused. He wanted to devour her to recover quickly. Though he escaped, his injuries were too severe to fight. Lin tried to finish him off, but the Demon King fled, promising they would meet again. The force of his escape cracked the blood sphere around them. Tang Ling, seeing the sphere collapse, told Lin Hua to save Lin while she chased after the demon. Lin realized the exit had been breached and needed to get out quickly. He saw that Oniji, now powerless, had reverted to a small girl's form. Believing she might hold the key to finding Hong-ye and stopping the Demon King, he brought her into his spiritual realm. Outside, Shangchang ordered everyone to evacuate the crumbling space. Lin made it out, but collapsed from exhaustion, falling through the air. His sister caught him just in time. Lin Hua was worried, but Lin insisted he was just tired. 3 days later, Lin resumed intense training. Lingshi noticed how much he had changed since the autumn test. He trained obsessively, barely resting. The yellow ferret suspected something had happened to his demonic wife. During breakfast, Oniji, now clumsy and apologetic, accidentally broke a glass. Lingshi was annoyed, wondering why her brother had brought this girl home. The yellow ferret mocked her for not being a proper servant. Lingshi told Oniji to take her role seriously. Oniji agreed to serve Lin Kuei out of gratitude, but refused to serve anyone else. The ferret was delighted with her rebellious attitude. Meanwhile, Lin focused only on one thing, bringing back Hong-ye. Lingshi brought him breakfast, and he considered asking Oniji about restoring Hong-ye's soul. After breakfast, he called Oniji into his room. She was curious why he wanted to speak privately. Lin explained that since she came from the afterlife, she might know how to restore Hong-ye's soul and body. Oniji appreciated being spared, but warned there was a catch. Lin was suspicious. Was she still loyal to the afterlife? Oniji explained that much of her memory had been lost after Shuye drained her power. However, she remembered one thing clearly. The Demon King's spiritual jasper was immensely powerful. If Lin could obtain it, there might be hope of restoring Hong-ye. He agreed to believe her, once. But he made it clear, if she was lying, there'd be consequences. Regardless, he was determined to fight the Demon King again. Oniji was stunned at how deeply he loved Hong-ye, something rare between a demon and a human. Later, at the academy, Lin ran into San Qian, who sensed something was wrong. He mentioned that Yang Xiao had been shocked when the Boslard squad took first place. Lin wasn't impressed. Shangchang couldn't understand his mood. First place came with great rewards. San Qian added that teacher Tang Ling wanted to see him, and she had given Lin a day off. He asked what Lin planned to do. Lin had only one goal: find a demon and finish it. Meanwhile, the Demon King returned to the Afterlife castle to report to his master. He said he dispatched his agents disguised as humans to eliminate the traitor Onitsi and capture Lin Kuei's younger sister. His master commended him, but clarified that their true target wasn't just someone with demon blood, it was all of Kanglin City. The Demon King was stunned to learn an invasion was underway. The master explained that the academy's increasing strength threatened not just the demons, but also the afterlife and the regime's long-term ambitions. A confrontation was unavoidable. A decade ago, Kanglin City only survived thanks to Lin Yuan's determination. Now that he was gone, the city was vulnerable. The Demon King, eager, asked to lead the invasion force himself. His master doubted someone nearly killed by a regular human could command an army, but the Demon King insisted he'd recovered fully and was at his peak. Confident in his ability to control minds, he promised to quickly conquer Kanglin. The master agreed, offering Chiyu's power as a reward. With the portal to Konglin opening soon, he urged the Demon King to act swiftly and gather the troops. The Demon King gladly accepted, determined to face Lin Kuei again and claim his Chiyu power. Back at the academy, Teacher Tang reminded the students that although they'd won the autumn test, it meant little now. The afterlife wouldn't wait. She announced they'd begin intense demonic combat training. Morong, the team's healer, was exasperated. Why did she have to train like a fighter too? Xiangqiang noticed Lin Kuei, deep in meditation. Tang advised them not to disturb him. He'd been training hard to become stronger. Lin's spiritual energy had grown so much, he was approaching B rank. The last time he tapped into demonic power, it was temporary. This time, it was permanent. The system detected that he still held 10 fragments from defeating the demon Yaksha and suggested combining them. Lin agreed, eager to improve. He reminded himself that no matter who he was, he'd be the best. As his Chiyu powers fused, the system confirmed he reached B rank. His team was amazed by the blast of energy. Teacher Tang recognized the aura of a true B-rank warrior. Lin now saw a full system panel of his skills, but noticed a strange question mark next to his soul. He suspected it was due to his origin from another world. The system then rewarded him with an S-rank weapon, the Qianren demonic sword. Xiangqiang was stunned that Lin also awakened a martial weapon ability. The group congratulated him, but Lin knew he still had more work to do. Teacher Tang spotted portals appearing in the sky, with enemies emerging through them, hundreds of them above the city. She was shocked the afterlife acted so soon and told everyone to prepare. All over Kanglin, demons attacked. Citizens panicked, but the Night Watch warriors were on their way. Teacher Tang ordered the students to split into teams and defend against the monsters. Lin was ready to make the afterlife pay. 2 demonic portals opened right before him, and 2 B-rank commanders, Jin Lei and Yin Zhen, stepped out. Lin sensed their mid-stage demonic strength and stayed cautious. Jin Lei taunted him, saying Lin's father died in the last Kanglin War, and this time it would be Lin. But Lin mocked their arrogance and declared they'd pay for his father and for Hong Ye. Meanwhile, the 4 generals of the afterlife had a mission: capture Lin Kuei's sister and punish Onitsi. They had traced Lin Kuei's home. There, Lingshi and the yellow ferret were relaxing while Onitsi cleaned. Lingshi started eating cake meant for Lin since he wasn't in the mood. The ferret demanded a massage, and Onitsi reluctantly agreed. His whining annoyed Lingshi, who told him to shut up. Suddenly, the 4 demonic generals burst in, asking for Lingshi. Lingshi didn't understand why they were there. Onitsi instantly recognized them as demons. One asked where Lin Kuei got a dog, and the ferret snapped back that he was the great yellow saint. The generals dropped their disguises. One wanted to deal with Onitsi first, but another insisted on capturing the girl. Lingshi's eyes glowed red in anger, surprising Onitsi, who had no idea where that demonic energy came from. Lingshi told them they weren't leaving. The generals realized too late she wasn't just a child. She summoned her bear cub and the black whirlwind to attack. The bear devoured 3 generals instantly. Onitsi was stunned by the power Lin Kuei's sister had. The last demon tried to flee, but was stopped by the yellow ferret, who transformed into a humanoid form to test his new abilities. The girls were amazed by his transformation. Elsewhere, the Afterlife's commanders were battling Lin Kuei. He had a choice: defeat them solo and gain plus 20 strength, or fight with allies for plus 12 agility. He chose to go alone. Yin Zhen attacked first, but Lin blocked it. Jin Lei stepped in to assist, but Lin used his absolute defense skill to counter the strike. Shocked, Jin Lei couldn't believe it. Yin Zhen managed to wound Lin, but he quickly recovered thanks to his S-rank body training. Yin Zhen was baffled by his rapid healing. Jin Lei tried a sneak attack, but Lin dodged. Out of options, the demons combined their powers, duplicating themselves and surrounding him. Jin Lei warned of a thunder strike that would finish Lin off. Lin realized they were trying to trap him in midair. Lin had only one move left: dynamite from his spatial storage. He used it and flew out just before the blast. The demons, though tough, came out with only minor injuries. Furious, the generals turned on Lin, but he unleashed his full strength, annihilated them, and earned 20 power points. Meanwhile, Lingshi had already taken care of the demons at home and told Yellow and the others to clean everything up before her brother returned. Yellow, now in human form, thought he'd no longer be treated like a servant, but he was wrong. More portals opened, spilling out new monsters. Calmly licking her ice cream, Lingshi told them to dig faster, blaming the demons for giving them more chores. Up in the sky, the Academy's guardian and deputy director Xuanyin fought side by side. Xuanyan wielded his blade, while Kanglao summoned his dragon abilities. They briefly reminisced about the last invasion before launching back into battle. On the ground, Teacher Tang and her students had secured the academy. She realized a full-scale war had begun when she noticed the two leaders had stepped in. Unable to find Lynn, the team feared he'd been left behind, until he showed up, saying he'd defeated two high-ranking demon commanders. Seeing the V-rank spiritual jaspers in his hands, Teacher Tang knew he was telling the truth and praised his efforts. Lynn was pleased. With no more demons nearby, Tang dismissed them to return home. Back home, Lynn saw his little sister bossing others around. Lingshi ran to him, telling him how demons had attacked, but she and the bear had taken care of them. Lynn was surprised. His sister clearly didn't need protecting anymore. Yellow told him to stop gawking and help clean. Lynn was confused about who this guy was. Lingshi scolded him for not recognizing the great yellow saint. Lynn couldn't believe the dog had turned into a man, but figured the strength made sense. Oniji wondered if Lynn's recognition of her meant she could be part of the group. She quietly hoped Lynn would defeat the Demon King and bring Hongyi back. Meanwhile, Xueye had begun turning citizens into his thralls. Bats swarmed the city, infecting a girl with a bite. She grew fangs, and her eyes glowed red. Xiangqiang rushed to Lin with urgent news. Lin, annoyed at the morning racket, listened as Xiangqiang explained that demon attacks meant good money. Night Watch was paying for help. Lin saw posts from the academy confirming this and realized the afterlife truly meant to seize the city. Xiangqiang urged him to find Teacher Tang, who had a critical mission. Yellow, despite his new form, was still a freeloader. Lingshi was sad her brother left so soon, but Lin promised to return. As Lin left, Lingshi prepared to go out herself. She wanted to clean the city of demons. Yellow was excited, he hadn't been out in a while. Meanwhile, Lin's squad ran into Chun-Li, the former Mugen commander, and his teammates Ke, and Moshu, who still didn't like Lin. Ke got flustered whenever Lin talked to her. Chun-Li reminded Lin he still owed him money, but Lin said hunting demons took priority. Suddenly, Xiangqiang felt a powerful demonic aura. They found several zombified girls, humans cursed by demons, not actual demons, so killing them wasn't an option. Chun-Li said they had to be turned over to the Night Watch. Moshu warned everyone not to get bitten or they'd become the same. Xiangqiang was confused why the zombified girls were all drawn to him. Chun-Li tried to attract some himself but failed. Only Xiangqiang was their target. Worse, he attracted zombified men instead. The team struggled, unable to hurt the cursed victims. The zombies ignored Lin, likely because of Hongyi's demonic aura. When Xiangqiang was attacked, Lin rescued him and instructed the team to remove the victim's demonic fangs. They tried it, and the girl regained her senses. That was their weakness. Moshu reluctantly agreed to follow Lin's lead. Meanwhile, the Demon King watched gleefully as his powers turned people into puppets. He looked forward to confronting Lin Kuei and draining his energy, but was stopped by Meng Yan, a B-rank deputy. Meng reminded the Demon King he couldn't leave his command post. He offered to handle Lin himself, but was warned that failure wouldn't be tolerated. Meng Yan soon laid a trap for Lin's team. When they tried rescuing some frightened girls on a street, they triggered a magical illusion. The girls were just enchanted scarecrows, and the trap pulled their souls into the dream world. Inside, everyone fell into deep sleep, losing their powers and awareness. Xiangqiang dreamed of being pampered by beautiful women. Even his dragon spirit emerged to feast, something that never happened. He believed he was in paradise. Chun-Li dreamed of ruling the mercenary world, rejecting any job worth less than 5 million. Mo Shu dreamed of marrying Mo Qingcheng. Everyone experienced their deepest wishes. Meng Yan was thrilled that his illusion had trapped them all, except Lin Kuei. Lin woke up in his bed, stunned to find Hongyi beside him. Overwhelmed, he hugged her, saying how much he'd missed her. She didn't understand why he was so emotional. She invited him to stay with her forever, saying they could be together for eternity. Lin was offered 3 choices: stay in the dream and live 200 more dream years, break the illusion and gain 3 ability fragments, or destroy the dream world entirely and gain a strength boost. Realizing it was all fake, Lin chose the third. He shattered the illusion, wounding Meng Yan in the process. Lin's team woke up, disappointed their perfect dreams were gone. Lin urged them to escape through the crack in the dream world. Once free, Lin faced Meng Yan and could feel the weight of his enemy's aura. Lin Kuei faced a formidable demon, at least B-rank in strength, and knew he had to stay sharp. Meng Yan warned him that since kindness wouldn't work, he'd take the harsh route. He struck first, but Lin Kuei proved far stronger. Wounded and outmatched, Meng Yan used a magic weapon to release toxic smoke and vanish in the chaos. Lin cleared the poison using his Chiyu powers, but Meng Yan slipped away. Lin realized it was pointless to pursue. Mengyan's master, the Demon King, was the real threat. Mengyan rushed to report to his master, Shuiye, hoping reinforcements would be sent. Meanwhile, Lingshi, Yellow, and Oniji were out driving around. Oniji was nervous. They had no driver but a ferret who barely knew what he was doing. Then Mengyan spotted their flying car, but couldn't dodge due to exhaustion. The ferret was clueless on stopping, and the group crashed. They had stolen plenty of human goods, but weren't quick enough to avoid the Yellow Saint's path. Lin updated the group. Besides the Nightmare Demon, more threats awaited. Chun-Li was glad everyone was eager to fight, especially with all the rewards up for grabs. They were determined to face their enemies together. Half a day after Mengyan had fled, the Demon King expected success, but his life-sensing ability revealed Mengyan's defeat. Furious, he decided to take action personally. Back in the city, Yellow lost control of the car, crashing it. Oniji managed to save everyone by jumping out with them. She told Yellow to never drive again. Lin was surprised to see them in the city. Lingshi hugged him, explaining that she didn't want to come, but Yellow forced her, then made her drive. Yellow denied it, saying Lingshi had told her to go faster, sparking a squabble between them. Xiang was surprised to learn that Lin had both a younger sister and a demon girl with him. Lin braced himself for chaos. He knew they'd stir things up. Chun-Li announced that Shuiye had launched a full-scale attack and demonic forces had taken over the city center. The Demon King ordered his army to destroy everything. Teachers Tang and Linghua confronted him, determined not to let him escape again. The Demon King, thirsting for blood, summoned his blood dragon. The two teachers fought with all they had. The Demon King recognized their strength but believed they couldn't win. Tangling attacked with Flame Fist, but he blocked it with ease. They realized they had to keep the pressure on and never let up. Meanwhile, Sangshan asked about Chun-Li's grandfather and his crew. Lin explained they had unfinished tasks, and that the kids were safer in the city with the group. They shouldn't be underestimated. As demons blocked their way, Lin ordered everyone to prepare. Lingshi admitted she was scared. Yellow and Oniji were puzzled. She'd been fearless before. Annoyed, Lingshi told them to shut it. Seeing her fear, Lin told the team to protect her, but she insisted she didn't need help and activated her bear and black vortex powers. The team knew if Lin's sister was fighting, they had to jump in too. Yellow and Oniji joined the fray. Demon numbers grew. The system located 2 unused B-rank spiritual jaspers. Lin accepted and absorbed both, gaining Thunderstrike and Windwalker, giving him lightning attacks and enhanced speed. Seeing him crush enemies alone, the girls realized he had what it took to be a leader. A whole army of demons blocked the street. Lin sensed an immense aura. He knew if he couldn't handle them, he'd never reach the Demon King. Though his team wanted to retreat, and Lingshi begged him to fall back, Lin had options. Wait for backup, plus 10 strength, flee with the team, 10 agility, or fight and earn big rewards. He chose to fight. With Thunderstrike, he unleashed lightning and wiped out the enemy army. With that, he turned to the Demon King. The Blood Dragon released a deadly poison breath, but Juyan countered the blast. Tangling saw the distraction and struck, knocking the Demon King from the sky. Linghua followed with her Thunder Tiger attack, electrocuting him with her strongest move. She believed that was the end of him, but the Demon King was enraged. He fused with the Blood Dragon, morphing into a towering demonic giant. Tangling and Linghua had never felt such power. He mocked them for daring to challenge him, now much stronger and harder to beat. Lin Kuei arrived just in time with his team and Lingshi. Linghua was proud of her fearless sister. Morong healed the wounded teachers. Lin challenged the Demon King directly. The king was shocked by how much Lin had grown. Lin had another choice: flee, plus 10 strength, fight and avenge Hongyi, gain boosted stats, or find a unique victory path, plus 10 agility. He chose the third and transformed into a demon form. Everyone, including Tang, was stunned. The Demon King swore not to give Lin a chance. Lin struck with a fierce fire fist. The entire team joined in, attacking from every direction. The Demon King struggled to defend himself. He was being overwhelmed. They were close to bringing him down. Little Lingshi and Oniji played a part in helping Lin Kuei win the battle. Shuiye used his blood to open the prison and freeze everyone in place, including Lin. The power of the blood circle, made from 2/3 of Shuiye's blood, was immense. Shuiye declared he would consume them all. Lin managed to stand and told his team that brute force could break through the pressure. The Demon King was shocked that Lin could still move and assumed Chiyu's power had disrupted the circle. Lin told the Demon King he wouldn't quit and would see things through for Shui. Ye had overexerted himself and couldn't endure the thunder and lightning. Filled with rage, Lin sought vengeance for his loved ones and to bring Hong Yi back. He delivered a powerful final blow and, as a reward, gained 20 points each in strength and agility, 15 ability fragments, and the jade soul of the ghost of the Bloody Knight. This gave him hope that he could save Hong Yi. His sisters were proud of him and believed he deserved to be their captain. With no demonic creatures left in the sky, the team celebrated. A decade earlier, Lin Yuan had saved Kang Lan, and now Tang Lin saw Lin as a worthy heir to the legacy of the Baslard team. 2 days after the purification, the Bloody Knight Soul Jade's power transferred to Hong Yi. Lin was overjoyed to sense life in her again. She appeared just as she had when she faded away. Hong Yi was surprised and emotional to see him again. Lin told her how deeply he missed her and how lonely he had felt. Hong Yi admitted she had been sad and anxious even in the spirit world and thought it might have been easier for Lin to let her go than to save her at such a cost. But Lin said he would do anything for her, and they kissed. At Minyuan HQ, subordinates reported that Kanglan had been lost and the Demon King had died. They asked if the leader planned to rebuild the demonic forces and continue the attacks. He noted that while this battle was lost, victories in other cities expanded their territory. Kanglan was just a small part of the larger plan. The subordinates praised his wisdom and believed he would one day rule Daxia. Lingshi was confused why Lin hadn't left his room in 2 days. When Oniji offered to bring breakfast, Lingshi insisted on doing it herself. Entering his room, she was shocked to find Hong Yi there. Oniji commented that Lin Kuei's ghostly bride had awakened. Lingshi was upset that they hadn't told her earlier. She demanded to know who Hong Yi was. Lin realized he had to be honest and said Hong Yi meant a lot to him, and he'd love her regardless of her form. Hong Yi was happy to be introduced and tried to reassure Lingshi, who was clearly jealous. Hong Yi gently told her she wasn't trying to take Lin away and just wanted her trust. Lingshi understood that Hong Yi was just a spirit and couldn't physically interact with the world, but she was still emotionally affected. Running off, she shouted that she'd accept Hong Yi for her brother's sake, but Lin would always be her brother. Lin was puzzled, but the Yellow One realized even demon queens had soft spots. Lin told Hong Yi they would all be one family someday. She was happy, but soon after felt unwell. Lin grew concerned, but Hong Yi said she was only tired. Oniji explained that her soul was badly damaged and that she needed to return to the spirit world to recover. Lin asked if there was any way to heal or rebuild her soul. Oniji said even with the jade, the damage was too great. Hong Yi had no body and could only rely on her soul, which limited her strength. Oniji explained that only one thing could change this, the Sage Stone, an ancient artifact that granted divine power. It had been shattered into 9 pieces during a war between ghosts and monsters, and each shard was now held by powerful ghosts. Despite the danger, Lin was determined to find them to restore Hong Yi. Back in Kanglan, Teacher Tang told students that while their city was safe, other regions were overrun by ghostly creatures. He encouraged students to help rescue survivors and fight back, promising generous rewards from the Academy and Night Patrol. The deputy director praised Lin Kuei and his team for their courage and announced a 3 million cash reward. The students admired Lin, especially the girls, who saw him as a hero. His team received ribbons of honor. Qing Chen found him charming in his ribbon, while Qin Feng looked up to him and wanted to grow stronger. Yang Xiao, however, was jealous and plotted revenge. Teacher Tang asked if Lin would take part in the next mission. Lin replied that Yuan was an enemy of their city and country, and he wanted to defeat him quickly. Tang Ling called Lin the pride of Kang Lin. Lin saw this mission as a chance to search for the Sage Stone. When he returned home, Lingshi proudly showed Lin a letter. She had passed the entrance exam for elementary school. Lin was thrilled and believed she would do well. Oniji and the Yellow One envied her, especially the Yellow One, who couldn't go to school because she was a ferret. Lingshi wanted to go with Lin, but he told her to stay and study, hoping she'd make him proud. She promised she would. Meanwhile, the city of Haimu had fallen under control of a void ghost from Ming Yuan, a servant of the Red Sword, one of the 8 ghost kings. Lin and his team went to investigate. At the residence, they were briefed on the ghost's control over the city. Lin hoped to confront and capture it to learn the whereabouts of the Sage Stone. The grandfather warned that the ghosts were dangerous. They often came hunting for girls and children. Not long ago, they had taken his 8-year-old granddaughter, claiming they would raise her to be a wife. Lin was furious and wanted to take immediate action. Chang reassured the grandfather and promised to help. When the grandfather noticed some figures approaching, he told everyone to hide. These were the ghost lackeys, humans serving the void ghosts. Lynn was baffled at how someone could willingly serve such evil. The lackeys noticed some beautiful girls nearby and decided to take them, planning to deliver them to the Void Ghost. Sutang and Morong, unwilling to be taken, fought back. Lin joined in, hurling his unbeatable chicken eggs at the lackeys, but the girls got the upper hand and took them down first. Impressed by their power, the grandfather warned that their real enemy, the Void Ghost, was not so easily defeated. Lin vowed to protect everyone and defeat the Void Ghost once and for all. He was faced with a decision: storm the enemy base for a strength boost, sneak in disguised as women for stealth and rewards, or evacuate the city for improved agility. Lin chose the disguise, but wondered where they'd get women's clothes. He, Qian, and Xiangqiang dressed up and had the girls stay back to defend the city. Xiangqiang wasn't thrilled about the plan and threatened Lin if it failed, even though Lin had come up with it. As they neared the enemy base, Lin told them to stay quiet. The demonic guards were taken in by the disguises and allowed them to meet the Void Ghost. They flattered him, saying they came to admire his charm. Delighted, he invited them into his chambers. Once inside, they dropped the act and revealed their identities, but the Void Ghost teleported behind them, enraged at being tricked by men, and attacked. Lin dodged the blow and countered with his signature eggs, some of which hit Hao Ten by accident, triggering a retaliation from him. The ghost, now cornered, admitted defeat and offered information in exchange for mercy. Lin was given 3 options: let the ghost go and gain strength, eliminate him for ability fragments, or use him for personal benefit. Lin demanded information about the Sage Stone, and the ghost confessed that his master had embedded a fragment of it into his red sword. Thanking him, Lin swiftly executed the ghost and claimed the 10 ability fragments. The group freed the city and said goodbye to the grateful grandfather, who asked how to repay them. Lin said if he really wanted to show gratitude, he should thank Daxia. The team then headed for Luffing, taking a shortcut through a dark forest. Sanqian questioned Lin's interest in the Sage Stone. Lin made up a tale about using the fragments to summon a wish-granting dragon. Xiangqiang didn't buy it. In the woods, they heard noises and spotted a frightened fox cub being chased by masked locals. Lin had another choice: rescue the cub for power fragments, do nothing for strength, or let it be caught for agility. Morong felt bad for the fox, and Hongye noted its unusual aura. They chose to save it, earning Lin a power boost. Lin proposed keeping the fox as a mascot. That night, they camped, and the fox picked Lin as its sleeping companion, which upset Morong. Xiangqiang joked that the fox might be female and transformed to thank Lin. He also pointed out that the ghostly pursuers looked more like hunters. Sutan explained they were ghost hunters, cannibalistic and silent predators. Lin organized rotating night shifts, but during Sanqian's watch, he dozed off and attackers crept in. Xiangqiang raised the alarm, and Lin told everyone to prepare for a fight. Their opponents included a B-rank ghost warlord. Lin took on the commander while the others handled the minions. The ghost attacked with deadly force, but Lin withstood it. Recognizing Lin's strength, the ghost unleashed a powerful move. The system offered Lin a new ability, spiritual compulsion, from a ghost jade. He accepted and used it effectively. The ghost commander went in for a triple spear strike, but Lin dodged and defeated him with a close-range blow. Though the battle was tough, Lin realized he could now handle B-tier ghosts more easily. His teammates celebrated their win and collected valuable soul jades. Still, Xiangqiang worried that more ghost hunters could be nearby. The fox tried to lead them to the hunter's hideout. Trusting it, they followed and, by morning, had wiped out the remaining ghost hunters and rescued prisoners. The freed townspeople told them that the Red Sword Ghost had taken over Lifing. Those who hadn't escaped were now serving him. Lin offered to escort them to a safer town, Kanglin. He was determined to face the Red Sword Ghost himself. Hongyi warned that the ghost's power rivaled that of Bloody Night. Lin said he'd collect Sage Stone fragments for her. As they neared Lifing, Lin sensed a strange aura. A girl mistook them for ghost minions and ordered their capture. Lin countered with a wind attack, but she stopped time, a rare and powerful skill. Realizing Lin's strong mental resistance, she couldn't hold him for long. He escaped her time trap and surprised her from behind. Qin Feng, recognizing Lin, asked if he was also heading to Lifing. Lin was curious about the time-stopping girl. Qin said she was a Lifing Academy student, someone he had met during a ghost battle. They all camped outside the city. Kanya, the girl, explained that while the Red Sword Ghost ruled Lifing, he hadn't destroyed it. Instead, he fed off the people's negative energy to grow stronger. Lin realized that defeating this ghost would be even harder than their previous fights. He wondered why no one had tried to stop him. Kanya explained that it was nearly impossible, The only way to break the cycle was to destroy the ghost entirely. The Red Sword Ghost resided aboard a floating ghost ship above Leafing, spreading negative energy through several dark towers. Lately, he had absorbed too much energy and was temporarily withdrawing, which Kanya believed made this the ideal time to strike. Lynn realized that destroying the towers would cut off the ghost's energy supply and agreed that they shared the same goal, to defeat the ghosts and protect the innocent. Kanya was excited that working together would strengthen their whole team. The next day, they stealthily made their way to northern Lifing, where Kanya emphasized the urgency of destroying the towers. She kept mispronouncing Lin Kuei's name, which annoyed him enough to correct her. Around a corner, they saw children studying in the middle of the street, chanting that learning was their only path in life. They begged their teacher for more homework and claimed to love studying, though Lin saw how exhausted and joyless they looked. He questioned why they hadn't succumbed to the negative energy. Kanya explained it was due to their strong mental resilience. Lin suggested they head directly for the control room. Elsewhere, Xiangqiang and Haotang were in northern Lifing, where the air was thick with sorrow. They saw a man heartbroken over a woman who repeatedly rejected him, believing only a wealthy, handsome man could heal her soul. The sight moved both of them. Meanwhile, the others reached southern Lifing and came across a bizarre outdoor office where a boss walked among workers, promising better pay next month. The workers clung to hope, but the scene felt grim. The team was relieved they weren't stuck in such a place. Inside one tower, a ghost lashed out at Lin for daring to intrude. Lin boldly faced him and defeated the ghost. He was given a choice: destroy the tower for earth energy, take a bribe of honey, or seize control and earn the water of life. Kanya, knowledgeable in technology, offered to help reroute the tower's frequency to affect ghosts instead of humans. Creatures rushed to inform the Red Sword that 3 towers had fallen. Concerned, he summoned 2 elite spirits, Dragon and Phoenix, to intercept the intruders. As they descended from the ghost ship, Kanya recalibrated the tower to hit ghosts with their own energy. Lin was impressed by Kanya's unexpected skill. With her help, he gained the water of life, and the towers broadcasted powerful waves. Suddenly, the children realized their education was ghost manipulation, and their teacher, overwhelmed by the energy, began to lose control. Xiangcheng and Hutang saw the townspeople returning to normal, while workers in the ghost run office turned on their boss. Evil spirits started fleeing. From above, Dragon and Phoenix were stunned to see how ineffective their kind were without the tower's influence. More powerful ghosts were sent after Lin and Kanya. Lin tried to knock them back with a flaming punch, but failed. The ghosts landed and smugly declared victory. Laughing, Lin and Kanya mocked them, but the ghosts merged into a single, formidable being. Their new strength rivaled the Bloody Night Ghost. Hongye warned that the fused ghost had reached B-rank power. The system urged Lin to use the water of life, which would strengthen his body and qi. He drank it and gave some to Kanya too. Both of them were quickly energized. The ghost was irritated that they drank in the middle of the battle. Lin blocked the ghost's strike and sent him flying. The enemy was stunned that Lin was already on par with him. When Lin attempted a magic attack, the ghost used Phoenix speed to dodge and counter from behind. Kanya paused time, giving Lin the chance to retaliate. Though her power could only freeze the ghost briefly, it was enough. Lin's direct attacks couldn't pierce the dragon-like armor the ghost wore. The ghost launched a vicious strike, and Lin struggled to keep up. Hongye offered him her ghost aura to boost his power. Unexpectedly, the fox leapt in and used its charm ability, paralyzing the ghost. That gave Lin the chance to shatter the armor using Hongye's energy. Kanya sped up time again and hit the ghost's wounded spot, worsening the injury. Lin seized the opportunity and finished the ghost with a lightning strike, earning 2 jade soul shards. He gave one to Kanya in thanks. She humbly said she only played a small role, but her modesty made Hongye jealous. The fox also asked for a reward, and Lin gave him some living water. The rest of the team arrived, reporting that they had cleared out the city. Lin rewarded each of them with a drink. Their strength continued to grow. Meanwhile, a ghost reported to Red Sword that all city ghosts had been defeated. Red Sword ordered reinforcements, but the ghost said the intruders were heading directly toward him, which pleased him. They were walking right into his trap. The team flew up to the ghost ship on Sanshan's dragon. The ghosts on board were unprepared and launched a frantic defense. Xiangshang activated bomb mode on his dragon, rolling it across the deck and wiping out enemies. Qin Feng fought fiercely using his 1,000 troops technique. Their teamwork was flawless, and they quickly cleared the deck. Then, the Red Sword himself appeared, furious over the destruction of his ship. Lin sensed the power of the wisdom stone embedded in the sword. It radiated life energy. Hongye warned him of the sword's immense power and asked him to be cautious. Lin promised her he would retrieve a shard of the sage stone. Red Sword unleashed more ghosts, but Kanya noted they were simply corrupted humans, and the team aimed to finish them off quickly. Before Lin could help, Red Sword appeared behind him and declared himself Lin's true opponent. Lin left the minions to his team and focused on Red Sword. Kanya advised that breaking the Wisdom Stone would shatter him entirely. Red Sword multiplied himself with shadow clones, but Lin was too fast and shattered the sword's steel with one devastating strike. Despite its regenerative powers, the Red Sword couldn't avoid defeat. Only destroying the stone would stop it. Lin activated his absolute defense skill, realizing there was no time to lose. More ghosts could appear at any moment, worsening things. Just then, the system detected the Void Hunter's ghost jade and prompted him to absorb it. Lin accepted and gained the hunter's intuition skill. He also absorbed the Void Jade, granting him teleportation, a power that drained a lot of spiritual energy but proved incredibly useful. Using this new skill, Lin dodged the Red Sword's attacks and eventually got close enough to break it in half with a final blow. He claimed the Sage Stone fragment and planned to give it to Hong Yi. With the sword destroyed, the ghosts tied to it began to vanish. Lin urged Hong Yi to absorb the fragment's power, which restored her soul. She thanked him, and he told her that gathering the remaining fragments could help her regain human form. But then San Kan sensed something. The ghost had returned. The spirit of the Red Sword, furious about their attack. It tried to summon its weapon, but failed. Upon seeing the shattered sword, the Ghost King erupted in rage. Lin and his team prepared to face him together. Lin noted that without the sword, the ghost's power seemed on par with the Bloody Knight's. The Ghost King opened a portal to his own realm of 10,000 swords, pulling them in without laying a finger. Lin wondered why these portals were always in the sky and felt lucky to have an S-rank body that survived the fall. Sankan wanted to help Kanya up, but she brushed him off, wanting to stand on her own. Sutong noted that top-level ghosts often had realms of their own and suspected this one suppressed spiritual energy, being born of pain and anger. The Ghost King forged a weapon infused with thousands of tormented souls. Lin had choices: surrender after getting a skill, kill the ghost and gain the ability to summon ghosts, or escape with a weapon. He chose to fight. The team rallied to support him, but the Ghost King was too strong, easily blocking Kanya's time freeze skill. In his domain, they couldn't land a single hit. Lin realized they had to weaken the spiritual suppression and remembered that Sangxian's dragon could absorb energy. He had the dragon consume the negative energy, which worked. Spiritual power returned to normal. As they gained the upper hand, the Ghost King summoned armor through his sword key. Then, the system presented Lin with a dragon soul jade, and upon absorbing it, he gained dragon strength, allowing him to ignore 15% of enemy attacks. This pushed the Ghost King to desperation, aware that this power could doom him. Lin's group didn't give him a moment to recover. Seizing the moment, Lin attacked with help from Hongye's A-level demonic power. Even the Demon King was surprised by her strength. Lin followed up with a powerful lightning strike. Seeing Lin's spiritual companion appear, the Ghost King realized he was losing. The final blow absorbed the king's attack and ended him. Lin earned a Jade Soul, Ghost Summoning Skill, and 20 ability fragments. They celebrated, and Lin thanked Hongye. Though they praised him, Lin reminded them it was a group victory. Looking up, they saw the sky cracking rapidly and knew they had to flee. They escaped the Ghost Realm on Sangxian's dragon. Back in Lifeng, people began rebuilding. With the mission complete, Lin told Kanya they needed to report back to the city. But Kanya didn't want him to leave. She was grateful he saved her city, calling him a hero and promising to visit once Lifeng stabilized. Hongye teased him about gaining another admirer. Sanxian was annoyed that his goddess praised Lin instead of him. Before parting, Lin told her they'd be waiting in Kanglan for the next mission. Sankan grew jealous after Lin hugged Kanya. They set off for Kanglan. Meanwhile, Lingshi couldn't focus on school. She was worried about Lin, who had been gone for nearly a month. Yellow noticed something was off and asked what was wrong. Lingshi admitted she missed her brother and wasn't sure he was okay. A classmate tried to cheer her up with cake, but she didn't appreciate it. The others found her intimidating, labeling her a delinquent. A group of students stormed in to confront her for fighting seniors, but she shut them down quickly. The upperclassmen apologized, realizing they had picked the wrong fight. Suddenly, someone rushed in shouting that Lin Kuei had arrived. Lingshi lit up at the news. Outside, a crowd of fans had gathered to see him. Lin was confused by the welcome. Lingshi ran to him, proudly telling him she was studying hard and had made friends. Lin grew suspicious when he heard whispers about bullying and wondered if she had been hurt. Lingshi and Yellow reassured him everything was fine. She then noticed the little fox Lin had brought and asked about it. Lin introduced it, but the fox sensed her demonic aura and backed off. She named it Snowball, and Yellow quickly grew fond of it too. At home, Lin surprised everyone by cooking dinner, a first. He invited Oniji to join them, thanking her for protecting his sister. In fact, Oniji herself didn't understand how she managed to withstand these two monsters. They were delighted with his masterpiece in cooking, as it was very tasty. Lin really wanted to feed Hongye, but since she was still a ghost, he couldn't. Lingshi, still jealous of her brother's attention toward Hongye, turned away and said the meat would be better off given to her than to a ghost. When Lin fed her, she lit up with joy. Yellow also wanted some attention and asked to be fed too. Lin gave her some food, though he didn't quite understand why he had to do it. Yellow was thrilled and found the food tasted better when it came from him. Not wanting to ignore Oniji and the little ladder, he fed them as well, and they appreciated his care. Out of the blue, Teacher Tang summoned Lin to her office. He assumed it had something to do with ghosts again, but when he arrived, she praised his work, even though he'd only been at the academy for one semester, and told him he'd been chosen, alongside Tai Feng, Mo Ching Cheng, and Yang Dao, to be an instructor for the freshman military training. Lin knew Tai Feng was a role model, and Mo Ching Cheng was known for her organizational skills, but he couldn't understand why Yang Dao was chosen. Teacher Tang explained that Yang Dao came from the prestigious high family and had earned the right. Lin accepted the role, promising to take the job seriously. When the day came, all instructors greeted the new students enthusiastically. Lin introduced himself as their instructor, but the students were skeptical. How could someone so close to their age be their leader? One of them questioned Lin's authority, saying they didn't believe the rumors about his achievements. Lin faced a decision: prove himself physically and earn a strength bonus, explain things and earn ability fragments, or simply finish training them. He chose to lecture them, pointing out that arrogance without self-awareness wouldn't make them good fighters. His words hit home. The students realized they still had much to learn. Lin successfully inspired and united them, earning 10 ability fragments and immediately beginning their training with a 10-kilometer run. Meanwhile, Teacher Tang informed the deputy director that Lin had been made an instructor. The director doubted Lin's qualifications until he saw him leading shirtless freshmen sweating off their extra weight. He didn't understand the method, but couldn't deny Lin's commitment. Ching Cheng asked her students if they wanted to rest after practice, but they insisted on continuing. Qin Feng trained his team like real warriors, and Yang Xiao emphasized precision and ambition, saying only winners mattered. Lin's group pushed themselves hard through endurance drills and even tightrope walking. The other instructors were impressed. Eventually, they all headed to Mount Kanglin for a ghost-catching test. Each team had to capture ghosts wearing collars. The team with the most would win. Qin Feng told his students they were royal by blood and must strive to win. Ching Cheng prioritized safety and unity. Yang Xiao pressured his group to chase victory above all else. Lin, in his usual style, prepared food for his team, saying it would boost their strength. Teacher Tang, however, was critical. She thought his methods were too childish compared to others. At Mount Hu, Ching Cheng told her students to stay together and prepare for the ghosts. They sensed a ghostly presence approaching. Then they saw ghosts fleeing from Lin's students who were aggressively chasing them. The ghosts were confused. They'd already handed over their collars, but Lin insisted they also needed their soul jades, claiming mercy toward ghosts equaled cruelty to people. Even Ching Cheng and her students were taken aback by Lin's tactics. Lin suggested their teams combine forces to collect all the ghost jades. Ching Cheng didn't see the point. Collars were the actual goal. Then Qin Feng showed up, and Lin pitched the idea to him too. Though suspicious, Qin Feng agreed, hoping for mutual benefit. Lin shared nutrient-rich eggs and life drinks with everyone, boosting morale and energy. The united teams were now far more confident and efficient. Eventually, they confronted Yang Xiao's group and tried to take their collars, but Yang Xiao resisted. Still, the enhanced team steadily caught ghosts, stirring fear among the spirits once more. When the test ended, Teacher Tang declared Lin's team the winner, and Qin Feng's group took second. Qin Feng wasn't upset. He'd expected this result. Yang Xiao, however, blamed Lin and confronted him. Lin had three choices: respond kindly and earn a big strength bonus, retaliate and get a smaller one, or ignore him and get some ability fragments. Though confused by the generous reward for kindness, Lin chose to be humble. He admitted fault and let Yang Xiao take his revenge. To his surprise, it worked, and Lin later decided to confront Yang Xiao, telling him his behavior hurt his own students and wouldn't be tolerated. Lin proposed a celebration to mark the end of training. That evening, he returned home, and Oniji congratulated him. Lin smelled something cooking. Lingshi had made chicken soup from her special recipe, knowing he'd be tired. Lin appreciated the gesture, though he found the taste a bit odd. Lingshi said she followed the recipe, and Lin thanked her anyway. Later, he felt feverish and realized something was wrong with the soup. Hongye was worried and tried to help him despite the boundary between ghosts and humans. They cared for each other deeply. Lin stayed in bed for 2 days, glad that people assumed he was just training. When Hongye checked on him, he told her he felt much better, like he'd been dreaming. Then teacher Tang called to remind him of an assignment he'd completely forgotten. He rushed to catch up. Tang Ling informed him that an elder would be joining them on a mission. This surprised Lin because the elder came from the swordsman's arena. They met on a yacht in the Sea of Kanglin. Su Tang scolded Lin for being late and looking disheveled. The elder from Lebu Academy was actually their opponent in this mission. The team introduced themselves. Su Tang could summon weapons. Qing Cheng wielded ice. The elder explained that this mission was serious. They were headed to the Island of Shadows, where ghosts had overrun and enslaved the local people. Lin knew their mission was simple: defeat the demons and save the islanders. But Yubukun insisted they first scout the island and gather intel. Suddenly, their yacht rocked violently, and spectral pirate creatures emerged from the sea, ghosts who craved spirit stones, treasures, and valuables. The elder cowered behind Lin K, ordering the trio to deal with them. Initially, the group wasn't worried. These were just B-rank ghosts, easily manageable. But as more and more emerged, Lin realized he needed to use his ghost summoning technique. Unsure which spirits to call, he ended up summoning skeletons. The ghost pirate captain tried to rally his forces against them, but the skeletons proved unexpectedly powerful and quickly overpowered the enemy. Hongye was shocked that Lin could summon ghosts at all, and even his allies were stunned by his hidden skills. Watching from a distance, Yuobukun realized he'd misjudged Lin and began reconsidering his plans for him. Lin was pleased. He'd found a way to let others fight in his place, and even earned a load of ghost jade. Yubukun ordered the battlefield cleared and reminded them their true target was the Island of Shadows. Lin questioned why the elder ran at the first sign of danger. Yubukun claimed it was all a test, but Lin wasn't buying it. He suspected a setup. Ahead, a lush island loomed, covered almost entirely in vegetation. Hongye warned him the island radiated an intense demonic aura. Yubukun admitted they had little info on it and suggested Lin scout it alone. Sutong and Qingcheng protested. It was far too risky, but as mission leader, Yobukun insisted. Lin told them not to worry, he'd return safely. The elder praised his bravery. Once on the island, Lin used Hongye's demonic aura to blend in. He discovered sea ghosts enslaving humans, forcing them to build a palace. The twisted transformation of humans into ghosts horrified him. Then he saw the commander, a ghostly octopus, who mistook him for one of their own and ordered him to join the construction. The octopus promised divine rewards and a place in the future paradise of the Island of Shadows. Lin had a choice: join and get an SSS rank card, fight and earn 4 energy shards, or flee and receive a C-grade soul jade. He told the octopus he was all in. To prove it, he said he was willing to go through fire and water for the island and the SSS card. Pleased, the ghosts accepted his offer. Lin served them food from his hometown, which they eagerly ate, though they warned him that if it was poisoned, they'd devour him instead. After the meal, the ghosts began feeling strange. Their bodies surged with unstable energy, as if about to explode. Alarmed, they demanded to know what Lin fed them. He replied it was just a secret recipe. Knowing they were B-rank and weakened, he still proceeded cautiously. The imprisoned humans, shocked to see a real person, saw hope. Once the ghosts realized he was human, they prepared for battle. Lin seized the moment to use his new SSS-ranked sword. When he grabbed it, the sword spoke to him, confusing him at first. It warned him of an approaching enemy and urged him to fight. He obeyed, swinging the blade and cleaving their tridents in half. The sword advised wiping out the ghosts in one swift move, which he did. With the threat gone, the island was freed, and humanity reclaimed it. Lin proposed rebuilding the Island of Shadows with the freed people. Meanwhile, the elder and the girls waited for Lin at the island. Concerned about his delay, they confronted Yuobukun, who coldly declared Lin would never return. The girls grew suspicious. One had Mo family blood, the other descended from the moon god, Yuobukun's real targets. With Lin gone, he dropped his facade, revealing he'd used Lin to trap them. He admitted being an agent and demanded they surrender, insisting they couldn't beat him. But the girls, both B rank as well, had no intention of losing. Elsewhere on the island, survivors fought remaining ghost creatures. Lynn, while exploring, discovered a cave entrance. Hongye warned it was dangerous, possibly housing a ghost god. Lynn asked his wife to prepare for the worst. Inside, they found a realm resembling another universe. Perched on a pile of skulls was the octopus ghost, reeking of sage stone fragments. Lynn needed them, so he prepared to attack, but the octopus struck first, furious at being disturbed. Lynn couldn't believe such a creature was called a god. Hongye wasn't joking, though, and promised to help. The god's tentacles were overwhelmingly strong. The system detected ghost jade usable in battle. Lynn triggered a skill called Blood Eater Sword by sacrificing his blood. He used it, slicing off the god's limbs. But the god regenerated quickly, his power tied to the sage stone fragments in his body. The sword revealed the creature's weak spot, its forehead, where the fragments were embedded. Lynn was annoyed the sword hadn't told him sooner. Confident, he grabbed a tentacle. The sea god panicked, not understanding Lynn's intentions. Lynn said he'd heard tentacles held potent life force and wanted to test it. The sea god begged for mercy and offered a deal. Spare him and gain +10 agility, kill him for +7 strength, or eat him for +6 agility. The options seemed ridiculous, but Lynn picked the first. He tore off a tentacle and got his 10 agility reward. The sea god was enraged and had no interest in sparing the man. With the ghost leaning too close, Lynn seized the moment to strike its forehead. As it was already wounded, a demonic soul emerged from the ghost, causing it to shrink. Lynn took the second sage stone shard. Since the ghost god had lost its powers, Lynn finished it off easily and handed a shard to his wife so she could absorb its energy, which helped stabilize her soul and triggered the first signs of her bloodline awakening. Yuebukun, who didn't consider girls worthy opponents, dismissed them. Su Tong, sensing they were outmatched, sent a distress signal to her mentor. Just then, Lin reappeared, surprising Yuebukun, who thought he had been killed. Furious that his plans were foiled, Yuebukun summoned his ghostly octopus, only for Lin to reveal the same weapon he was trying to summon. Enraged after the octopus was destroyed, Yuebukun transformed into a demon and launched a flurry of demonic sword attacks. Lin blocked them with his magic sword, leaving Yuebukun wondering where he learned such a rare technique. Hongye stepped in to help Lin defeat the demon. Yuebukun then fused 2 swords to strengthen his assault. Lin acknowledged his skill and vowed to defeat him. Seeing that Lin was struggling alone, Su Tang and Qing Cheng joined the fight. Unable to handle all 3 at once, Yuebukun used a demonic octopus tentacle move to paralyze them. But it didn't work on Lin, who was given 3 choices: beg for mercy and get 2 rank C soul jades, win and gain 15 strength, or flee and gain 15 agility. He chose to run for the agility bonus, telling the girls he had urgent business. Stunned, they watched him go. As he escaped, he got the reward. Just then, Teacher Tang arrived, responding to the distress call. The girls were relieved. As Tang battled Yuebukun, Lin helped them break free. Yuebukun had once been a minor elder at the academy, forced to do mundane work. But after joining the Ming clan, he changed drastically. Tang captured him, but Yuebukun sacrificed a limb, opened a portal, and swore to return stronger. Tang tried to stop him, but he vanished. She feared he'd hatch a new scheme if he returned to the Ming clan. Lin asked why the elder targeted them. The girls revealed one had Mo family blood, and the other was a descendant of the Moon legacy. Lin had assumed he was the only one hiding something, but Hongye comforted him, saying he was her favorite and she'd always stay by his side. Back at the academy, Teacher Tang praised them and warned them to stay cautious near the Ming clan. Lin felt satisfied with his ghost hunting rewards. At home, Lin laid out the treasures he'd gathered, telling his family to take what they liked. Lingshi, Yellow, and the little fox were thrilled. Oniji was especially excited about the silk. Lingshi suggested auctioning off the extra jewels, which Lin hadn't thought of. Pleased with the idea, Hongye complimented her, making Lingshi proud. At the auction, Lin disguised himself to avoid recognition, but was stopped for not pre-registering. He claimed he was only browsing, but they still denied him entry. Auction director Mr. Wu noticed the commotion and asked why the young man was turned away. On hearing that Lin lacked registration, Wu decided to make an exception when he saw Lin wasn't causing trouble and had goods to offer. Lin, finding Wu genuine, showed him a pouch of low-grade soul jades. Wu was stunned. It was the most C-rank jades he'd ever seen. He offered $6 million, above market value, which shocked Lin. Thinking Lin was still unsure, Wu raised it to $8 million, then to $10 million. Lin happily accepted and asked for payment first. Wu agreed and said he'd prepare the bill. To celebrate, he invited Lynn to a private auction. There, Lynn was introduced as a special guest and presented the drink of a happy life. The crowd scoffed at what seemed like plain water, but he gave a sample to prove its worth. A man who drank it was overwhelmed by memories of his youth and a lost love, and the emotional impact stunned the room. Everyone wanted to try it. The water ignited a fiery energy within them, and the crowd grew excited. Reporters flocked to capture the moment. Lynn reassured everyone there were 200,000 bottles, enough for all. Pleased with how the day turned out, Lynn looked forward to future auctions. Back home, he gave his wife a bracelet he had bought in secret, making her very happy. Meanwhile, Yubukun returned to the Ming clan headquarters and confessed his failure to retrieve the Mo family blood and moon descendant. The clan leader was furious over the wasted effort. Yubukun blamed Lin and begged for forgiveness, reminding the leader of his loyal service. He was granted one final chance and proposed using someone from Konglin for his next operation. The leader agreed. Elsewhere, Yang Xiao trained hard under the night sky, feeling he was still far behind Lin Kuei. He believed Lin was just lucky and resolved to surpass him. Just then, Yubukun appeared. Yang was wary since the academy was hunting him. Yubukun said the Ming clan valued Yang's talent and offered him a powerful artifact, the Night Devil Soul Jade, from one of the 8 Ghost Kings. Tempted by the promise of strength, Yang accepted, but had to complete one task first: kill the deputy director of Konglin. Yang agreed and succeeded. Impressed, Yubukun gave him the jade. As Yang absorbed its power, he was nearly overwhelmed, but managed to merge it with his own abilities, leaving Yubukun stunned by his potential. Yang Xiao managed to absorb the power, his body overflowing with energy at its peak. Yubukun saw that he was eager to prove himself in battle, but warned him that his condition was unstable and suggested they report to their superior first. Ignoring the advice, Yang Xiao dashed off, determined to show the world his strength. Back at home, Lin, now wealthy, decided to buy gifts for all his sisters. He finally handed Oniji her salary, making her very happy, and treated the little fox to a feast of juicy meat. Suddenly, Hongye sensed a strong demonic aura outside and alerted Lin. The door burst open, dark smoke filled the room, and Yang Xiao stormed in, craving revenge. Lin reacted first with a swift strike that impressed his sisters. Shocked by Yang's transformation into a monster, Lin questioned his sanity. Enraged, Yang attacked using his hellhound powers. Hongye warned that he carried the Night Devil Jade. Yang summoned the Wolf King to strike, but Lin blocked the attack. Faced with a choice, to defeat Yang for plus 15 ability points, begin a quest for plus 20 strength, or forgive him for plus 10 ability fragments, Lin chose the quest. He turned Yang into a mummy. Lingshi, excited by the turn of events, joined in by launching her teddy bear, which unexpectedly flattened Yang Xiao. Yang, bound and frustrated, claimed the fight wasn't fair. Lin replied that Yang had ambushed him, so he got what he deserved. Oniji, meanwhile, took out the trash, and Yellow insisted she be included next time. She unleashed a special fragrant mist technique that stunned Lin. He didn't realize she'd developed such a move. As the mummy began fleeing mid-task, Lin ran after it. Yang Xiao, now full of regret for joining the demons, wished he could undo his mistake. Meanwhile, outside, Yobukun heard strange sounds and assumed Yang Xiao had defeated Lin. In truth, the noises came from Yang Xiao's ticklish torment. Lin completed the quest and earned 20 ability fragments. Unable to watch any longer, Yobukun swooped in and rescued Yang. Lin taunted them both, saying their alliance was pointless. Yang Xiao, enraged, grew in size, seeking revenge, but Yobukun knew his body was still too weak and could collapse if pushed further. Hongye wanted to help Lin, but Yobukun whisked Yang away. Lin tried to pursue but was too late. Concerned about the rising danger, Lin decided to inform Teacher Tang. The next morning, the Academy's public board announced that Elder Yang Guang had been killed by none other than Yang Xiao, now wanted with a bounty on his head. Lin realized Yang would stop at nothing to grow stronger, and he'd need to stay vigilant. His sword, having absorbed enough soul jade, began to glow and transformed into a spirit form. Lin was amazed. Lingshi was thrilled to gain a younger sister, while the others were stunned at how small the new spirit was. Her goal? To become the greatest martial artist. Hongye teased Lin about his ever-growing circle of sisters, but he wasn't thrilled. Leading a family brought a lot of pressure. Then, Teacher Tang contacted him. Due to rising tensions in the city, the academy was organizing a morale-boosting drill, and she wanted Lin to form a 3-person team. It was part of a plan to prepare students for deployment to help other cities. 2 groups entered the first round. Guhan Ho Academy and Kanglin Academy. But Lynn's teammates started bickering on live broadcast, giving the other team a chance to launch a sneak attack. Fortunately, Lynn had already designed a triple combo counter strategy, and it worked flawlessly, earning them a decisive win. The host announced Kanglin's victory. Next up were students from Chening College, confident they wouldn't fall for tricks. Lynn let his spirit sword take over. Though surprised he wasn't fighting himself, Lynn assured them the rules didn't prohibit it. The spirit, confident the opponents were weak, decided to fight barehanded. Despite their aggression, she overpowered them with skill. Lynn was amazed at her strength. Later, they faced more formidable opponents, but those fighters underestimated them and were quickly defeated. Lynn's sisters watched the broadcast in awe. Kanglin Academy's performance lit a fire in many students. Su Tong was inspired by Lynn's fighting spirit, while Ching Cheng believed it was his charm. Kanya, promising to visit soon, showed up at his training session. The host named Kanglin Academy the overall champion. Lynn wasn't too impressed with the 500 yuan prize or honorary banner, but San Chan reminded him that participation was the true reward. Fans swarmed him, curious if he had a girlfriend. Lynn denied it, claiming he'd never even held a girl's hand. Just then, Kanya barged in, declaring she was close to him. The girls were shocked, unsure of her connection. Hongye and San Qian both disliked the development, especially since San Qian had feelings for Kanya. Lynn hadn't expected to see her again and asked how she was. She said her hometown of Linfeng was safe, and with no pressing duties, she came early. She was also happy to see old friends. Shangchang tried to kiss her cheek, but she didn't remember him, crushing his romantic hopes. Mo Qingcheng was furious seeing Kanya hug Lynn. The crowd buzzed, wondering about their relationship. Kanya quickly said he was her brother, sending a wave of panic through Lynn, who feared losing his popularity with the girls. The next morning, Kanya visited again, bringing food and hoping to bond with Lynn's other sisters over breakfast. But no one wanted to eat, and Lynn knew he was doomed. Yellow criticized the meal as unworthy of winning anyone over. Still, Kanya refused to give up and offered Yellow a gift to win her trust. Lingshi bluntly told Kanya not to bother. Lynn already had a girlfriend. Hongye came downstairs and greeted Lin Kuei, with Kanya immediately complimenting her figure. Lynn was stunned by Hongye's physical recovery and aware she still held a grudge. Hongye politely introduced herself as Lynn's fiancée, extending her hand to Kanya in respect. Kanya was confused. Lynn had claimed he didn't have a girlfriend during the competition, and now, seeing Hongye, she felt inferior. Hongye asked Kanya to give notice before showing up next time. Kanya tried to clear the air, saying Lynn was like a brother to her. Lingxi didn't like that. She hated being replaced. Her sisters tried to calm her down, but Lingxi wasn't having it. She was determined to stand her ground and teach the others a lesson for interfering. Lynn used to keep things in check, but now he was fully absorbed in the family drama and let things unfold. Kanya was taken aback by Lynn's family life and realized how chaotic it must be for him. Then Lynn's older sister asked to see him. When they met, she was overwhelmed by memories of their childhood, days when their parents were still alive and the three of them were carefree. She recalled a scene of Lynn and Lingshi chasing butterflies and falling over, and how she comforted them with candy. Their parents had always been proud of how close they were. They had fought together to protect the city, their father facing the brunt of the battle against countless monsters. Tragically, their parents died in that fight. From that day, Linghua promised to protect her younger siblings. Lin was surprised to see his sister so emotional. She brushed it off, saying she was just reminiscing. She wanted to walk hand in hand with him, like they used to, but Lin found it awkward now that they were grown. Then she dropped a bombshell. He was adopted. His real origins lay in the Ghostlands, and their father had brought him back as a child. Though shocked, Linghua reassured him that he was family and they'd never abandon him. Lin promised to live up to their father's legacy, and Linghua expressed pride in her brother. Later, Lin and his team flew to Qingyun on a mission. From the air, the pilot saw ghost activity below and told them to parachute into a safe area. The city was in ruins. Lin spotted a less infested spot and urged the team to jump. Shang Cheng went first, eager to impress Kanya. But Kanya didn't know how to parachute and asked Ching Cheng for help, who also didn't know how. So Lin ended up guiding them both down, which annoyed San Qian, who had feelings for Kanya. On the ground, they discovered ghost slime, and a swarm of ghost insects quickly approached. A bite from them would cause dangerous swelling. The team fought back, and Mo Ching Cheng was hit by ghost mucus. Lin asked why so many insects were here. Shangchang explained the city had been taken over by different ghosts. Just as they caught their breath, a giant spider appeared. Lin blamed San Chan for jinxing them. The spider attacked, but Kanya stayed behind to fight it while the others escaped. Together, they brought the spider down, but Hongye sensed something was wrong. From the spider's corpse, a strange insect emerged. It turned out to be a parasitic fly creature that could control hosts. It started summoning others, and hundreds arrived. Hongye revealed they were up against one of the 8 ghost kings, Demon Fly Ghost. Lin said they needed to eliminate all ghost insects, but then a mysterious man appeared and helped fight them off. With no better option, they followed him to his hideout full of weapons. The stranger told them Qingyun was overrun by insects 6 months ago. Most people died or were mutated. He lost his family and fell into despair until he discovered he could infuse bullets with spiritual power. Now, he hunted ghosts alone. Lin promised they'd help. Later, the girls were startled by huge cockroaches, but the man told them not to worry. They were armored cicadas and underlings of a ghost cockroach, another one of the 8 ghost kings. Mo Ching-cheng was disgusted and wanted backup. Lin faced a choice: ignore her and get a reward, help her and earn skill fragments, or eat a cockroach and receive an S-rank skill. Despite the horror, Lin chose to eat the cockroach. His team was shocked. The stranger, unaware Lin was that hungry, offered food next time. Lin got the S-rank skill. He could now talk to cockroaches. In a drawer, the cockroaches were talking about their brother, the one Lin had eaten. Now scared, they tried to flee. Hongye suggested using the tension between the cockroach king and fly leader to their advantage. Lin offered the cockroaches 2 choices: face the same fate as their brother, or take him to their leader. They chose to cooperate. His team was shocked to see him speaking with roaches. Lin went with them to the cockroach kingdom, but the others in the colony rejected him and saw the escorts as traitors. Before things escalated, a voice from a trash pile told them to keep quiet. It was the cockroach queen who had been sleeping. When she fell down, Lin asked if she was the underworld king. Offended, she revealed her full form, but he still thought she looked small, which annoyed her. Hongye had forgotten to mention how powerful she was. Lin offered her the water of life as a peace gesture. The queen loved it and wanted more. Lin promised a steady supply in exchange for her help against the fly ghost. Since the queen had an old rivalry with the fly, she agreed. Back at the shelter, bedbugs attacked and the team joined the fight. Lin returned, announcing his alliance with the cockroach ghost. The team admired his strategy. They all fought off the enemy together. After their victory, Lin was ready to face the fly leader. The fly queen, hearing about the human-cockroach alliance, planned to make her most powerful insect yet. She ordered her flying rat to wipe out the survivors. The rat launched a surprise attack, and Sanqian struggled to clear the streets. Cockroaches, though, were happy with the feast. The rat opened sky portals and unleashed an army. Lin deflected the onslaught. Mo Ching-cheng was again disgusted to deal with this chaos. The rat, angered by Lin's resistance, decided to fight him personally. Lin had another choice: let her go, gain agility, fight solo, gain ability fragments, or fight as a team, gain strength. He picked the solo route. He used his magic blade to launch himself into the air, asking not to be kicked next time. He landed a blow, but the rat blocked it. After completing the mission, he gained ability fragments, but couldn't fly. Luckily, the magic sword's angel caught him midair, and Hongye secured him for safety. Hongye sensed the aura of the sage stone inside the flying rat and helped Lin reach her. Lin attacked with his magic sword, but the rat countered with a wave of energy drawn from the sage stone. Lin avoided it using his teleportation skill and struck her by surprise. He thought the battle was over, but Hongye felt something off, sensing the rat's growing rage. The demon rat transformed completely and leapt at Lin's teammates. Kanya tried to help by freezing time, but the rat shattered her barrier like it was nothing. Ching Chung caught Kanya and suggested they fight together later, which made Kanya happy. San Qian was furious about the rat attacking his wife, but Qin Feng held him back. Then the rat released a toxic mist. The Angel of the Sword cleared it with her wind ability. Though Shangchang complained, Lin had directed the fog their way. Qin Feng saw it as Lin testing their reactions. Shangchang had his dragon absorb the remaining mist and promised him fried chicken later as a reward. The angel fused her energy with the magic sword, empowering it. The sword urged Lin to finish the rat, but the rat revealed sharp claws and couldn't believe someone so young wielded such a weapon. Shangchang joined in, scorching the rat with dragon fire. Though Lin thought it was over, Hongye warned that the rat's sage stone kept generating new powers. Soon, the rat split into multiple clones. Lin ordered the team to stop fighting, realizing that attacking only made the clones multiply. The magic sword urged him to act fast. Lin held off the clones while the others prepared. Kanya froze time again, allowing Mo Ching Cheng to bombard the clones with crystal shards. The stranger arrived with traps, and they used them wisely. Lynn unleashed a massive suppression attack, squeezing the enemy physically and spiritually. The clones fled, sensing Lynn's overwhelming power. Not wanting them to escape, Lynn launched his sword at them. Its spirit split the main rat ghost in half, ending the battle. Lynn obtained the third Sage Stone shard. Hongye absorbed its energy, her power surging through her body. She thanked Lynn deeply. His teammates noticed Hongye and pushed him for answers. Lynn admitted she was his guardian spirit. Hongye corrected him. She was his fiancée, unofficial but real. San Qian was jealous that Lynn always got the best. Mo Ching Cheng was heartbroken. She could have handled him having a girlfriend, but not a fiancée. Konya comforted her, understanding the pain. Lynn asked why everyone could see Hongye. She explained the Sage Stone's energy had made her more corporeal. Lynn was happy. Her body was nearly restored. Meanwhile, the Demon Fly Queen heard her rat warrior had died. She was annoyed, unsure who'd escort her that night, but she focused on her new creation, the most powerful beetle yet, destined to crush everyone. The next day, Lynn's group headed out to find the Fly Queen. The cockroach army and the stranger joined them. San Qian was annoyed Lynn had alone time during the mission. He also wondered where the stranger and the bugs had gone. They were supposed to find food. Qinfeng mocked San Qian for always being hungry. Suddenly, a high-ranking mantis ghost ambushed them. Though it looked harmless, Lynn warned it was dangerous. The mantis had watched humans wipe out his kind and was ready for revenge. Lynn tried to send the team away, but the mantis cast a spell that made them all shrink. Hongye was confused. They had vanished. Lynn, now tiny, called for her, but his voice was too small. The mantis towered over them, and even Lynn's magic blade had shrunk. They were too weak to fight and had to flee. While escaping, they crashed into some cockroaches. The bugs were baffled at how small their boss had become. Lynn was relieved they didn't get hurt. His team mounted the cockroaches and prepared to fight back. Kanya was nervous and hugged Ching Cheng. The mantis attacked with 10 strikes. Lynn countered with 10,000 from his sword. Suddenly, someone yelled for him to move. A twig was launched at the mantis, but it didn't do much. Its claws were like blades. Ching Cheng and Konya gathered their spiritual power and unleashed a ranged attack. Still, the mantis stood firm. Then it unleashed its full power and knocked them back. But just as things looked hopeless, a large dog stomped it flat. The stranger's dog had returned and saved them. They all reverted to their normal size. Lynn told Hongye they'd fallen into a trap, but thankfully it ended well. Mo Ching Cheng still struggled to accept Lynn's engagement, and Konya tried to support her. Everyone was thankful to the dog. Lynn stayed focused. He still planned to defeat the demon fly. Her lair was soaked in slime. The queen's child, a massive, scorpion-like insect, hatched, radiating deadly energy. Hungry, it devoured her loyal fly without hesitation. She promised him a grand feast once they conquered the city. The cockroach queen and her forces arrived at the fly queen's lair. The fly queen was amused and ready to warm up with a fight. She drew a whip-like sword that split into hundreds of pieces. But the cockroach queen transformed into her final form and attacked first, ignoring the swarm of black flies to go straight for her rival. Their battle was explosive, filled with magical flashes. Their armies watched in awe. The demon fly mocked her opponent, saying she hadn't changed. The cockroach queen shot back, reminding her of an old beauty contest where she lost. The fly queen said she only ever wanted love, but the male ghosts rejected her because of her unkempt looks. As tensions rose between the two armies, the cockroaches became enraged at the insults thrown at their queen by the black flies and retaliated. Meanwhile, the demon fly launched an attack on the cockroach queen using her magic sword, but the queen evaded easily and struck back, gaining the upper hand. Realizing she was outmatched, the demon fly summoned her powerful insect creature for support. The beast lunged at the cockroach queen, attacking with corrosive mucus that rapidly degraded her armor. The demon fly, jealous of the cockroach queen's beauty and status, wanted to defeat her to claim the title of the most powerful queen in the underworld. Just then, Lin Kuei's team arrived. The cockroach queen froze in front of the speeding car, so Lin had to intervene and save her, sparking Hongye's jealousy. The demon fly became interested in Lin, planning to eat him, but the cockroach queen stood in his defense. The demon fly summoned an A-tier giant worm. Its strength overwhelmed the group. Lin activated his demonic form, unleashing a lightning strike. Poisonous ghost breath filled the air, and Lin, unable to navigate, was caught in the insect's claws and attacked. Though the blow was severe, Lin's enhanced body endured, and the energy fragments in his body responded. Lightning surged through him, and a powerful new ability awakened, SSS level, rivaling Sun Wukong. His teammates were thrilled, but the demon fly wasn't. She ordered the giant insect to finish Lin, but he destroyed it easily. Enraged, the demon fly prepared to fight him herself, only to be intercepted by the cockroach queen's boomerang. Hong Ye and the queen declared themselves her true challengers. As the black flies swarmed, Qing Cheng called for the team to help. They were overwhelmed, and Shangchang was almost taken out, saved at the last moment by the spirit of the magic sword. However, he didn't appreciate her tearing his clothes and thought she did it on purpose. The spirit was confident in her strength, but a massive ghost insect nearly crushed her. Lin, furious, avenged her by delivering a devastating blow to the beast. Seeing her child defeated, the demon fly absorbed its powers, pushing herself to mid-A rank. But the sword spirit fused with Hong Yi's weapon, creating an even more powerful hybrid. Together with Lin and the cockroach queen, they launched an assault on the demon queen. Her shield was too strong for Lin to break, but Hong Ye wounded her using her demon eater scissors, opening a path for Lin to strike. The demon fly's weapon cracked under the pressure, allowing Lin to land a heavy hit. The stranger watched from above, broadcasting the entire battle live as he destroyed the demon queen's base. His dramatic broadcast drew huge attention and public support. The demon fly, refusing to accept defeat, tried to summon her army, but no one came. Lin's team showed her the live broadcast, proving all her forces had been wiped out. Faced with a choice, Lin could kill her, 25 strength, imprison her, plus 30 strength, or forgive her, plus 18 dexterity. He chose imprisonment, suspecting there was more to learn. Hong Ye was curious, and Lin ordered her taken to the night watchman for interrogation. When she refused to talk, he stripped her of her ghostly aura. Shang Chang was relieved. Now they could transport her safely. To celebrate their victory, Lin invited everyone to dinner. They gathered around a fire, bonded with the stranger, and discussed what came next. Lin planned to keep clearing cities from ghosts and hunt down the remaining sage stones to help restore Hong Ye's body. But first, he mentioned dealing with the ghost cockroach. The cockroach queen was shocked, thinking he meant to fight her. Lin clarified he wanted her to join his family and be treated with dignity, like the others who had earned their place. She was moved and accepted. Lin promised to provide her with food and clothes regularly, and she was delighted. He realized how much he missed home and wondered how Lingshi was doing. Back in Konglin, Lingshi was excelling in school. Her friends Anaji and Yellow teased her for smiling at her phone all day. She was watching news of her brother's heroic deeds. Lingshi, however, was upset about how much time her brother spent with Hong Ye. Behind her back, Oniji and Yellow joked, but Lingshi overheard them and decided to teach them a lesson. Later, students from another class mocked her, saying she was weak and only relied on her brother's fame. This struck a nerve. She summoned her bear to teach them a lesson and warned them never to insult her brother again. Their teacher saw this and got involved. The students tried to shift blame, but Lingshi reported how they had mocked her and tarnished her brother's honor. The teacher was furious and promised justice. Lingshi admitted she lost her temper, but explained she didn't want to set a bad example. The teacher appreciated her honesty and reassured her that the troublemakers would be punished. Lingshi felt vindicated. Later, she was reminded of a school party on the playground, an event for the junior high classes of Elliston College. During the celebration, the teacher encouraged unity and strength. Lingshi, Onaji, and Yellow went straight for the food. Their classmates were surprised by their behavior, but the real disruption came when students from another school recognized Lingshi. One of them, self-proclaimed Master Tiger, challenged her to a fight to become the top bully. Lingshi, unfazed, asked him not to interrupt her meal. Annoyed by her indifference, he knocked her sandwich to the ground. The class was stunned by what the Tiger Master had done. They warned him to leave with his girlfriends right away. Lingshi was furious and sent her bear to punish him. She had trained the bear to perform a spiral attack and was pleased it finally got it right. The Tiger Master regretted ever making that request, which triggered a serious dispute between two colleges over which was superior. Lingshi kept a diary where she mentioned enjoying her time at Elliston College but finding the routine dull. She wished she could grow up faster and go on missions with her brother. Lin had just returned from a mission and landed with his team at Konglin Airport, where fans eagerly awaited them. Lin was surprised by their stardom. Shang Chang was jealous that even the bald guy had admirers while he didn't. Qing Cheng was preoccupied and wondered how she'd get through the crowd. Kanya had a plan. She gathered the group and suggested they use Lin Kuei, the fans' favorite, as a decoy. It worked, and they slipped past while the crowd swarmed him. 3 hours later, Lin escaped, but had his clothes stolen by an obsessed fan. With nothing to wear, he thought of asking his sister to bring clothes, but then heard that his belongings were being auctioned at a high price. While upset about this, Hongye pointed out another issue. Vendors were selling rare photos of him with celebrities. Lin was so popular that fans even lurked in bushes to follow him. Tired of the attention, he managed to get home, where he found Lingshi and Onji packing. He assumed she was moving, but realized she had bought back his old auctioned belongings. Lingshi admitted she was just trying to help him earn money. Yellow scolded her for being too focused on money, and Lingshi defended herself. Though her intentions were good, Lin disagreed with her actions. She offered to return the items, but Lin suggested she sell them at a higher price, since his fame had increased their value. Then came a knock on the door. It was Mo Ching Cheng, asking Lin to pretend to be her boyfriend. Lingshi protested, claiming her brother already had a girlfriend. Ching Cheng explained that her family was trying to marry her off to someone from the Luo family, and she needed Lin's help to get out of it. She hoped that a fake marriage contract with Lin would cancel the arranged one. Hongye sympathized and allowed it. Lin asked if she'd be jealous, but she wasn't, which reassured him. Lin dressed in a wedding suit and went to the Mo family's home. Ching Cheng wore her gown and was pleased with Lin's effort. Kanya thanked her for the dress. Lin thought they all looked stunning, though Hongye wasn't amused. Ching Cheng asked Lin to act convincingly at the banquet. They arrived at the hall, full of guests, including more of Lin's fans, which irritated him. Grandfather Mo welcomed everyone. Thankfully, his arrival saved Lin from being mobbed. Lin was surprised to learn the old man was Ching Cheng's grandfather and assumed he'd been a warrior in his youth. As guests gave birthday gifts, Luo Tanyi from the wealthy Luo family presented a rare elixir. Grandfather Mo was impressed. Luo claimed he respected the family since Ching Cheng was his future wife. Ching Cheng's brother objected, and she confessed she already had someone she loved, Lin. This shocked both her grandfather and Luo, but the guests knew Lin's reputation and believed he was worthy. Luo Tanyi scoffed, calling Lin poor and unworthy. Lin saw through his jealousy. The girls defended Lin, saying money wasn't everything. Lin's system gave him 3 choices: leave and gain strength, congratulate Grandpa and boost agility, or confront the villain and gain strength and charm. Lin chose to confront Luo. He said Luo's gifts were meaningless and presented the drink of life instead. Luo mocked the gesture, but Grandpa Mo recognized it as the legendary Lucky Water and wanted to try it. After drinking, Grandpa felt revitalized and declared Lin a worthy match for his granddaughter. Lin gained strength and charm from completing the task. Luo still doubted Lin's claim and accused him of buying the drink. Lin proved him wrong by sharing the water with all the guests, winning them over. Ching Cheng's brother remained upset over losing his sister to Lin. Grandpa Mo stood firm. Lin would be her husband. Furious, Luo vowed revenge. Lin warned him he'd fail. Ching Cheng feared causing Lin trouble, but he reassured her. He disliked rich families who exploited others and hoped to change that. The next morning, Lin got a call from Teacher Tang. Ghosts had appeared in the Kanglan Mountains, and he was asked to lead a mission. Lin, interested in the reward, agreed. He informed Hongye and packed for the urgent task, lamenting the lack of rest for mercenaries. Lin, Ching Cheng, and Kanya arrived at Kanglan, which was unexpectedly crowded. Lin assumed they were all on missions. Ching Cheng explained that Night Watch specialists, usually assigned elsewhere, were there for the money. The Night Watch crew resented the teens' presence, claiming they fought to protect people, not for profit. Kanya wanted to argue, but Lin held her back. The Night Watch sensed a B-level ghost nearby, but moved ahead to confront it first. The mountains seemed peaceful, with beautiful girls welcoming them, but the girls turned into deadly ghosts, catching the Night Watch off guard. Lin, seeing this, summoned his own ghost army and told Kanya and Ching Cheng to attack. Meanwhile, Lin's team fought monsters elsewhere in Kanglan. They were running low on spiritual energy and hoped Lin would show up. Xiangchang, frustrated with always being in the background, pushed everyone to fight harder and prove themselves. They agreed. A B-tier ghost dragon attacked, injuring Xiangchang and his dragon. Murong healed him, and he rose, determined to defeat the ghost. On the same mountain, Yang Xiao was absorbing energy from magical sources and had become an A-tier ghost king. Huebukun realized that giving him the soul jade was a mistake. Yang Xiao had betrayed them. Spotting Lin, Huebukun wanted revenge, but hesitated upon seeing Lin's guards. Lin hadn't planned to bring bodyguards, but they insisted, offering him a gift in exchange. He accepted and promised to show them something exciting. The guy decided to grill some top-grade beef, and because Lin cared about his teammates, he treated them to kebabs. The meat was perfectly seared on the outside and juicy inside, giving a refreshing boost. The girls were thrilled by how tasty it was. Lynn's bodyguards couldn't handle just watching, so they offered to trade spirit stones for the beef. Lynn, seeing the profit, told them to throw their valuables in his box. With plenty of kebabs still left, he began selling them at an 8% discount. The scent spread across the forest, catching even Yobukun's attention, though he didn't dare approach due to being Lynn's enemy. Yobukun couldn't understand why people still supported Lin K. He noticed some unfamiliar figures eyeing Lin. One of them was Luo Tianyin, furious that Lin had stolen his bride and now out for revenge. Recognizing him, Yobukun was glad to find a common enemy and used his threads to amplify Luo's anger. Fueled by rage, Luo Tianyin moved to attack, which surprised Qing Cheng, who didn't understand why he was there. Luo ordered his guards to go after Lin Kuei. Just as Lin's group moved to protect him, the spirit of Lin Kuei's magical sword stepped in to fight off the attackers. Luo, now without guards, was confident he could take on Lin alone, but an earthquake unleashed monsters behind him. Lin used his teleportation skill to save Luo and protect himself. Qing Cheng and Kanya joined the battle, using time acceleration and ice barriers. The sword spirit flew through the monsters, clearing them out. Lin told Luo that the monsters had humbled him, but Luo still begged for Qing Cheng back. Seeing his efforts, Lin handed him water that increased pheromones to help attract girls. Unfortunately, that attracted a ghostly female gorilla, who liked Luo so much she took him away. Yobukun was baffled at Luo's failure and decided to get help from Yang Xiao. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao's absorption of a mountain tree's aura failed. The tree shone brightly, and a girl emerged, Lulu. Yang sensed her connection to the purified Konglan aura and introduced himself as her brother, trying to win her over. Lulu rejected him, sensing his malice, and flew off to investigate nearby energy. Yang chased after her. Elsewhere, Lin Kuei's team fought a ghostly dragon. Its energy seemed endless, so Shangchang used a powerful fiery whirlwind in sync with his own dragon. The team was stunned by his new technique, which allowed him to incinerate the phantom dragon from the air. They recognized him as second only to Lin Kuei in power. Murong believed Xiangchang had grown stronger by following Lin's example, and she wanted to do the same. With his newfound power, Lin easily defeated the remaining spirits to claim their soul jades. Kanya and Qing Cheng were in awe of his strength. Then, Hongye warned Lin about a surge of incoming energy. Suddenly, Lulu crash-landed on him, leaving a crater. Shocked, Lin asked why she attacked, but she called him Dad and said she'd been looking for him. Hongye was furious, thinking Lin had a secret child. Lin insisted he didn't know her, but Lulu also called Hongye Mom. Qing Cheng and Kanya were confused by the revelation, but eventually it became clear it was just a misunderstanding. Lulu only remembered her name and that she had been asleep in the mountains. Hongye felt she carried Konglan's spirit energy and guessed Lulu might be a deity's avatar. Lin realized Lulu only knew them due to his divine powers. Sensing danger, Lulu warned Lin to flee. Yang Xiao and Yubukun appeared through a portal. Lin challenged them directly. Lulu told Lin that Yang tried to steal her powers. Disgusted, Lin faced Yang Xiao, who disabled Lin's ability to fly using charms. Lulu stepped in, controlling nature itself to bind the enemies with vines. Though they broke free, Lin used the opportunity to strike, defeating them in a single blow. Lulu ensured they landed in thorny vines. Yobukun blamed Yang for their failure, and the two retreated through the portal, vowing to return. Hongye wondered what to do with the mountain spirit. Kanya proposed handing it to the patrol squad, but Lulu was frightened and didn't want to be taken away. When asked why she wanted to stay, Lulu said it was because they looked kind and had good energy. Hongye was touched and accepted her. Lin also agreed, though he felt the burden of being responsible for yet another child. News spread through Konglan City of Lin Kuei's success and Luo Tianyin's humiliating defeat, which ended with him being hospitalized. With the mission over, Lin and his team took a beach day. Jin Feng asked Lin to try surfing, but Lin preferred family time. Xiangchang wished for the same lifestyle, but realized he needed to get in shape first. Sutan invited the team surfing, and Xiangchang surprisingly enjoyed it. Lin and Hongye taught Lulu to swim, but Hongye couldn't stay in the sun too long due to her health. Lingshi was jealous that her brother spent more time with the new girl, but Lulu approached her with a beautiful shell, winning her over. Lingshi happily accepted her role as a big sister. Later, Lin suggested they make wishes and send them off as paper airplanes in the breeze. Lingshi doubted it would work, but was willing to try. The kids fought over who'd go first, showing they still had a ways to grow. When everyone finished, Lin was impressed by their wishes, especially Xiao Bai's. Curious, he asked why the little fox wanted to become a mount. Xiao Bai revealed he had been training to grow stronger and surprised everyone by glowing and evolving into a larger form. Lin was shocked, thinking the fox had only been playing around, but Xiao Bai had matured and learned to speak, claiming he grew stronger by following Lin. With continued effort, he believed he could become a full-grown fox. Lin realized that while Xiao Bai's larger form was great for riding, his smaller form was much easier to carry. He asked if the fox could shrink back, and Xiao Bai said he could shift sizes easily. Pleased, Lin hugged the little fox, which caught the kids' attention. They wanted to cuddle him too, but Xiao Bai wasn't interested. Watching his makeshift family relax together, Lin felt they truly resembled a real happy family. His own wish was for Hongye to recover her body soon. He folded his wish into a paper airplane and sent it sailing over the sea. Out at sea, a ghost shark dreamed of ruling the ocean and conquering land. Near Haiphong, a ship raised the alarm over an approaching ghost fleet. Armed and prepared, the defenders fought back, but the ghost shark shrugged off their attacks. The cruiser was disabled by a magical blast, forcing its crew to flee. At that moment, Lin's wish plane flew toward the ghost ship and exploded on contact, causing massive panic. The ghosts, unfamiliar with such power, were terrified, thinking it a secret weapon from Daxia. Their ship destroyed, they flailed helplessly in the sea, begging their leader for help. Back on shore, Lin and Lingshi were singing a song dedicated to Hongye, though Yellow and Oniji found his singing terrible. Just then, the sea ghosts came ashore, intending to conquer the island. Lin told them that if they wanted to follow him, they'd need to defeat him first. Yellow was eager to try out her new weapon, the Evil King's Tooth, which she claimed was her child born through Carrie's power. The sword's flames were wild and chaotic, but the ghost shark dismissed it, wanting to show her own power. Lin stepped in and defeated her with a single strike. Stunned, the ghost shark was quickly followed by Lingshi's summoned bear, who launched her away, and Yellow added another blow with her sword. Lin finished her off with a fiery punch, ending the threat and collecting her spiritual jasper. He noted he couldn't ignore them. They were the ones who came ashore looking for trouble. The Night Watch organization, including Lin's sister, Lin Hua, arrived to respond, but she realized Lin had already handled it. She noted how much he had grown and remarked on Lingshi's strength, though she teased her about her short height. Lingshi didn't appreciate the height comment, but Lin Hua reassured her that she'd blossom in time. She also noticed Hongye and was surprised to hear they already had a child. Lin explained that Lulu was adopted, which Lin Hua accepted. She then assigned them a mission to investigate the Sand Shadow Ghost, one of the 8 Ghost Kings. This ghost had devoured 4 cities, turning them into desert wastelands. Even her elite unit was struggling to contain it. Lin, intrigued by the challenge, asked if it came with aura benefits. Lin Hua, now promoted to Advanced Level A, encouraged him, believing he'd reach her level soon if he kept working hard. Lin saw the loneliness in his sister, always alone, always the strong one, and vowed to become strong enough for her to rely on him. Inspired, everyone kept training hard. Qin Feng pursued his growth. Xiangqiang vanished on intense training missions, rumored to be with his family and working on fitness. Lin, now assigned to the Cocoa Division, set out west to investigate the Sand Shadow Ghost. His partner was unexpectedly Kake, a water mage. She saw it as a blessing to join Lin on a mission again, unaware he had adopted a child. Secretly, Hongye followed them invisibly, wanting to confirm Lin's loyalty. Lin noticed her absence and suspected she was jealous. Kay was shocked to find the desert used to be a city, now swallowed by sand. She said the Sand Shadow Ghost was likely hiding and recovering. Lin told her not to dwell on it and kept moving. He then asked Lulu to start greening the desert. Kay didn't understand why they were planting seeds when their mission was different, but with Lulu's power, the desert quickly sprouted life. Kay boosted it further with rainfall. The once barren desert transformed into a lively oasis. Lin praised their teamwork. Soon, desert vehicles approached. Their passengers were bulky, armed thieves. As they stepped out, they slipped and clumsily posed, trying to intimidate Lin and Kay. Lin was presented with 3 choices: punish them, plus 15 strength, reform them, 20 strength, or surrender, plus 10 dexterity. He chose to reform them, demanding they give up their treasures. The thieves pretended to comply, but returned with weapons instead. Xiao Bai, now stronger, crushed them under his bulk. After subduing them, Lin reclaimed their loot and pointed out that he'd done to them exactly what they had done to others. This lesson hit home. For completing the task, Lin gained plus 20 strength. He offered to release them if they shared info about the Sand Shadow Ghost. At first, they claimed ignorance, until Lulu intervened. Then they revealed the ghost was recovering in the capital of sins. The road was perilous, filled with quicksand and phantoms. Still, Lynn pressed on. Kay asked if this all felt unreal, hinting at her feelings for him. Lynn, used to such confessions, joked about it. Kay wasn't sure if he liked her, so Lynn clarified that he already had a fiancée and called out for Hong Ye. Dropping her invisibility, Hong Ye greeted Kay and introduced herself as Lynn's guardian spirit. Kay was stunned by her beauty and admired her. Lulu ran to greet her mother, and Hong Ye praised the girl for her good behavior. Kay, seeing this affectionate family, realized Hong Ye was the only one worthy of Lynn. Hong Ye called Kay a good girl and encouraged her to keep it up. Embarrassed, Kay blushed with happiness. Lynn was puzzled by what made Kay blush and suddenly felt superfluous at that moment. Suddenly, the weather turned harsh as a sandstorm swept over them, caused not by nature, but by ghostly soldiers. The violent winds flung the group in all directions before pulling them underground. They found themselves in an ancient underground vault, once belonging to fallen soldiers. Lynn's first instinct was to open the treasure chests, but Hong Ye warned him it wasn't safe. He was too late. Creepy eyes appeared within the chests, and hands emerged outside. Ghost soldiers dropped from above, and Lynn responded by hurling the treasure chests at them. Spotting a path ahead, he chose to flee. KK struggled to keep up, so Xiao Bai stepped in to carry her away from danger. Meanwhile, the monsters absorbed fallen soldiers and merged into a larger threat. Hong Yi, recalling this place, guided them to a hidden mechanism triggered by a string. When Lin pulled it, the floor beneath the ghosts collapsed, halting their advance. Yet, traps continued to spring. A wall panel revealed underground rockets that launched into the ghost army, wiping many of them out. Lin accidentally stepped on another trap, unleashing a wall of sharp thorns that impaled more ghosts. As doors slammed shut behind them, crushing the last of the stragglers, they finally cleared the area. But Hong Ye warned that so many traps had been triggered that the place was preparing to self-destruct. With no escape in sight, Lin feared it was the end. Refusing to give up, Lulu summoned a massive beanstalk that carried them safely to the desert's surface. Night had fallen, and they chose to rest and celebrate. Kay was impressed by Lin's spatial dimension ability and his solo combat skills. Lin encouraged her, saying she'd learn it with time and strength. Everyone praised Lulu's resourcefulness, except Xiao Bai, who felt left out. They quickly comforted the little fox, acknowledging his speed and bravery. Lin noticed Hong Ye quietly sitting apart and invited her to join the barbecue. She said it had been a long time since she'd seen the desert and missed the nighttime atmosphere. Lin asked how she knew so much about the palace's traps. She revealed the underground vault had once been part of her empire. 3,000 years ago, a desert kingdom had flourished under her rule. Ghosts invaded their world, and though she fought as a princess, the empire fell. Her family perished in battle, and her soul was reincarnated through centuries, losing its memories, until now. She thanked Lin, calling him a gift from the heavens for helping her regain her form and memories. They were both grateful to have found each other. The next morning, Kay noticed their supplies were missing. Lin found it odd, as they hadn't encountered anyone else. Xiao Bai picked up a scent and discovered an underground sand dog, suffering from sunstroke. Lin suspected it knew something and pressured it to talk. Frightened, the dog confessed and offered to guide them to the city of sand sculptures. When they arrived, buildings were half buried in dunes, and even the inhabitants were made of sand. Suddenly, walls of sand rose beneath them, trapping the group. Lin realized the dog had tricked them. Their captor was Vingaso, the sandmaster and ruler of the city. His sand-controlling powers allowed him to imprison intruders, intending to turn them into sculptures for trespassing. Faced with a decision, fight and gain strength, surrender for agility, or challenge Vingaso in a sand sculpture contest for a mysterious coin of good and evil, Lin chose the third. Kay insisted on neutral judges, and Vingaso agreed to a 3-stage contest. If Vingaso won, they'd become sculptures. If Lin won, Vingaso would share everything he knew about the desert. The first round was themed plants. Vingaso created Cupid of Plants, mixing romance with greenery. Lin and Lulu crafted Child of Nature, which scored higher, 95 to Vingaso's 90. Vingaso was shocked. The second round was about bears. Vingaso built a massive, intimidating beast, sure it would win. But Lin's sculpture, appealing more to animal instincts, scored 99, again beating Vingaso, who only got 70. The final round was themed around human love. Vingaso, self-absorbed, sculpted himself. Lin sculpted Hong Ye, declaring her his only love. The judges gave him a perfect 100. Vingaso scored 95 and refused to explain why he chose himself, revealing he'd been heartbroken long ago. Though Lin won the coin of good and evil, he felt for the old man. Vingaso shared his tragic past. His once thriving city was wiped out by ghosts. He alone survived, gaining control over sand to protect what remained. Lin related to his pain, having lost family to ghosts too. To lift Vingaso's spirits, he called him a true sandmaster. Kay asked if he had ever sculpted his lost love. Reluctantly, Vingaso showed them her statue. It was so beautiful they nearly fainted and asked him to hide it again. Encouraged by their support, Vingaso felt better. Though he didn't know exactly where the sand shadow ghost was, he told them that after the region turned to desert, a Sin City had appeared. He crafted a sand boat to carry them there, though it would only last a day. Upon arriving in Sin City, Lin remarked that both humans and ghosts lived there. The locals were said to be simple folk, but he wasn't fully convinced. While wandering the streets, they saw a blind beggar. When a ghost stole his donation bowl, the man chased after it, revealing he wasn't blind after all. Lin joked that the ghost had cured him. Soon after, an old man offered to help them. Kay, charmed by the area, asked him to take their photo, but the old man had other plans. He tried to steal their phone instead. Lin quickly caught the old man who had tried to steal their phone and taught him a lesson, telling him to respect younger people and stop resorting to petty theft. Suspecting the old man knew more than he let on, Lin asked about the sand ghost. The man claimed he knew nothing, only that the ghost vanished without a trace, but he did point Lin towards someone who might know more, a bard in a nearby tavern, rumored to have ties to the ghost. Not wanting to disturb his wife, Lin decided to find an inn so she could rest and headed to the Moonlight Tavern. Inside, Lin approached the bard calmly, avoiding force, and asked about the sand ghost. The bard boasted that he knew everything, and Lin saw in his reaction that he had likely met the ghost in person. The bard agreed to answer his question if Lin could beat him in a game. Knowing the bard's legendary luck, Lin proposed a coin toss using a special coin he'd earned from the system. One side showed angel wings, granting power. The other, a demon's head, called down lightning. The bard went first, confident in his skill, but landed on the demon's head and was electrocuted. Lin tossed next, same result. Both were shocked, literally, and round after round, neither could win, each flip bringing more lightning. Over 100 tosses later, Lin lost his angelic blessing, gaining resistance to lightning instead. The bard, frustrated, refused to accept defeat and suggested a poetry contest. He went first, composing a poem about the dangers of coin tossing. He praised his own wit. Sure, Lin couldn't match him, but Lin responded with a bold verse about a heroic young man, blessed with divine strength, who could destroy ghosts with ease. The bard was awestruck, declared Lin his idol, and conceded. But Lin wasn't swayed by flattery. He demanded information about the sand ghost. The bard confessed that the sand ghost had taken over his house and sent him to gather intel. Realizing the ghost was likely regaining power there, Lin set out to face him. To infiltrate the house, he relied on an old trick, disguising himself as a woman. Posing as a maid summoned by the sand ghost, Lin easily got past the enchanted guards. When more ghosts arrived, he tried to stay in character, but the act didn't hold up. Forced to fight, Lin summoned his sword spirit, who was upset that he only called her during combat. He quickly assured her it wasn't out of neglect, he just wanted her to rest. Reassured, she unleashed her flamestorm and cut down enemies. Lin followed with his Monkey King transformation, donning golden armor to finish off the rest. But then came the ghost soldier's captain, the seductive and deadly Snake Spirit, a high-level B-class ghost. She offered him mercy if he surrendered, but Lin refused. As she prepared to attack, the sword spirit ambushed her. Furious, the Snake Spirit cast an illusion, seducing both Lin and the sword spirit into a dreamscape. Lin saw Hongye calling to him, while the sword spirit imagined a paradise of weaponry. At that critical moment, Hongye herself arrived, breaking the illusion and saving them. She sensed Lin was in danger and rushed to help. She told Lin to go after the sand ghost, while she and Lulu handled the snake. Hongye, enraged at the ghost for enchanting her husband, awakened her demonic bloodline and attacked. The snake spirit coiled her tail around her, but Hongye cut herself free and surprised the ghost with a counterattack. Seeing she was outmatched, the snake spirit surrendered. Hongye sealed her in her original form and demanded information. The ghost, now smitten, agreed, offering to travel the world with her if she'd allow it. Meanwhile, Lin had cleared the House of Ghosts and stood before a sealed door where he felt a powerful aura, likely the sand ghost's. Inside, the sand ghost was waiting. He admitted to planting false rumors of his weakness to lure Lin in. He then trapped Lin in a sand prison, revealing that he had sensed a powerful soul within him, one he coveted. Lin guessed he meant Hongye's. The ghost summoned his shadow sword, trying to force the soul from Lin's body. Releasing Lin from the trap, he challenged him to a duel. But Lin's attacks did nothing. The sand ghost shrugged them off effortlessly and blocked everything with sand. Lin realized the Ghost Kings all hid their power until it was too late. This one had complete control, overpowering every move. He demanded to know the identity of the spirit inside Lin, but Lin refused to answer, even if it meant death. Hongye appeared, launching an attack, but the ghost blocked it with ease. He recognized the aura shared between them and realized she was the soul in Lin's body. Hongye warned him not to lay a finger on her husband. She activated her sword's spiritual flames and attacked fiercely. The Ghost King was surprised to see her again. It had been so long. She too felt a strange familiarity. But before she could question him, he grabbed her with a giant sand hand. Lin stepped in to protect her. When he told Hongye he'd handle the ghost, she refused to leave him alone. She asked who the ghost really was and why he knew her. Removing his helmet, the sand ghost revealed his face, telling Hongye he was her brother, lost to time and war, and that she had forgotten him after 3,000 years. Lin remembered Hongye once mentioning her brother, Hongshan. She had long believed he was dead, so discovering he had survived and even joined Mingyuan shocked and infuriated her. Hongshan explained that when he died, his soul had nowhere to go, and he was forced into the ghost world. For centuries, he had suppressed his hatred for Mingyuan, waiting for a chance to act. Hongye was relieved that at least he hadn't changed in essence and invited him to join their fight against the ghosts. But Hongshan, now half ghost and half human, said he could no longer live among humans. Instead, he planned to take control of Mingyuan's cities, conquer the world, and rebuild the Sand Empire. He had already created legions of ghost warriors and wanted Hongye to rule beside him. But her vision clashed with his. She didn't want chaos or war to return. This wasn't the world of 3,000 years ago. Lin tried to convince Hongshan to cooperate with Daxia to join forces for revenge against Mingyuan, but Hongshan refused. He saw Daxia as hopeless, with values completely at odds with his goals. Not wanting to fight his sister, he vanished, promising they'd witness his new world rise. Lin, worried, asked Hongye how she felt. She swore she'd stop her brother, no matter the cost. The next day, the group traveled deeper into the desert using a sandboard. Hongye was unsure they'd find anything, but Lin reassured her they would. Lulu warned them she saw a shark, but Hongye dismissed it. It was a desert after all. Kay explained to the girl that sharks only lived in oceans. Lin joked that if there were sharks, he'd protect them. Just then, Xiaobai sensed danger, right before a sand shark leapt from the ground and swallowed the girls. Only Xiaobai's speed saved Lin. Furious, Lin summoned the magic sword spirit and attacked the shark, but its regenerative powers and speed made it a tough opponent. Inside, Hongye, Kay, and Lulu remained safe by standing on the shark's bones, avoiding the stomach acid. Without magic, they split up to find something sharp. Outside, Lin used Xiaobai's speed to catch up while the sword spirit leaped onto the shark, stabbing it with her blade. It only enraged the beast. They fused their powers into a divine demonic blade, their first weapon of such power. With the shark wounded and slowing down, Lin gained the upper hand. The shark, sensing divine energy, began fleeing. Meanwhile, the girls found a piece of the sage's stone in the stomach. Hongye knew this was the creature's core. Removing it would save them. Lin, noticing the shark falter, guessed Hongye had done something from inside. He seized the opportunity and cleaved the shark in half, rescuing them. Hongye showed him the sage's stone, and upon absorbing it, said she was now just one stone away from restoring her body. Lin, overjoyed, promised to marry her once her body was fully restored, but first, they had to stop the sand ghost. Later, they reached a village where they saw a magical rod embedded in stone, the same rod Hongye had wielded as a princess. It once radiated immense power, but now it was just wood, and she was saddened. The villagers, alarmed at first, recognized Hongye as their long-lost princess and were stunned to see her alive after 3,000 years. She asked them not to kneel, uncomfortable with the reverence. She wanted to know why only elders remained. A villager explained the sand ghost had taken all the young people to build a pyramid. Hongye realized this was part of a larger summoning ritual. Ghosts ruled nearby, hoarding clean water while giving villagers only dirty rations. Lin promised to fix that. He suggested splitting up. He and Hongye would strike the main camp, while Kay, Lulu, and Xiaobai would secure the water source. Lin and Hongye observed the ghost-run work camp from a hill. The pyramids were almost complete, and ghosts were driving the enslaved people hard. The largest pyramid was clearly the night ghost's lair. Lin summoned his own ghost army to attack. The Ghost Commander, confident in his defenses, was caught off guard when Lynn's skeleton warriors struck. The enslaved people saw their chance and joined the revolt. At the top of the pyramid, an A-level night ghost lounged in a pool. His minions warned him of the attack, but he remained calm, believing no one could touch him. Lynn and Hongyi flew to the top. Lynn was surprised to see the powerful night ghost was a chicken. The golden chick proudly declared its title. Just then, the ghost snake, now Hongyi's spirit companion, appeared and volunteered to take on the chicken. With Hongyi's power boosting her, the snake ghost became even stronger. Lynn was amazed. Hongyi had a spirit ally, but she said it was only temporary. The night ghost, angry at the betrayal, attacked with sharp feathers, but Lynn and Hongyi easily dodged them. Lynn mocked him, threatening to roast him. The ghost was enraged. No one had ever humiliated him like this. Lynn responded with his master's sword technique, wounding the chicken. Then he was presented with 3 options: kill it, 12 strength, release it, +18 agility, or subdue it, 12 agility. The agility reward was highest, so he released it. Suspicious, the night ghost hesitated. Lynn, fearing he'd lose the reward, threatened him with a blade. The ghost flew off, completing the task and earning Lynn the agility bonus. Lynn then called the ghost back, saying he never said when he could leave. Meanwhile, Kay, Lulu, and the fox succeeded in defeating the enemy troops and restored clean water to the village. The elders, overjoyed to see the river flowing again, praised their princess for saving them. After Lynn returned to the village with the man as promised, he restored their water source and saved them from the night ghost. Grateful, the villagers praised their queen and her companion. The elders, still bitter, wanted to punish the ghost for his past wrongs. Lynn, feeling hungry, to make a fire and suggested having chicken for dinner. Chicken Little objected and threatened legal action. Lynn decided to compromise. If the chicken helped them locate the sand ghost, he'd be spared. Chicken Little revealed that the sand ghost was 100 miles away, building an army to invade Daxia, and offered to arrange transport. Lynn, however, intended to ride him instead. Outraged, the chicken refused, feeling humiliated. But after getting guidance from Lingshi, he warmed up to the idea and agreed. They flew to Iron City, the sand ghost's stronghold. Rather than rushing in, the group hid to scout. Lynn saw nothing unusual. Keke suspected heavy security and urged a covert entry. Hongye offered to sneak in, but Lynn assigned the mission to Chicken Little instead. The night ghost accepted, seeing a chance to betray them, but Lynn warned that a curse would explode him if he did. The threat worked, and the chicken agreed to return with intel. Lynn later admitted to Hongye the curse was a bluff. From the sky, Chicken Little saw a large army. The ghost soldiers spotted him and were confused to see a pyramid guard in their territory. Mistaking the welcome for fame, Chicken Little thought they wanted autographs. Instead, they aimed to eat him. Meanwhile, Lynn's group set up camp and played board games. When the chicken returned, he was upset to see them relaxing. Nonetheless, Lynn rewarded him with a draught of living water. Inspired, the little fox suggested tunneling under the city. Lynn approved, and they dug quickly using their powers. The chicken guided them through the damp path. They emerged into an underground water reservoir guarded by ghosts. When the ghosts attacked, Chicken Little wiped them out with a wing flap. He summoned the water spirit to manage the flow and prevent flooding. As she channeled the power, Lynn worried about drowning Iron City. Above ground, the ghost army panicked at the rising water. They couldn't swim, so they called their captain. Lynn found only land ghosts left, drained from controlling the water, was exhausted. Lynn gave her more living water. Despite her weakness, she insisted on staying to help. Hongye convinced Lulu to return home for her safety. Lynn asked the chicken to escort and Lulu back, rewarding him with 3 jars of living water. Energized, the night ghost promised to fulfill his mission. Lynn turned to the remaining army on the flooded surface. Their second captain, the lizard ghost, appeared, ready to defend Iron City in the snake spirit's place. Lynn was confused. He thought the snake spirit was still loyal, but she had switched sides to serve her new master and didn't care about Iron City. Lynn, determined to stop all ghosts from harming people, faced off against the lizard ghost using a fused purple-gold sword and his magic blade. Though the snake spirit had surrendered, the lizard ghost refused. As a sign of honor, Lynn gave him a chance, tossing coins of fate. When the skull symbol landed, lightning struck the ghost. Surprised by the coin's power, Lynn decided to use them in future battles. With the ghost's defenses down, Lynn finished him off with his golden sword. Hongye was amazed at how easily he defeated a B-tier ghost. Lynn claimed the ghost soul jade, which boosted his strength by 20 points, equivalent to a major mission reward. He absorbed the jade, feeling its energy fill him. Hongye said it was time to move on to Santo's mansion to confront the rest of the ghosts. The snake spirit and fox offered to handle the other ghosts so their masters could face the main threat. Bidding farewell to their pets, Lynn and Hongye went in search of the sand ghost. At the mansion's peak, the Ghost King awaited, impressed by the flood tactic. Hongye told her brother his ambitions were doomed. The sand ghost tried to convince her to join him, but she refused and urged him to abandon his plans. Enraged, he summoned his sword. Lynn and Hongye attacked with lightning and spiritual energy, but the ghost dodged and summoned a sandstorm with his sword, choking them and pressing them into the ground. Overwhelmed, they were blasted apart by the ghost's power. The Sand King celebrated his supposed victory. Watching from afar, their companions feared the worst. Inside his subconscious, Lin doubted he'd survived. He regretted not being there for his sister and felt guilt toward his team and Hua, his elder sister. Most of all, he was pained he couldn't protect Hongye, but the promise he'd made to restore Hongye gave him the will to rise again. Feeling divine energy, a surge of magic burst from the earth, transforming Lin into his original martial form. He vowed to finish what he started. Hongye warned him not to underestimate the sand ghost. Lin attacked, thrilled to fight at full strength. He shielded Hongye, but she insisted she could still fight, empowering her sword into a demon eater. Their pets joined in, surrounding the sand ghost. The snake spirit pleaded for coexistence with humans, but the Ghost King rejected this and unleashed his sand shadow field, a portal to a desert dimension. Trapped in this isolated world, the Ghost King summoned sand soldiers. The fox offered to handle them, so Lin could face the king alone. As Lin flew in to strike, the ghost evaded easily. His attack failed to penetrate Lin's defense. Lin retaliated with a fireball, distracting the ghost, while Hongye snuck up and damaged his helmet. But it wasn't enough. The sand ghost responded with a powerful sandstorm. After their pets defeated the sand soldiers, they joined Lin and Hongye to corner the Ghost King. The duo combined their swords and unleashed a massive attack, but the ghost survived. Furious, the sand ghost summoned more storm energy, starting to collapse the dimensional portal itself. They couldn't escape the sand shadow field, and it exploded, carrying them back into the real world. The Ghost King, believing he had triumphed over his sister, celebrated, until Lin suddenly drove his sword into him. Thanks to Lin's S-tier body, the explosion didn't injure him. The Ghost King, however, endured the blow and struck back, stabbing Lin and claiming his blade could pierce any defense. But Lin wasn't ready to lose. He tapped into his demonic power, pulled the sword out, and with his rapid healing, stood tall again. The Ghost King was confused. He thought Lin was only A rank, yet he fought far beyond that level. Lin explained he'd surpassed A rank long ago and had just been concealing his strength. The Ghost King was insulted, feeling belittled, and insisted he wouldn't stop until true peace was achieved. But Lin rejected the idea that destroying the world brought peace. The Ghost King argued that humanity's flaws were unbearable, and as ghosts were once human, their suffering led them to this form. Hongye interrupted, saying he only saw darkness in people. The Ghost King asked her what light she saw. She told him he'd never known warmth or love and wouldn't understand light. He bristled at her lecture, especially from his younger sister. But Hongye said he was unworthy to call himself her brother because true strength meant protecting the weak, not destroying them. She pointed to the devastation under his rule, saying it resembled the destruction once caused by demons. Moved by her words, the Ghost King realized he'd ignored people's suffering and ruled only for himself. He asked Hongye if she was truly happy among humans. She said when she first awakened as a ghost, her world was dark, but Lin brought light into her life. He didn't care about her past. He simply helped her, and through that, she felt love. With Lin, darkness no longer had power over her. That's why she loved him and wanted to stay by his side. Hongshan, her brother, had spent too long wandering alone, never knowing a life like hers. Still, he understood what she meant. He gave her 2 sage stones he'd once intended to use to become human again. But now, he felt she needed them more. Hongye didn't want to accept. She urged him to use them and return to humanity so they could fight side by side for Doxia, but he refused. He transferred the stone's power to her instead, hoping she could regain her human form. The energy overwhelmed Hongye, and she fainted. Hongshan, seeing her vulnerability and her desire for peace, destroyed the artifact that commanded ghosts, eradicating them from the desert. Lin was shocked that the Ghost King destroyed his own army for his sister. Afterward, Hongshan bid them farewell, saying he planned to travel the world. But if the future disappointed him, he warned he might return to conquer it. Lin was more concerned about Hongye's condition. She told him the sage stones helped her regain her human form. The power was too much for her body. Weak, she leaned on Lynn as they returned home. 4 days later, Lynn bought an apartment in Sin City and stayed by Hongye's bedside the entire time. She was touched when she realized he hadn't left her side. Lynn didn't mind the sleepless nights. He was just happy she'd recovered. Everyone else was thrilled too. When Lynn held her hand for the first time in her human form, the feeling was completely new to him. Hongye teased him for suddenly acting shy, even though they'd known each other so long. Then Lulu blurted out that she wanted to see their first kiss. Lynn, embarrassed, resisted, but encouraged it too, saying it was romantic. Since Lynn hesitated, Hongye kissed him herself. That evening, they had a small celebration with kebabs. As it grew late, Lulu fell asleep in Kei's arms, and she took the child upstairs. Hongye called Lynn over to look at the moon. He was flustered. This was his first love. She told him she wanted to show him the sky from up close. He was amazed to see that she could now fly. Her A-rank powers had made that possible. She took him to Mizuki Hill, the tallest point in the desert, wanting the stars and moon to witness their love. She encouraged him not to be nervous and to trust himself. After a few peaceful days, she said it was time to return to everyone else. Back in the city, Kei informed Lynn that they had guests. His elder sister had arrived and was already bonding with Lulu. Lulu showed off the rabbit Linhua had given her. Linhua admitted she hadn't expected them to gather all the ghosts. She had only sent them on a small mission. She told them the sand ghost had joined Daxia, and the inspector had approved Lynn for the night patrol division. But Lynn hesitated. He wanted more freedom and time with Hongye. Linhua explained that the night patrol was just a title and wouldn't restrict him much. Hongye urged him to accept. It had always been his dream. Lynn agreed. With that decision, Linhua said it was time he learned more of the world's hidden truths. Natural disasters had consumed In Island. The Western Kingdom was under siege from ghosts hiding among civilians. In the Snow Kingdom, soldiers gave everything despite being outnumbered. Even the seas were unsafe, overrun by giant water ghosts. The borders held for now, but only just. They needed people like Lynn. Lynn wanted Hongye to join him in Konglin and become a night watch too, but she felt her place was still in the desert, where she could do the most good. She respected his choice and encouraged him to go. Lynn understood. They were together in heart, even if apart. Linhua suggested that Hongye could serve as a special agent and live in the desert. But first, they needed to rename Sin City to Sand City to help people feel safe again and give Hongye a legacy to build from. Lynn hadn't expected their parting to be so emotional. Though saddened, he fully supported her choice. Linhua was happy her brother had found someone so worthy. The next morning, a helicopter came to take them to Konglin. Lynn gave Hongye his phone, but she said not to worry. They were spiritually linked and could contact each other soul to soul. Kei chose to remain too. Her water abilities were vital in the desert. Lulu stayed to help her mother and asked Lynn not to miss her too much. Before leaving, the desert villagers showered Lynn with gifts. He didn't expect such a warm farewell. Hongye told him to take care, promising to wait for him. Lynn, no longer the boy he once was, promised everything would be fine. She told him he was the only one she'd ever loved and would wait for him always. They departed for Konglin to take on the remaining threats. Hongye believed their love would endure anything, and next time they met, Lynn would be stronger than ever. Meanwhile, in Minyuan, the Daxia commander was furious with the sand ghost for pretending to disappear. But Yang Xiao, loyal and confident, assured him there was a larger plan underway. His people were stationed in cities, executing a covert operation. The Nightmare King was pleased with his ambition. Yang Xiao aimed to surpass him and take his throne, but was shocked to learn the king had sent clones abroad to conquer the world. Elsewhere, Hongye's brother unknowingly entered the city where she lived. He was surprised to find its infrastructure and technology far superior to the desert. With the large crowds, he easily hid his ghostly aura and blended in. As Hongshan wandered through the city, people whispered about him. His appearance drew too much attention. Irritated by their stares and ignorance, he took off into the sky. He was amazed by the city's speeding metal vehicles and the towering buildings, a stark contrast to the quiet desert he came from. But despite the spectacle, the desert still felt more like home. When he hovered near a traffic light, local police confronted him and told him to get down immediately. As he flew off, stunned onlookers recorded him on their phones. Superpowered individuals were a rare sight. At the same time, a girl was fleeing from ghost creatures through narrow alleys, crying for help. As Hongshan passed by, she begged him to save her. The ghosts warned him to back off unless he wanted to be their next meal. Offended, Hongshan obliterated them with a single sand strike. The girl, astonished by how easily he handled the ghosts, thanked him profusely. He brushed off her gratitude, he wasn't one for human affection, and told her he had things to do. But when she tried to stop him, she suddenly cried out in pain. She had twisted her ankle while running and didn't know how to get home. Reluctantly, Hongshan agreed to help her again. As he carried her, her heart started pounding unexpectedly. She thanked him, realizing she could have been in serious danger without his help. Curious, she asked if he was from the Night Watch due to his strength. Hongshan, uncomfortable with questions, told her to stop asking. But despite his silence, she kept trying to learn more about him. His look and long hair reminded her of an anime character. He simply said he was a wanderer from Sin City. Introducing herself, she told him her name was Xiao, a student at Baicheng High School. He returned the introduction, though he was clearly annoyed by her many questions and preferred meaningful ones over what he considered pointless chatter. When they arrived at her house, Xiao asked him to set her on the couch. This was the first time she'd had a guy in her home, and she was excited. Hongshan examined her injury and found it was more serious than she realized. While she assumed one pill would fix it, he used magic to heal her instantly. She was surprised not only by the healing, but by how kind he turned out to be. To thank him, she offered dinner. He declined, but she insisted, sure he must be hungry, and he accepted to avoid hurting her feelings. She made 2 dishes. Though they didn't look appealing, she promised they tasted good. Watching him eat closely, she waited for feedback. He said food was just energy to him, and taste didn't matter. Still, Xiaoshui was pleased. If he kept eating, it meant he liked it. She mentioned her classmates hated her bento, so his quiet approval meant a lot. After dinner, he prepared to leave, but Xiaoshui offered to walk him home. When he revealed he had no home and lived in a tree at the park, she was shocked. Feeling he deserved better, she let him stay the night. Still uncomfortable, she tried to learn more and asked about his parents. Hongshan said he hadn't had any in a long time. Embarrassed, Xiaoshui apologized. She explained that her only family was her father, who spent most of his life fighting ghosts, so she rarely saw him. Lacking powers herself, she often felt helpless and envied Hongshan's strength. But he told her being normal wasn't a weakness. Still, she wanted to grow stronger. Seeing her determination, he offered to teach her. Elsewhere, word spread at school that Lingshi had been made head of the disciplinary committee and would now patrol the grounds. The students were terrified. Surrounded by a posse of strong junior high students, Lingshi was treated with reverence as a low-ranked demon queen. Her strict rules scared high schoolers who weren't pleased with her authority. When they tried to challenge her, her ally Yellow attacked with a noxious gas weapon, completely overpowering them. The students backed down quickly. Meanwhile, Lingshi asked Yellow about the sales from her brother's items. Yellow reported $10,000 in monthly profits. Pleased, Lingshi said her brother would be proud, though she missed him. Calls weren't possible from the desert. Just then, a car pulled up outside the school. Lynn stepped out, and Lingshi ran into his arms, thrilled to see him again. That evening, Lynn returned home and told Anji to pause her work and check the gifts he brought. Anji received a brand new uniform, Lingshi got new clothes, and Xiaohui got a giant land shark bone, though unexpectedly it turned into a dog. Lingshi asked why Hongye and Lulu hadn't come back. Lin said Hongye had recovered and chosen to stay in the desert with Lulu for work. Lingshi was surprised at her quick recovery, but happy they were doing well. Lin also revealed he had joined the Night Watch alongside his older sister. Lingshi admired his courage and was proud of him. The next day, Lin arrived at the Night Watch office in Konglin City and was amazed at how advanced the headquarters were. Linhua explained that higher-ups had assigned both her and Hongye to the second task force. Lin was disappointed, as he had hoped to be in his sister's unit. She took him to meet Yun Shi, the second squad leader. Yun Shi was shocked that the one responsible for defeating so many powerful ghosts looked so ordinary. She suspected he was only hired because of his sister. Linhua didn't like that insult and defended her brother's reputation. Tired of the argument, Lin stepped in and said he didn't care what others thought. Yun Shi claimed she'd watch over him and planned to outperform the first squad with his help. Before she left, Linhua warned Yun Shi to treat her brother carefully. Once alone, Yun Shi told Lin to forget about his sister while on duty. Though she acknowledged his past feats, she doubted the ghosts he fought were truly strong. She expected high standards from him. His internship would pay $5,000 for 6 months, with extra rewards for captured ghosts. Though the salary was low, Lin didn't care. His goal was strength, not money. He already earned plenty from his business ventures. Yunxi explained that rookies who completed solo tasks would receive greater bonuses. Lin was frustrated that even his boss was teasing him like his sister had. With the paperwork done, Lin accepted his internship, knowing it wouldn't last forever. Yunxi assigned his first mission: investigate a series of male disappearances near the road, likely ghost-related. Lin searched the most dangerous part of the city all day, but found nothing. Lonely without Hongye, he longed for someone to talk to. As night fell, he encountered a girl who questioned why he was wandering alone. At first, he thought she was just a stranger, but he sensed a ghostly aura around her. He was presented with 3 options: flirt, 20 strength; remain calm, 25 strength; or expose her, plus 15 agility. Lin chose the second, rejecting her dinner offer and suggesting she eat alone. The girl was taken aback but tried to save face by asking him to at least sit with her. Lin refused again, stating plainly that he had a wife. Afterward, he earned plus 25 strength for resisting temptation. Then, changing tactics, he apologized and accepted her invitation to meet again. The girl took pride in her irresistible beauty. Lin suspected she was behind the disappearances of local men, but to confirm his theory, he visited her apartment. She welcomed him warmly and told him to make himself comfortable. Lin sensed a strong supernatural presence in her home, but it wasn't enough to act on. She offered him a special drink from the Apache region, but he declined, preferring cola due to his healthy lifestyle. Annoyed, the girl hid her irritation and offered to get him a cola, but Lin pulled out his own stash. They toasted to their meeting, though she was already plotting how to get rid of him. However, when she lifted a glass and realized she couldn't drink, her ghostly disguise faltered, and she revealed her true form. Lin was satisfied. He had exposed her. Since she was a level B ghost, he knew he could handle her. She launched an attack, but Lin easily countered. Even after repeated strikes, Lin Kuei overpowered her and interrogated her about the missing men in Canlin. The ghost confessed that she had tricked them into walking to their deaths. Lin was shocked by the mention of a slaughterhouse and knew the case was far from closed. She agreed to cooperate and took him to a meat plant ominously named the Juicy Slaughterhouse. Offering to unlock the gate, she was surprised when Lin simply scaled the fence instead. Inside, he picked up on the scent of blood and suspected the men had been killed and processed. He believed the ghosts feared him and were hiding in the hangar. When they entered, dozens of ghosts appeared, welcoming them mockingly. Lin wasn't intimidated and gave them a chance to surrender. Unbeknownst to him, the girl had sent a signal to her brothers earlier. This had all been a setup. The ghosts gloated over tricking Lin, but he wasn't fooled. He had come precisely to test their strength. When they charged at him, Lin retaliated with a powerful blood-infused sword strike, cutting down several of them. The surviving ghosts merged into one massive aura, prompting Lin to unleash a lightning-based mass attack. The ghost girl panicked and threatened to call her older brother. Lin welcomed the challenge. A high-level butcher ghost, her brother, arrived, furious that his sister had been harmed. As the Ghost King gathered his forces, Lin transformed into his military battle form, ready to face them all. Confident from past encounters, he fought the Ghost King alone. The king attacked with wind kicks, but Lin dodged them effortlessly. Frustrated and injured, the king absorbed all nearby ghosts to boost his power and launched a devastating light wave. From afar, Yunxi saw the blast tear through the hangar roof and realized Lin was in trouble. She activated her artifact and summoned a ghost mist to aid him. Lin recognized the mist as his leader's doing. Yunxi had intervened. She remotely commanded the mist to consume the Ghost King, annihilating him in a single move. Lin was stunned by her strength, guessing she was an elite A rank. He wondered if she truly cared for him, but she explained she came at the request of his older sister. Meanwhile, on the other side of Canlin, Yang Xiao returned with a grudge against Lin Kuei. The Hong Kong family convened in a conference room to evaluate Xiang Qian's qualifications as heir. His cousin Xiang Jie criticized his lack of popularity and academic failure, proposing that he be replaced. Traditionalists opposed this due to family rules and Xiang Qian's useful business ties. Reformers also backed him because of his strength. He had reached A level, and in their world, power determined authority. Xiang Jie, ignoring all objections, revealed he had taken the elder's relatives hostage and demanded signatures to claim the inheritance. Suddenly, Xiang Qian arrived, shocked by all the changes in his absence. His brother barely recognized him, noting how much he had matured. But Xiang Jie pushed forward with his plan. San Qian revealed he had already neutralized his brother's henchmen. Furious, Xiang Jie attacked with iron fists, but San Qian was quicker and struck first. Xiang Jie vowed revenge, believing himself unbeatable due to his school dominance. Although they were equal in rank, San Qian had steadier power and defeated him using an imitation technique. Humiliated, Xiangji accepted his loss and punishment, remembering a childhood moment when San Qian had comforted him with a toy car. Overwhelmed with guilt, he apologized and promised to change, wishing his brother well. That night, Lin Kuei was chasing a ghost dog that had been haunting Kanglan. The creature was fast and slippery. At the same time, Xiangcheng was enjoying a peaceful walk through the quiet city streets. When the ghost dog fled past him, Xiangcheng intercepted it, knocking it down. Rewarding himself, he bought ice cream for the first time since starting his diet. Just as he was about to enjoy it, Lin mistook him for Sang Qian. Annoyed by being called fat despite all his effort, Xiangcheng lashed out, incinerating the ghost dog with flames. Lin was taken aback by how quickly the guy took down the ghost, and wondered how Sangchen had changed so drastically during his time away. Xiangcheng offered to explain everything, over a bowl of noodles in a more relaxed setting. He revealed that he had been training intensely in the mountains, pushing himself every day. Even after shedding the weight, he kept at it to stay in shape. Lin shared that he had reached A level within the last couple of days, but realized that at Xiangcheng's current pace, he'd soon catch up. Xiangcheng praised Lin's strength, noting that it was impressive how he'd become a Night Watch member. Upon returning from the mountains, Xiangcheng found that relations between Hutang and Morong had improved, and they'd even started seeing each other. Teacher Tang had suggested they start teaching at the academy. Meanwhile, Su Tang remained isolated in the mountains, out of contact, which worried him. Qin Feng had become a freshman instructor at the academy. Kanya and Mo Qingchang launched a ghost jewelry business. Inspired by Lin, Xiangcheng also wanted to join the Night Watch. Lin encouraged him, but reminded him that it would take effort. Xiangcheng was thrilled that Lin believed in him. Later that night, Lin chatted with the Night Watch leader. Then Hong Ye appeared, teasing him about who he was texting. Offended, Lin clarified it was all work-related. She believed him and mentioned she had business in the desert, but promised they'd reunite soon. Lin missed her deeply and found their sudden separation tough to handle. Suddenly, Lin's phone displayed a video. Yang Xiao had somehow hacked it. In the video, Yang announced the launch of his underground Devil's Gang Club and his dream of ruling Kanglan from a grand mansion. He also had ambitions to end crime and create a new college entrance exam to give everyone equal chances. Though he operated from the shadows, he and his ghost followers were ready to reveal themselves. The entire city received the broadcast, and most were alarmed. Lin realized it was a staged stunt and took it as a chance to challenge Yang Xiao directly. Yang Xiao was annoyed. Lin had once again ruined his plans and stolen the spotlight. Lin saw this as an opportunity to shut his gang down for good. Just then, Lingshi burst into his room, eager to enjoy her day off with him. She wanted food and new clothes, and since Lin was in a good mood, he happily treated them. They hit one of Kanglin's biggest malls and shopped until Lin had spent his entire savings. Later, they ate at a kids' restaurant. Lin wasn't surprised that his 14-year-old sister still looked like a child. She only ate baby food. Lingshi didn't see the big deal, pointing out that even adults dined there. While there, Lin spotted Hong Ye's brother, Hong Shan, and got suspicious. Xiaoshui apologized for dragging Hong Shan to a kid's place, but he didn't mind. It was the food that mattered. When Hong Shan noticed Lin, they exchanged intense looks. Xiaoshui was confused by his sudden change in demeanor. He dismissed it as irritation towards some people at the nearby table. Faced with three choices, rescue the girl and boost charisma, reveal himself and gain agility, or ignore the situation and get a ghost summoning book, Lin picked the third. He chose not to intervene, earned the book, and was warned to carefully imagine the ghost's form. Unfortunately, he thought of inflatable dolls, which the system immediately summoned. The result left him full of regret. Right then, Yang Xiao's ghost gang stormed into the cafe. Lin was eager for the fight, but his sister and Yellow jumped in first. Lin was annoyed. He'd wanted the experience points. Xiaoshui panicked, but Hong Shan stayed put, treating it like a show. The ghosts were cocky, having received a bit of Yang Xiao's power. But Lingshi and Yellow were furious their hangout was ruined, so they tore through the ghost gang. Watching from underground, Yang Xiao was disappointed that Lin let his sister and pet fight for him. Then he spotted a ghost king at the cafe and got nervous. Lin sent his inflatable ghost army to battle, and Hong Shan admired how efficiently he handled things. Amused, Lin sent one of the ghosts toward Hong Shan, but Hong Shan deflected it with his sand powers. Meanwhile, shoppers noticed the Night Watch leader had arrived. Hong Shan quickly hid with Xia Shui. He didn't want to be recognized. Yunxi finally reached the cafe. She was impressed by Lin's dedication and how he cared for his family. She told Lingshi that if she kept following her brother's path, she could one day join the Night Watch too. She then gave Lin grim news. His name was at the top of an online death list. Determined to stop Yang Xiao, Lin prepared to act. Yang Xiao, frustrated yet again, turned to his lieutenants. The Joker led a ghost squad with Lu Meng as their captain. A devout ancestor worshipper and a delusional anime fanatic named Jiang Cheng were also part of his crew. The inventor Wenxi was convinced his machines would help in their mission. Having all been released from a psychiatric hospital by Yang Xiao, they felt indebted and ready to serve. Jiang Cheng, believing the real world was an illusion, declared they were messengers of justice and should destroy Lin Kuei. His followers, granted eternal life, were loyal and driven to purge the dimension. Yunxi tasked Lin with finding this dangerous group, but they left no traces. Wandering along Lin Yu Street, Lin was drawn into an anime festival promo. Though uninterested, he thought the promoter might have intel. He roughed him up, but was offered a VIP ticket to a Dancing Sister show, a hit manga-based act. Lin took it for the investigation. He also borrowed the guy's scooter, leaving him behind fuming, but confident their leader would eventually get revenge. Later, Lin used his stealth tech and disguised himself. The sword spirit admired his costume and complimented his makeover skills. Lin suddenly ran into Qing Cheng and Kanya, and because he was in disguise, he worried they might misinterpret his appearance. The girls were surprised to see him dressed like that, but he quickly explained he was undercover on a mission. Glad to have bumped into him after so long, they caught up briefly before the ceremony began. On stage, Master Zhang Cheng declared the exhibition open, but Lin instantly recognized him. He was the rogue sect leader and escaped mental patient. Zhang Cheng ranted about how they'd destroyed the third dimension and now needed to save the world by summoning the most powerful being through the power of universal love. He urged the crowd to close their eyes and focus. Kanya noticed the audience slipping into a trance. Zhang Cheng was manipulating their minds. Lin told her not to panic. He had a plan. A ghostly sorceress began to emerge, but Lin attacked Zhang Cheng to disrupt the summoning. It was too late. The summoning circle activated on its own, and a girl appeared, introducing herself as Xiao Yuan. Zhang Cheng accused Lin of interfering and told his brainwashed followers to punish him. Lin, seeing they were no longer themselves, fought back without hesitation. His magic sword stepped in and tore through the zombie-like crowd with a whirlwind attack. Then Xiao Yuan launched an assault on Lin, but Kanya used her powers to speed up Lin's movements and hit the sorceress with icy winds. Zhang Cheng, enraged by their interference, transformed into an anime-style warrior, taking on the form of a knight from Minyuan County. Lin responded by turning into his holy Buddha form to match him. Zhang activated a special battlefield where he had full control. Inside the absolute field, Lin saw only emptiness. That was the trick. Zhang Cheng's power was everywhere, and he could hide at will. When Zhang ambushed him, Lin countered just in time. Zhang retaliated, forcing Lin to unleash his Heavenly Crescent Nightmare formula, a supersonic move that overpowered the anime character. Lin was then offered a choice: help Zhang recover and gain 38 strength, let him escape into fantasy, 20 strength, or finish him off, 20 agility. Realizing the system wanted him to help, Lin chose to heal him, but Zhang Cheng refused pity and attacked with a healing strike that doubled as a weapon. Lin intercepted him and taught him a lesson, telling him he wasn't really a knight or anime hero, just a man hiding in delusions. Removing his mask, Zhang Cheng admitted he was crushed that Lin shattered his dream world. Lin reminded him that chasing goals without limits leads to disaster, and that happiness is about finding peace no matter the world you're in. Zhang revealed his tragic past. Neglectful parents, heartbreak, and loneliness had driven him into fantasy. Now that Lin had forced him to face reality, he felt empty. But the system recognized Lin had completed the mission. Zhang confessed his trauma. Lin was rewarded 38 strength points. He comforted Zhang, saying his own life wasn't perfect either, and that peace could never be achieved by force. Zhang saw Lin as a kind of divine figure who had come to guide him. Meanwhile, Lu Meng and Wenxi were planning a chemical attack on Kanglin from a rooftop. With Halloween coming up, they saw the chaos as perfect cover. The next day, Lin had a video call with Hongye, thrilled to finally see her. She told him her desert mission was done and she'd be back soon. Lin hoped she'd join the Night Watch so they could fight side by side. Later, Lingshi told him about a Halloween event at school and asked him to join. Lin wanted to, but with so many people on the streets, the Night Watch increased patrols. Lingshi and the others would also be out that night. As Lin patrolled, He noticed how little people cared about the dangers. They were only focused on having fun. Fans recognized him despite his disguise. He didn't understand why. They idolized him, but to him, he was just a trainee. Yang Xiao's ghost squad was also out, using the celebration to launch their plan. Liu Meng instructed Wengxi to hand out ghost candies, promoted as holiday treats. Excited crowds accepted them, unaware they were cursed. The candies turned people into violent monsters. With their ghost army assembled, the spirit team moved toward Hulao. Lynn, now in costume, saw panicked citizens fleeing. He was confused until he saw grotesque, ghostly monsters, giant hybrids of hulks and orcs, attacking the city. A little girl was nearly killed by one, but Lynn saved her just in time, returning her to her mother and urging them to escape. He couldn't allow ghosts to take over his city. With swift sword strikes, he cut down several monsters. But then, the main spirit squad of Yang Xiao appeared. They'd long waited to confront Lin, and Liu Meng launched the first attack. Wenqi used a new weapon, biochemical radiation, which shocked Lin. He had never seen anything like it. From a rooftop, Yang Xiao watched the chaos with satisfaction. His spiritual team was doing well. The Joker, his twisted ally, introduced himself as a superhero and tricked fleeing civilians into following him, claiming he'd save them. But he led them into a trap. Just as he prepared to finish them off, Yunxi, leader of the Night Watch, appeared. She tried to stop him, but he bought time by throwing knives and vanished into red smoke. Yunxi couldn't catch him in time. Frustrated, she blamed herself for arriving too late and failing to save the civilians. Local ghosts dared to approach her mockingly, but she unleashed her hidden fog in rage, wiping them out. Despite her strength, she felt she had failed her duty. Elsewhere, Lin fought fiercely against the spirit squad. They underestimated him, and when Wenqi saw his biochemical gun destroyed, he raged. In honor of Halloween, Lin revealed his ultimate form, a demonic transformation. Wenqi told his partner Liu Meng to run and deal with the others in another area, but Lin was not going to let the criminal Liu Meng go. Wenqi rushed to assist Liu Meng and activated his ultimate invention, transforming himself into a massive robot using the powers of a great inventor. The force of his attack was so overwhelming that it disrupted Lin's transformation. Faced with a choice, Lin could fight to the end for plus 30 strength, use a technique to gain 30 resistance to negative effects, or save Wengxi for plus 20 charisma. He considered the resistance boost, but Wengxi scoffed. His invention rendered all resistance useless, so Lin summoned his ghostly dolls and launched a coordinated strike. Wengxi had anticipated this and deployed a shield, but the dolls were infused with supernatural power. The robot's defenses didn't last long. Once the shield broke, the dolls grabbed and pinned the machine. Lin didn't stop there. He summoned several sorceresses to finish the job. Their combined strength tore the robot apart, and Lin gained the plus 30 resistance points. Defeated, Wengxi fell into despair, realizing once again his creations were failures. He remembered how he once showed his robotic inventions to his grandson, who had admired them and thought his grandfather deserved a Nobel Prize. But when the robot malfunctioned and exploded, only Wengxi survived. Ever since, he'd been haunted by the loss of his family and had lost his will to live. Lin tried to save him, but Wengxi activated absolute protection and took his own life before Lin could reach him. Lin regretted not being able to guide him back and had hoped Wengxi might one day find peace as a scientist in the spirit world. Meanwhile, Liu Meng wandered the city, looking for a worthy fight. Lingshi was out searching for her brother when she ran into a group of ghosts. She didn't expect a battle, but then Liu Meng appeared and saw his long-lost rabbit among the girls. Enraged, he attacked them, accusing them of theft. Lingshi wasn't having it and summoned her bear, Hai Fei, to fight back. Oniji, seeing a hygiene emergency, gave Liu Meng an impromptu underarm waxing. Still outmatched, the girls combined their powers. Furious at being defeated by what he called nobodies, Liu Meng transformed into Lu Bu, willing to sacrifice everything to win. His power level rose to A rank, and the girls were terrified, until Hai Fei assured them his strength matched it. Liu Meng mocked them for relying on a bear. Yellow suggested fleeing, but Lingshi refused to back down. She revealed her second ability, summoning the fierce panda spirit Bai Wu. The two bears then delivered a devastating combo attack that overwhelmed Liu Meng. Liu Meng couldn't believe he had lost even in his Lu Bu form. Yellow mocked him, saying he was unworthy of the title. Just then, Lin arrived and was stunned by his little sister's victory. Lingshi was thrilled and said Liu Meng was her gift to him. Lin sent her home and promised dinner after he handed Liu Meng over to the Night Watch. With Hongye returning in the morning, Lin worked overtime to free up time for her. Though he couldn't contact her, Their bond was strong enough that he felt her approaching. He sensed her presence and then saw her in the distance. She had changed her look since the last time. She ran to him, expressing how much she had missed him. Lynn asked how the desert mission had gone. She said the city building project had finished early. Lynn admired her planning and discipline. Their daughter Lulu noticed their closeness and felt left out. They reassured her that she was the best girl and bought her a squeaky chicken toy as a gift. On the way home, they encountered the Joker, who snatched Lulu and vanished. Furious, Lynn and Hongyi pursued, but the Joker had backup, powerful A-rank creatures. Enraged, Lynn vowed to cut down anyone in his way. Hongyi agreed. They needed to finish this quickly. After defeating the ghostly guards, they chased after the Joker. But by then, he was airborne, taunting them to come to the 8th factory in the slums if they wanted Lulu back. Lynn saw it as a cowardly move and suspected Yang Xiao's involvement. Hongyi believed it was a trap and urged Lynn to stay calm before rushing in. She promised to support him no matter what, one of the many reasons Lynn loved her. But now wasn't the time for romance. He called for help from Yunxi, the Night Watch leader. Yunxi wasn't thrilled to be tagging along with a couple, but agreed because she also needed to catch the Joker. Hongyi asked her how Lynn had been doing in her absence. Yunxi replied that besides flirting, he had been solid. Hongyi wasn't pleased, but Lynn insisted it wasn't true. He only loved her. Unable to approach the factory directly, Yunxi dropped them nearby and said she'd provide backup if needed. Inside, little Lulu was starving and asked the ghosts for food. They gave her old bread, but she turned it down. She was used to cakes and donuts. The ghosts left her alone to eat. Meanwhile, Lulu summoned vines to break her ropes. She scolded the ghosts when they checked in on her, found some ammunition crates, and decided to play with them like she'd seen her dad do. When the ghosts came back, she took them out with their own weapons. She found boxes of TNT and decided to get rid of them, thinking they were valuable to the ghosts. When Lynn and Hongyi reached the factory, they were shocked and worried for Lulu's safety. Lulu, however, was having a blast setting off fireworks. Just then, the Joker video called Yang Xiao to show off his success. But when he pointed the camera, the entire factory was in ruins, and a furious Lulu yelled at him for not feeding her. Yang Xiao, seeing everything fall apart, gave the Joker 1 minute to fix the mess. Frustrated that the ghosts couldn't handle a child, the Joker wiped them out himself and vowed to punish Lingshi next for interfering with his plans. But before he could act, Lynn and Hongyi arrived. They attacked him, but the Joker was ready. He dodged and trapped them in his twisted circus dimension. While waiting in the car nearby, Yunxi suddenly sensed a surge of power and wondered what had just happened. Inside the illusion, Lynn asked how the Joker controlled the entire field. Hongyi explained that certain beings, powerful ghosts with strong souls, had the ability to create dimensions. Now inside the Joker's realm, he greeted them with a wicked smile, welcoming them to his circus world, a twisted paradise of horror and chaos. To demonstrate the might of his extraordinary circus, the Joker released his clown puppet. Lynn, seeing no real threat, snapped its wooden leg. Joker warned it was pointless. His puppet could reincarnate. Hongyi, confident her scissors were faster, challenged the speed of its revival. Joker hadn't anticipated how quickly they would dismantle his creation. Lynn then joked about spotting Batman nearby. The clown panicked, and Hongyi was stunned he believed it. Lynn understood that even elite prey often fall for basic bait. After destroying the puppet, they turned their attention to Joker. Since he was a fan of theatrics, they gave him the spotlight in a brutal performance, complete with fireworks. Lynn had 3 options: end the clown for an agility boost, keep the act going to gain strength, or overpower him for resistance. He went with the second. Borrowing Hongyi's scissors, he gave the Joker a makeover. Then came a steel-spiked tightrope act, followed by a blind knife-throwing stunt that gave the clown a fresh haircut. Realizing he was outmatched, Joker fled using a smoke bomb. As the fog cleared, he was gone, and Lynn was rewarded for freeing the clown, despite not meaning to let him escape. The Joker returned to his realm, vowing to trap Lin Kuei next time. But before he could retreat fully, Yunxi appeared, avenging the town by summoning ghostly mist. Once back from the clown's world, Lin and Hongyi were relieved to have Captain Yunxi's help. She praised them, admitting they were more effective than her this time, and declared them perfect for the night patrol squad. Meanwhile, Lulu watched her parents interact, feeling ignored. After the battle, Ghost Scouts reported Joker's defeat to their leader, Yang Xiao. Displeased, he decided to intervene personally. The following day, Lin's family celebrated Hongyi regaining her physical form. Hongyi and Lulu presented a gift to Lin Kuei, but Lingshi suspected Hongye wanted to steal her little brother. Her doubts vanished when she opened the present, a beautiful dress, and gratefully accepted it. More gifts followed. Oniji received a new battle-ready maid outfit and was thrilled. Yellow, annoyed at being treated like a pet, gifted Lynn a silicone scrub board, supposedly comfy to sit on. Lynn didn't love it, but had a gift for her too, a photo of himself dressed like her. Hongye wasn't amused by the cosplay, but Lynn promised no more jokes and hinted at a passionate night ahead. With desert matters settled, they could finally relax. Lynn was overjoyed to wake up beside Hongye. She wondered why he hadn't woken her, but he knew she deserved the rest. Captain Yunshi summoned him and his sister. They had been officially accepted into the patrol squad for their outstanding performance. Lin Hua was proud of her brother and teased Yunshi about finding someone like him, but Yunshi brushed it off, since he was technically her subordinate. Lin quickly changed the subject, asking if Hongye could join too. Lin Hua confirmed. Hongye's actions had earned her a spot without testing. The public recognition of their bond made Linghua and Yunshi feel a little envious. Yunshi announced that Lin and Hongye could now form a new recruits unit. Lin chose the name Hunter's Blade, a tribute to his father's legacy and a symbol of shared growth. His sister supported the choice, saying their father would be proud, but Lin gave her the credit for his success. Due to a surge in applications to both the patrol squad and college, Lin was appointed as a student protector. Linghua noted that ghosts from Ying Island had started invading the eastern region, so Lin would lead a bigger team this time. Excited for his first mission with Hongye, he vowed to succeed. The fall tryouts had drawn a huge crowd of students. Lin joined to hunt a night ghost known for high spiritual energy. There, he reunited with his mentor, Tang Lin, now heading the operation. She was curious about Lin's ghost hunting drive, suspecting he wasn't truly interested, and still hoped to mentor him. The students were in awe of Lin's presence. He felt awkward, but Hongye teased that plenty of girls liked him. Lin faced 3 choices: quietly walk past for strength, let students relax to earn resistance, or challenge them to fight monsters to gain a new skill. Somersault in the clouds. They led the group into Kanglin Forest. Lin asked about their dreams. They wanted to be as powerful and beautiful as his wife. He offered them living water as a reward if they defeated 100 ghosts together. Energized by the prize, the students promised to give it their all. Nightwatch escorts secretly joined, hoping to bag a few ghosts themselves. Lin gave them a ghost hunting masterclass. Inspired, the students became so aggressive that even the ghosts feared them. Lin emphasized teamwork. It made solo ghosts easy prey. Hidden nearby, a powerful ghost observed him, waiting to strike. After searching without results, Lin decided to let the students finish the task together. Hongye wanted to watch them quietly and told Lin to alert her through spiritual communication if anything happened. At that moment, Lin was still being watched by Lady Yu, a ghost from Yingdao, sent by Yang Xiao. He noticed an odd patch of rain under clear skies, a sure sign of demonic presence. There, a girl asked for help. Lin instantly saw through the act. She was a ghost in disguise. He played along and ambushed her. The ghost, surprised and flustered, introduced herself as a lake goddess. She guessed he was searching for something and offered to assist. Lin realized the ghost was trying to trick him with a familiar tactic and wondered how she'd react when he refused to let her go to the lake. She presented 2 axes, implying he could claim one, but Lin denied any involvement, saying he'd only tossed a titanium axe. Offended by his joke, she prepared to reveal her ghostly form, but Lin struck first, claiming he was swatting a mosquito on her. He was surprised by how easily his blow affected her, assuming she was a powerful spirit immune to such things. The ghost accused him of doing it intentionally, but Lin insisted he was just helping her like a real man would. As the rain grew heavier, she invited him to share an enchanted umbrella for easier control. Lin, not wanting to get soaked, agreed, only to realize too late it was a trap. The umbrella's spell was nearly inescapable, and he was shocked to find he'd been caught by Lady Yu, a ghost of Yingdao. He suspected Yang Xiao was behind it all. Lady Yu demanded his surrender, confident he couldn't break the spell. Lin shifted tactics and pulled her toward him, causing her to feel a strange heartbeat and a flicker of love. Just then, Hongye appeared, furious to see the ghost clinging to her husband. She threatened to make Lin kneel on buckwheat for this, but he claimed he was just neutralizing her magic and urged Hongye to destroy the umbrella from outside. She didn't hesitate, smashing it and freeing Lin, though the blast knocked her back. Grateful for her timely help, Lin launched his own attack. Lin appreciated Hongye's timing, but joked that Lady Yu had entrapped him, which Hongye found suspicious. She questioned the ghost's motives. Lady Yu admitted she and her ghost allies had killed many in Doxia and were being hunted. Students nearby realized Lynn had found the final ghost and rushed to help, enraging Lady Yu. She unleashed the powerful rain of harmony, which corroded their gear. Seeing the students falter disappointed Hongye, who hoped they'd gain real combat experience. She told Lynn to help them escape while she fought, but he believed she'd need backup. His system presented 3 options: assist Hongye, plus 35 strength, help the students, plus 40 resistance, or inspire them to leave on their own, plus 35 charisma. Lynn chose to save the students. As he helped them escape, Lady Yu tried to stop him, but Hongye intercepted her. Lady Yu attacked with her enchanted water, but Hongye deflected it. The ghost was stunned by her umbrella skills, unfamiliar with such techniques. Lynn rescued some students and earned resistance points. He encouraged them to act selflessly, but one girl wondered if he'd help the others. Lynn agreed, but also hoped they'd learn independence. The students admired his bravery, and he rushed back to assist Hongye, only to find she was handling things fine. Still, he asked her to spare the ghost so they could question her. Lady Yu refused to cooperate until they used devil's pepper on her. She confessed Xiao had sent the ghosts, promising whoever defeated Lin would gain access to the underground abyss. Frustrated by Xiao's meddling, Lin barely had time to process this before Lady Yu launched a sneak attack. Lin countered with his own surprise move using teleportation, completing 2 missions and earning a ghost spirit jasper and a divine skill called Tumbling Cloud. Excited, he summoned the cloud, which was grumpy at being disturbed. After some coaxing, the cloud agreed to fly. Just then, Captain Yunshi called. Ghosts from Yingdao were wreaking havoc in Kanglin, and patrols were overwhelmed. Lin flew there on his new cloud. Chaos engulfed the city, with Xiao leading the assault, aiming to control everything. One ghost, Qingxing, even used human lanterns. Lin arrived just in time to protect civilians. Qingxing wasn't surprised to see him and wanted to use him to fuel her ghostly fire. Lin sent Hongye to help the people while he fought Qingxing. She waited for him to strike first, believing the people of Doxia were weak. Lin sought to prove her wrong and attacked with flames. Enraged, she summoned a monstrous 8-legged ghost bull. The bull charged, but Lin and his cloud struck back with lightning. Qingxing tried to heal the beast, but Hongye arrived and attacked it too. Lin was again impressed by her perfect timing. Hongye revealed she'd met Qingxing before and had already fought her multiple times. Qingxing dismissed Hongye as a threat, determined to prove herself by defeating them. As she cast a spell, Lin, not one to wait, attacked first. In response, Qingxing fused with her bull and began launching web attacks. The creature refused to surrender to its master and sprayed webs from its 8 limbs. Lin wasn't fazed and activated his absolute defense. The ghosts thought their attack had succeeded and celebrated too soon, because Hongye had shielded Lin with her umbrella, not his own defense. Right as the ghost's attack ended, Lin retaliated with a thunderstrike. With the web attack failing, the ghost tried hallucinogenic illusions to break their minds. Lin, who didn't close his eyes in time, appeared to lose his mind and babbled nonsense. But it was a trick. He suddenly teleported and stabbed the ghost, catching her off guard. With her gone, the bull tried to flee, but Lin and Hongye weren't letting it escape. Meanwhile, the ghost of Lady Bonnie from Yingdao broke into Kui's house, hoping to earn Xiao's favor by destroying it. But she walked into a trap set by Lin Kui's sisters, who had been expecting her. Startled by these strange children, she tried to escape but ran into Onitsi, who blocked her path, soon joined by others. The kids, offended by the intrusion, decided to teach the ghost a painful lesson. Yellow joked about turning her into a seed lady, though Oniji was annoyed about the mess. Lingshi, bored at home while her brother fought ghosts, convinced Yellow and Xiaobai to help Lin, while Oniji stayed to watch little Lulu. Back on the city streets, Lin and Hongye chased the ghost bull. Xiao appeared before the bull, who was relieved to see him. Lin was glad to finally confront the mastermind. Xiao scolded the bull for its failure and decided to absorb its power, as Kui once did to him. Lin warned that this time, things would be different, and he and Hongye struck together. But Xiao held his ground, and the force of their clash pushed everyone back. Determined to stop him from enslaving the world, Lin attacked, but Xiao blocked with a magical energy wall. Lin slashed through it with his magic sword, but Xiao used his golden body skill for defense. Unimpressed, Lin and Hongye unleashed a magic tornado, blasting a crater into the road. Xiao, furious, realized he had failed again. Once a proud son of heaven, striving for greatness with Chu Junyao, his fall was hard to accept. His anger triggered the awakening of the Ghost King's true body. It was too late to stop the transformation. Light burst forth as he morphed into a nightmare ghost king, wielding A-class power. Though Lynn admired his new strength, he was ready to face him, but the Nightmare King easily repelled his attack. He finally held the upper hand. As this battle raged, sea ghosts invaded Kanglan Island's east coast. Commander Yunshi led the defense, joined by Commander Linhua. Fighting side by side for the first time, they faced a sea ghost king who could disguise himself as an island. Meanwhile, ghosts attacked Sanglian's eastern district, where Lingshi's spirit powers were unleashed. She was excited to leave home, but also hoped to find her brother. Kai's former team joined the Ghost Purge. The monsters were overwhelming, even with teacher Tang Lin's help. Suddenly, a magical moon-shaped weapon wiped out many enemies. Su Tang had returned after intense mountain training. Her team welcomed her back. When asked why she was there, she said she'd stepped out for air and ran into the invasion. Shangchang teased her unchanged femininity, and she returned the jab. She was surprised to learn Lin Ke had joined the night patrol. A new ghost wave interrupted them, but motivated by Lin's example, they fought on to prove the next generation's strength. In another part of the city, Qingcheng, Konya, and Tianyu held the eastern line. Yang Xiao, now the Nightmare King, unleashed devastating attacks. Lin believed even this power wouldn't be enough. Tired of their defiance, Yang Xiao activated the Nightmare Sphere, trapping Lin and Hongye in a dark space with clones of themselves. The sphere copied their moves exactly. Hongye hated being duplicated and insisted only one beauty like her should exist, but they realized the clones couldn't replicate thoughts. Hongye guessed that if they acted unpredictably, they could win. Lin had a risky plan, combining physical abilities like weapons. He merged Qi Yu and Sun Wukong's powers, boosting his strength and slicing through the clones with one strike. With his power now nearing A-class, Hongye proudly acknowledged his worth. Freed from their doppelgangers, they moved in on Yang Xiao, who was trying to change bodies again due to his constant injuries. Lin struck first, preventing the transformation. Hongye slashed him rapidly with her scissors, covering his body in wounds. The Nightmare King, leader of the underground ghost gang, was stunned by his defeat. Lin reminded him he had warned him of the consequences. Just then, a devil god clone appeared, saving Yang Xiao by dragging him into the abyss. Lin tried to stop him, but only managed to wound the clone, who swore he'd remember it for a future showdown. Frustrated that the enemy escaped again, Lin was still determined to bring him to justice. Hongye reassured him they'd won a major battle and would have other chances. Her support lifted his spirits. Meanwhile, on the East Coast, Night Watch captains finished off the last of the ghost invaders. The girls were completely worn out from the mission and planned to rest and recover once they got home. In the city, the Night Watch patrol had finished clearing out the remaining Yingdao ghosts. Lingshi and Yellow were honored by the townspeople with food for showing such bravery despite their age. Lingshi hadn't found her brother, but she was touched by the people's gratitude. Teacher Tang and her students received news of Daxia's victory and decided to celebrate with a night picnic. It was the trio's first time facing such a large-scale ghost invasion, and they had performed well. The next day, Lin Kuei's family held a dinner to celebrate their success. Lin Hua, his elder sister, arrived bearing gifts, but she wasn't just visiting for leisure. She came with important news. The Devil God's double had taken Yang Xiao and two mystical kings to Ying Island, intending to make it the new stronghold of the underwater world. Daxia had decided to send a strike force, and Lin and Hongye were the ones for the job. They were to depart quickly and bring two assistants along. Lingshi was heartbroken to be separated from her brother again. Lin Hua assumed he'd pick Sanqian and Qin Feng, the strongest among them, but Lin surprised her by choosing Qin Cheng and Konya instead. Hongye, predictably jealous, questioned his choice, but Lin explained the mission required their unique skill sets rather than brute strength. The logic made sense, and even the girls agreed. Taking advantage of the situation, Lin asked Lin Hua to consider adding Shangqiang, Qin Feng, and Su Tang to the night patrol squad. Since new recruits were being accepted, she agreed. Lin Hua also allowed him to bring a family member, so Lin chose his little sister Lingshi, who was thrilled. He also included Lulu, Xiaobai, and Yellow. Only Oniji was left out, upset that maids were always overlooked. When Lin Hua asked why he broke the one-person rule, he replied that the yellow-skinned goblin, three-tailed fox, and vine spirit weren't technically people. Though annoyed, Lin Hua let it slide. Later, Lin gathered his old teammates at a cafe to inform them he'd recommended them to the squad. They were grateful, determined to prove they'd earned their place on merit. Qian teased Lin for not bringing his girlfriend, and Taifeng joked about wanting to become his godfather. Lin just smiled in silence. Su Tang reflected that she never imagined forming such deep friendships through these adventures. On the day of departure, Lin and his oddball family set sail for Ying Island to finish things with Yang Xiao. While on the ship, Lingshi and her sisters relaxed by playing tennis, and Oniji cooked for everyone. Lin complained they'd turned the mission into a resort cruise, but Hong Ye pointed out he was just as guilty. To boost morale, Lin asked everyone to come up with a name for the ship. Konya suggested Goldfish, Qing Cheng proposed Miles of Sunlight, Lingshi wanted Black Pearl, and Hong Ye offered Titanic as a symbol of eternal love. Lin, not thrilled with the shipwreck reference, offered Virtues, but eventually settled on Lack of Virtue, which everyone approved. They weren't the only ones heading to Yingdao. Hongshan and Xiashui were en route too. Xiashui suspected Hongshan just wanted to follow Lin Kuei. He insisted he just wanted to travel. Hong Ye pampered Lin with fresh fruit, and he appreciated her care. On the way, they spotted a lone fisherman they mistook for a ghost. Upon closer inspection, he turned out to be the elf-eared village chief of Whale Island. Lin introduced himself as Doxia's psychic on a mission to rescue Yin Yuan. Whale Island, shaped like its namesake, was famous for its grilled fish in coconut milk. The crew was so taken with the food they started squabbling over it. Hong Ye felt awkward but asked about their strange appearance. The elder explained that long ago, a ghost called the chemical whale destroyed nearby nuclear plants, releasing radiation that mutated them, leading others to mistake them for ghosts. Lin was horrified to realize he'd just eaten irradiated food. As the elder spoke of the ghost's destructive power, the chemical whale suddenly appeared, flinging ghostly sharks onto their ship. Konya accelerated time, Qing Chang froze the sea, and Lingshi summoned her spirits to fend off the fish. Hong Ye pointed out their weak point, and Lin wiped them out in one blow. Though they handled the ghostly fish, the whale itself was still lurking. They docked at Whale Island, and Lin and Hong Ye ventured into the contaminated zone. It was lifeless, scattered with whale bones. The chemical whale emerged and claimed they'd been deceived by the villagers. He drew them into his memory realm, where he explained that whales once lived peacefully despite human hunting, until the people of Yingdao began exterminating them for profit. His kin were slaughtered, and his spirit merged into the chemical whale, born from vengeance. Lin had to choose: help the whale and gain psychic shards, side with the villagers for toughness points, or seek balance for dexterity points. He chose to help the whale and punish the guilty. The villagers overheard and, fearing their secret would be exposed, attacked Lin and Hong Yi, who promptly defeated them. The whale, now called Keith, confessed he planned to attack more nuclear plants. Lin and Hong Yi urged him to reconsider, pointing out the harm it caused to innocent sea life. Keith was shaken to realize his revenge had led to more suffering. Regretful, he agreed to help purify the sea. Lin and Hong Yi accompanied him to a contaminated area where he took human form to perform the cleansing ritual. However, the transformation drained him, and he was too weak to finish alone. Despite being drained, the chemical whale refused to give up. He was ready to sacrifice himself entirely. Just as he neared collapse, Lin arrived to honor his promise, lending a hand at the most critical moment. The whale hadn't expected their return, but was deeply grateful. With Hong Ye and Lin's help, the polluted waters were quickly purified. The chemical mist dispersed, and the sea regained its clarity. The pollution crisis was resolved, and Lin vowed to look after the villagers moving forward. But the whale wasn't done. Driven by purpose, he continued cleaning the wider sea despite their pleas to stop and conserve his life force. He insisted it was only a partial fix, and that he had to burn every last drop of his energy to complete the task. With his final breath, he asked Lin and Hong Yi to carry on protecting the world. After he vanished, he left behind a massive bone, a warning for future generations. Just then, Lingshi spotted villagers approaching from the tower. Upon boarding, they bowed in gratitude, begging Lin to help the rest of their people. But Lin, frustrated, questioned how they dared ask for help after everything they had done. He showed them the whale's remains, calling it the price of their sins, and warned them that if they didn't repent, the whale's spirit would return. Yet, instead of remorse, the villagers only saw profit in the remains and tried to take the bones to sell them. That infuriated Lin. He realized their greed had long stripped them of humanity. His sisters suggested feeding them to the fish, but Lin wanted to deal with them personally. After fulfilling his mission, he was granted 30 psychic shards. Having punished the villagers, Lin continued his journey. The next day, Lin's group landed on Yindao Island, expecting more ghosts. But they were surprised to find a neat, peaceful-looking town. It was filled with dolls, which delighted his younger sisters. Though Lynn warned them to stay cautious, the girls quickly gathered dolls of their own. The place seemed deserted, which only deepened the eerie feeling. Xiao found a doll so lifelike, it startled them. Then it came to life and attacked with a doll beam. It was a rank ghost doll, eager to add them to her family. Most of the team shrunk and turned into dolls. Oniji, still human, was left in charge. The ghost declared that on this island she made the rules and expected her guests to obey. Lynn stayed calm, asking everyone not to panic and to analyze the ghost's powers. Even transformed, Hongye still showed her jealousy when Mo Ching-chung touched Lynn. Lynn, amused, noted that even as a doll, Hongye's spirit hadn't changed. To keep them safe, he placed them in a sack and entrusted Oniji to guard them. Lingshi, now the biggest among the dolls, found comfort in that. The ghost summoned a massive army of hostile dolls. Lin responded by summoning his own doll army, but they were quickly defeated. He mourned the loss, but was reminded by Qing Cheng that he could always summon more. The ghost army advanced, forcing them into retreat. But once cornered, they knew they had to fight back. Lin aimed for the giant dolls, while the team handled the small ones. Qing Cheng froze many with her power, and Oniji deflected knife attacks using portals. Angry, she unleashed her maid's fury, but the ghost responded by hitting her with enchanted candy. Lin intervened and countered with a spinning attack, followed by his golden right leg technique, launching the doll through a wall. Enraged, the doll revealed her true ghost form and kicked Lin hard. He joked it was weaker than a football player's strike. She followed up with a pink puppet punch, but Lin's absolute defense absorbed it easily. He ordered the team to look for her weak spot. Oniji suggested her weakness might be a zipper, like most dolls, and Lin offered to handle that himself. The ghost, overhearing their plan, attacked, but Lin dodged and climbed her body, locating and unzipping the weak spot. The cotton spilled out, and she rapidly shrank. Lin extracted the ghost spirit, ending the battle. His companions returned to normal, and all the townspeople, previously turned into dolls, were freed. The townspeople, curious about their next move, asked Lin what came next. He told them his goal was to purge all of Yindao from ghostly forces. An old man then revealed another city, Zuo, that was plagued by spirits and needed help. Lin accepted the growing responsibility, determined to protect the innocent. The next day, Lin and his team arrived at Zuo's outskirts. The first thing they saw were corpses, victims of ghost attacks. As they crossed into the city, they were immediately ambushed by ghosts shaped like hearts. The Yingdao fighters, tasked with purging ghosts and monsters, arrived to assist, but Lin, Hongye, and Lulu were already handling the situation with tight coordination. Kanya and Qing Cheng formed a lethal duo, freezing enemies and speeding through the battlefield, while Lingshi worked alongside Oniji, Xiao, and two bear spirits. Their team moved so efficiently that the local fighters were stunned into inaction. Once the ghosts were cleared out, the fighters suggested they all regroup at a shelter, giving Lin and his group a chance to gather intel on Yingdao. At the subway shelter, they found many people injured by the ghost's minions. The squad leader informed Lin that the wounded had been tortured physically, and Lin reassured him they were here to liberate Yingdao. When the man realized this was the Lin Kuei, he was starstruck, calling Lin his idol and revealing he'd once studied spirits too. While helping a student, he'd been ambushed by ghosts until Lin saved him. Hearing about the student, Lin lit up at the idea of rescuing a beautiful girl, which didn't go unnoticed by Hongye, who was clearly unimpressed. Still, Lin agreed to help, assigning Kanya and Yellow to accompany him and Hongye. The others were to stay behind and defend the shelter. Lingshi wanted to go, but was told her strength was more needed with the civilians. Surprised by her brother's trust, she agreed to stay. Their path led through the sewers beneath a high school, which was crawling with soldiers loyal to the ghosts. The squad leader hadn't expected so much resistance, but Kanya refused to retreat and slowed time, allowing Lin and the others to pass undetected. Intelligence suggested the students were being kept in the research building for cruel experiments, so time was critical. Lin couldn't grasp why humans sided with ghosts. The squad leader explained these soldiers had made pacts with monsters to gain power, becoming half-ghosts themselves. Furious, Lin unleashed his new celestial psychic ability, slicing through enemies with speed. Overwhelmed by the number of foes, he used a fiery flash attack to wipe them all out. The squad leader knelt in admiration, but Lin, used to this reaction, still found it odd. With the path clear, they stormed the building. Hours passed with no sign of ghosts or students, which Lin found suspicious. He asked Yellow to track them, but she jokingly protested, annoyed at being treated like a sniffer dog. Lin tempted her with a chicken leg, and soon enough, she caught the scent. Above them, ghostly spider creatures clung to the ceiling and attacked. Lin and Hongye dodged, but the others were ensnared by webs. The ghost expert warned that those spiders could report intrusions to other ghosts, so they had to eliminate them quickly. Lin's team wiped them out, though Yellow sensed even more enemies coming. A strong ghostly aura grew as a wave of monsters surged from the vents. Lin insisted on pressing forward. He wasn't backing down with students in danger. Hongye grumbled that he only acted this brave when rescuing girls. Yet the team's commitment to freeing Yingdao never wavered. Kanya rewound time for the new wave of ghosts, and though they were many, Lin prepared to end it all with a decisive strike. The squad leader picked off targets with precision, and the team finally heard faint cries from the students. When Lin rushed toward the sound, he was the first to find the girls, something Hongye was clearly annoyed about. But Lin had frozen, not because of beauty, because of what he saw. A horrific humanoid ghost devouring students. This Class A monster used hypnosis to lure and trap young women. Lin almost fell under its influence, but Hongye snapped him out of it, though she suspected he was just pretending. The squad leader stepped up to fight, while Yellow, driven by the promise of the chicken leg, was ready to lead. The ghost opened its bizarre arsenal of sharpened stationery to attack, but Kanya froze time again to stop it. Hongye then devised a surprise assault plan. She would give the signal for time to freeze mid-battle, but the ghost struck first, launching tentacles that wrapped around the entire team. Lin's psychic abilities were nullified, absorbed by the creature. The ghost began digesting its victims, merging them into its own body. Hongye, unable to bear watching Lin suffer, fought back fiercely. Yet the monster was immune to her blood spirit scissors. Just when hope seemed lost, the spirit of Lin's magic sword appeared. Normally only summoned by Lin, the spirit explained that she had come out of boredom and concern, as Lin hadn't called on her since obtaining the Devil Godblade. She attempted to confront the ghost, but was swatted away. Outraged, she told Hongye to merge their powers. With the sword spirit's help, Hongye's sword radiated a deadly aura, and her body grew stronger. With one devastating slash, she cleaved the ghost apart and rescued Lin and the others from its belly. Lin was speechless. He couldn't believe his wife had saved them all alone. She told him that after all he'd done for her, she would never abandon him. They hurried back toward the shelter, hoping Lingshi and Lulu were safe. But underground, a new threat had arrived. A Class A flying-head barbarian ghost had tracked the scent of humans and sent monsters to attack the refuge. People panicked, but Lingshi calmed them, urging unity and resistance. Qingcheng was proud to see how much Lingshi had matured. Inspired by her bravery, the civilians stood tall and followed her lead. Lingshi summoned Black Wind and White Knight to fight, and when the barbarian sensed her demonic energy, he took an interest in her. But Lingshi snapped. She wasn't a demon. She was the psychic queen of Daxia, and she vowed to destroy him and all the ghosts. The ghost was amused but intrigued, especially by the spirit bears, whose skills he respected, though he still deemed them too weak. Qingcheng tried to strike the flying head ghost with her ice shield, but it had no effect. Her power was laughably weak to him. Lulu panicked and wanted to call Lin for help, but remembering that her brother had trusted her with a vital responsibility, Lingshi refused to fail. She chose to unlock her full potential and show the ghosts why she wasn't someone to underestimate. Her sudden release of demonic energy stunned everyone. Xiaobai warned the others to be careful. This power wasn't just dangerous to the enemy. Lingshi realized it was overwhelming and could harm her body if overused, so she aimed to finish the fight fast. The ghost was amused by her strength. He liked when his prey had power. He attacked with a darkness fog that clouded the space and weakened psychic abilities. Lingshi held her breath, trying not to inhale it, but the ghost managed to grab her. In a surge of instinct, she lost control and activated a deeper layer of her powers, breaking free. Her loved ones noticed she wasn't herself. Her mind was slipping. The ghost mocked her for fighting blindly. He struck her hard with a massive hammer, launching her deep into the fog. Unable to see her, he tried to locate her, only for Lingshi to reappear behind him. She launched him upward and followed with a barrage of attacks. Their battle turned into a fierce mid-air duel. Meanwhile, Lin, Hongye, and the squad leader flew over the city and noticed something strange at the metro. Realizing it involved Lingshi, Lin infused his cloud with holy water, boosting its power until they shot across the sky like a rocket. By then, the ghost had dragged Lingshi into his personal dimension, summoning ghostly snakes to overwhelm her. He wanted to prove the power of numbers, a lesson often taught in Daxia, but Lingshi wiped them all out in a single move. He, one of the strongest ghosts in the region, couldn't believe he was being overpowered by a girl. When Lynn and the others arrived, they saw a swirling vortex and recognized Lingshi's aura. Yellow explained it was the sealed entrance to the ghost dimension. Hongye confirmed that Lingshi had been taken. Desperate to help, Lynn searched for a way to break the seal. Inside, Lingshi gained the upper hand, but the ghost wasn't ready to admit defeat. In a last-ditch effort, he activated a self-destruct skill, ready to take her and the city with him. Lingshi, knowing the risk to innocent lives, pushed herself to the limit, dragging him out of the dimension and high into the sky to contain the blast. Lynn watched his sister break the seal and emerge, determined to prove she could protect others, just like him. She reminded him of a childhood memory, when he stood up to a bully who stole her toy bear, promising always to protect her. Now, she wanted to protect him. Lynn begged her to escape with him, but it was too late. She told him to run, and when the explosion hit, he was thrown back, while she disappeared with the ghost. Moments later, something fell from the sky. It was an egg filled with Lingshi's aura. Lynn caught it safely, and everyone hoped she could return. Lynn believed she would emerge from nirvana, thanks to her demon blood and their care. Meanwhile, in Kyonishima's winter temple, scientists experimented on Yangshao's body, making progress in restoring him. When news arrived that Lin Kuei's group had slain the ghost Phytomen in Zuoshi, the demon god ordered the last two ghost kings to eliminate him. 3 days later, with Lin's help, the city began rebuilding. A new manager was appointed, bridging Daxia and Yingdao in peace. But Lin longed for his little demon queen and was determined to bring her back. Oniji and Yellow tried summoning her with favorite snacks, while Lulu clutched her teddy bear, clearly missing her sister. Seeing this, Lin promised to reunite them, no matter the cost. He had heard a mother's love could revive the soul, so he asked Hongye to feed Lingshi milk. Outraged, she reminded him she wasn't a mother. Still, the egg stirred. Lin fed it soul jade, and the egg rapidly absorbed them. Lin suspected this was his sister's jealous way of draining his prized collection. Just then, the squad leader reported that the underworld's ghost king was searching for Lin. Expecting this, Lin knew it was time to move again. The squad leader was saddened by his departure and asked to treat him as a mentor. Lin accepted and promised to keep fighting for peace. Elsewhere, Hongshan and Xiaoshui traveled to Qingdao. Xiaoshui teased that Hongshan was secretly worried about Hongye and Lin, but he denied it. She kissed him on the cheek, then grew shy and walked away, leaving Hongshan puzzled by her sudden shift. Lin's team arrived at Bear Market, an area heavily ravaged by ghosts. Women greeted him excitedly. It had been a long time since they'd seen a man. One woman invited him to her home, explaining that Sinvura, a ghostly spider, had been abducting all the men and devouring them. Lin was shocked to hear that Sinvura only targeted men. Hongye added that the ghost had grown stronger by absorbing male energy and had already reached early S rank. Suddenly, the city's ghost bee patrol arrived, sending the residents into hiding. Lin faced a choice: fight the bee patrol, gain strength, sneak behind enemy lines, gain resistance. Tempted by the reward, he boldly ran into the streets to draw their attention. Hongye admired his courage, but suspected he was enjoying himself again. Lin knew he had some explaining to do. To carry out a covert investigation, Lin acted as bait to infiltrate the enemy's lair and capture the ghosts. Hongye entrusted him with the mission, warning it was the last time she would place her trust in him. Just then, the egg began to stir, and Hongye realized that Lingshi wanted to accompany Lin to keep an eye on him. Lin, eager to prove his loyalty, agreed to take her along and asked them to await his return. Riding a cloud, Lin approached to draw the attention of the ghost patrol. Mistaking him for a demon, the ghost guards grew wary. He got close and chose one ghost to escort him. Unused to seeing humans who could fly and confused about his gender, they hesitated until Lin used his appearance to convince them he was male. Once convinced, the ghosts took him to their queen's nest atop a tall building. When they arrived, they found that Queen Shinvura was absent. They decided to start the ritual anyway. Just then, Lin received confirmation from the system that the mission was a success and earned resistance points. Knowing his job was done, Lin tried to escape, but news of a good-looking man in the lair had already spread, and more ghosts came in hopes of feasting without the queen. Lingshi, still in her egg, didn't. Frustrated, she attacked harder, launching rocks at him using her breath. But Lin turned this into a soccer game, expertly redirecting the attack. Furious, she threw toxic blades, but Lin dodged with ease. Climbing onto her, he noted her soft tail and figured her mobility was limited. Jokingly offering a massage, he instead used his martial arts to subdue her. Though he lacked her poison, he carried a powerful antitoxin. Defeated, Chrysanthemum activated a detox field that healed Lin's allies. Afterwards, Hongye was puzzled to see Qingcheng in her arms, who claimed she was poisoned by love rather than by toxins. Hongye said that she only loved Lin and worried he might also be poisoned, but seeing him defeat the ghost restored her faith. He would survive even if the world crumbled. Realizing her mistake, the ghost pleaded for mercy. Hongye spared her and asked Lin to take her in as a pet. Grateful, Chrysanthemum accepted, ending up in Hongye's spiritual world. There, she met a snake spirit, who welcomed her warmly. Though Chrysanthemum had hoped for more freedom, she accepted her new life. Lin was content with how things turned out, but just as he prepared to find Shinvura, a demonic portal opened and the Ghost Queen appeared, furious over their actions. She was far stronger than any ghost they had faced before. Lin had three choices: kill her for a powerful soul jade, flee and earn agility points, or become her plaything and forfeit charisma rewards. Choosing to fight, he warned the team not to touch the web, which drained power. Shinvura summoned explosive spider minions through it. Lin shielded Hongye with his own body, his S-rank resilience saving them both. The queen summoned even more spiders. Hongye and Qingcheng joined the battle, and even Lingshi, still inside the egg, used magic to fight back. Everyone was stunned by her strength. Qingcheng realized she was already outmatched. Shinvura revealed her final form, an S-class humanoid, and unleashed her full might. The group struggled to escape her webs, which proved nearly impossible. She taunted Lin, saying he wasn't worthy of Hongye, then sealed him into the ground. She tried to seduce Hongye into becoming her servant, but Hongye refused. Enraged, Shinvura stabbed her, showcasing her immense strength. Trapped and powerless, Lin was tormented by his failure to protect his comrades. But in his lowest moment, he called out for strength, and magical shards answered. New divine powers surged into him, awakening a god within. Sensing the danger, Shinvura tried to finish him, but Lin now wielded the ancient god's power and freed Hongye, promising no more ghosts would hurt her again. Qingcheng was astonished by his transformation. The queen, confident in her might, attacked again using Xiaopangu's powers, but her weapons couldn't pierce Lin's armor. Finally, Lin stood stronger than her, while she burned with rage, determined to bury the couple in Yindao's soil forever. Lin effortlessly blocked all of her attacks, leaving her no opening. During the clash, her supposedly indestructible spider legs were destroyed, leaving her stunned. How could Lin Kuei defeat her so easily when she had S-level strength from the start? Lin revealed that he, too, had reached the S rank after his transformation and now possessed superior power. Ready to finish things, he summoned his divine axe. Kuei unleashed a devastating attack that tore up the entire street, yet Queen Shinmura remained unharmed. She offered to trade critical information about the last two ghost kings of Minyuan in exchange for her life. Lin already knew one of them, Hanba, who was also S-level and specialized in fire. He had conquered 3 cities and merged them into the City of the Dead and could summon zombie armies. That was all she had to offer. However, since she had insulted Daxia and disrespected Lin's wife, he executed her with a single strike and received an A-rank soul jade as a reward. He gave it to his sister so she could regain her human form. After absorbing the jade, Lingshi ascended into the sky, evolving into a plush, winged creature. Lin was overwhelmed with joy at her rebirth. Qingcheng was curious about Lingshi's bloodline, and Lin explained their mother had demonic ancestry, which gave Lingshi the potential to awaken as a monster. With the battle over, Kanya and the family arrived to celebrate, unaware that Lingshi had transformed. Her new, adorable form sparked friendly competition over who would sleep next to her that night. Just then, Hong Shan and his partner Xia Shui appeared. Lin joked that if Hong was following them, he could have just called. But Hong claimed it was a coincidence and mentioned he'd heard about Hanba and intended to challenge him. Knowing Lin aimed to do the same, he warned him not to go alone. Lin invited him to join their team, but Hong declined, preferring to travel solo. Later, on Yindao Expressway, they realized they'd taken a wrong turn. Lin blamed Yellow and Onaji for distracting him. Suddenly, they spotted a van exuding ghostly energy, a ghost-run food truck. As a Night Watch agent, Lin decided to shut down the illegal business. The ghosts panicked when they saw him, afraid of his reputation for slaughtering ghosts. This surprised Lin, who didn't expect ghosts to react this way after his divine awakening, but Hongye thought it was natural. Lin approached the rice ball ghost chef and asked for directions to Hanba's domain. The ghost refused, thinking Lin was against feeding harmless, isolated ghosts. But Lin clarified he had no issue with that and just needed directions. The ghost offered a deal, beat him in a cooking contest, and he'd help. Lin accepted, claiming cooking was one of his hidden talents. The first challenge was fast food burgers, and both sides would taste each other's food. Lynn said he knew the secret recipe of the Crab King burger, intriguing the ghost. During the cook-off, Lynn dazzled everyone with his juggling while preparing burgers, although his family was baffled by his odd ingredient choices. Oniji even considered giving him a proper cooking lesson afterward. Meanwhile, the rice ball ghost used only top-tier ingredients for his upscale burgers. When Lynn's food was served, the ghost team hesitated at first but were stunned by the taste, melting cheese and hints of sauerkraut between golden, crispy buns. Lynn's group tried the ghost's seafood burgers, which tasted oddly radioactive, though they didn't mind since it was free. The ghost was so impressed by Lynn's burgers that he begged to learn the recipe. Oniji, in high spirits, shared some of her dishes with the ghosts, who were curious but hesitant. Surprisingly, they enjoyed the food, though one dish reminded the rice ball ghost of golden grain cuisine from an island. Oniji had deliberately mimicked that flavor, even preserving a bit of the intestinal taste. Yellow served chicken soup, which the ghost appreciated until the intense blend of flavors hit him. Yellow had used a risky dark cooking method to match Lynn's earlier teasing. Overwhelmed, the ghost surrendered and gave Lynn a map to Hanba's location. The system rewarded Lynn with charisma points and a weapon that could launch storm waves. The map was far more detailed than any digital guide, and Lynn wanted to inform the Night Watch immediately. But the ghost had another request. He asked Lynn to check on a restaurant owned by his sons on the outskirts of the corpse city. Lynn, curious that ghosts ran businesses, agreed. When they reached the location 2 days later, Lingshi asked why they didn't use satellite maps. Lynn explained the skies were haunted and satellites had been destroyed. No astronaut ever returned. They noticed how dry the city was. Hongye explained that this was due to the presence of the demon of drought, whose curse dried the land wherever she went. The group decided to fulfill the ghost's request first. When they found the restaurant, it looked neglected. Nearby, Hongye saw members of the Tengu clan exploiting people by paying them in drinking water. Some hadn't been paid in months. Lynn stepped in and easily defeated the oppressive ghosts, finally allowing the workers to hydrate. He was surprised that ghosts needed water too, but nearby spirits explained that drought had forced them to cooperate with humans. Recognizing the ghost chef's sons, Lynn gave them holy water. They explained that the Tengu worked for Hanba, who monopolized the water supply. The reservoir was 2 kilometers east. Lynn and Hongye reached the reservoir, guarded by ghosts. Lynn distracted them using ghost puppets. While the guards were occupied, the duo sneaked in and opened the water flow to civilians. But doing so drew the attention of the ghostly Kappa squad. They claimed to be pure Kappa with long noses and attacked. Lynn effortlessly dispatched them with his divine powers, slicing through them like paper. Then, a formidable S-level skeletal zombie appeared, made from ancient battlefield bones. Lynn tested his new Hell machine gun, and the powerful waves drove the creature mad and set it ablaze. While Hongye fought smaller ghosts, a sword spirit, impressed by Lynn's firepower, transformed into zigzag scissors to help her. Empowered by her new weapon, she defeated several enemies at once. Lynn's weapon finally shattered the skeleton, but it transformed into a smaller, angrier version. He quickly crushed it. Upon its defeat, the wild skull jade dropped, an energy-rich item that Lynn gave to Hongye to help her ascend to S rank. As she absorbed the jade, she floated upward, glowing like a star, and transformed. Lynn was amazed by her new power and felt deeply in love all over again. She challenged him to a sparring match for the first time, and he wanted to find a special place for it. But Hongye chose practicality and built a leafy cocoon to begin training immediately. After 2 hours of training, Lynn was worn out but surprised by how much stronger he'd become. He suggested they head back quickly. He wanted to see Lingshi. Since they were still new to their powers, it was the first time they were able to fly together. Meanwhile, in the guy's spiritual realm, a sentient cloud worried it was becoming obsolete. As they flew over the city of corpses, a sudden uprising erupted when ghosts were discovered and launched a rebellion against the foreign beings. It was the Lin Kuei clan who moved to strike, but the girls stood their ground, unafraid, and faced the monsters together. By the time Lin and Hongye returned, his clan had already crushed the attackers. His younger sisters welcomed him with pride, bragging about how they'd handled the monsters on their own. Impressed by their leadership and bravery, Lin rewarded them with precious gifts, nutritious eggs and the water of life, treasures that couldn't be bought. Lingshi was confused by Lin's long absence, suspecting he had been off having fun with Hongye. Lin explained that ghost trouble had delayed him. Just then, a ghost came through a portal. It was a powerful S-rank being named Big Tengu, the Ghost King's top enforcer, who had been searching all over In Island for them. His master was displeased with the peace being disrupted. Tengu activated his staff and pulled Lin Kuei and Hong Ye into his personal dimension, a world dominated by fierce wind magic. In this wind-blasted realm, the storm raged with deadly force. Hong Ye warned Lin about the spiritual energy in the wind, which was lethal, but Lin calmed her, channeling energy into his legs to stay balanced. Once they found their footing, Lin launched an attack using his rising dragon fist, but couldn't hold control long. Big Tengu struck back, and Hong Ye grew worried for Lin, though he assured her he was fine. It was just hard to get close with the wind so wild. Tengu unleashed another violent gust, knocking them around. Hong Ye managed to block part of it using her scissors. The ghost was sure he'd win. His wind was endless here, but he knew if Lin got close, the fight could turn. They saw another storm building and knew they had to defend. Hong Ye had a plan. Having reached S rank, she could now summon spirit armor. Since Tengu loved using wind, she wanted him to feel what it was like to be tossed by it. Tengu was surprised by her defense, noting the armor was stronger than her last. Lin admired the red leaf design and felt ready to fight alongside his wife. Tengu believed no human could face his storm, but Hong Ye's new power let her fly into its heart unfazed. She charged through and struck. Lin followed, using an old doxia saying, "Pluck hair to help it grow," as he yanked out feathers and used them in battle. Tengu realized too late that tangling with a Daxia warrior had been a mistake. Lin warned him to flee, calling this just the beginning. Without wings, Tengu couldn't escape by air. Lin offered to catch him, but changed his mind at the last moment, leaving him at the mercy of the wind. Hong Ye caught up and struck again. Tengu, Lao Tzu, had never taken such a beating. But Lin and Hong Ye weren't finished. Lao Tzu tried one last effort, calling on deadly wind magic. Hong Ye took the hit with her armor, dismissing him as unworthy. Lin spotted him reaching for a magical relic, Lupin, a sacred staff of immense power. Lin snatched it and shattered it, stopping Tengu from using it again. The destruction of Lupin caused the winds in Tengu's dimension to spiral out of control. Hurricanes tore everything apart. Hong Ye used her blood spirit scissors to open a rift to escape. Lao Tzu, now helpless without his staff, pleaded for help, but Lin refused. He sealed the rift and vowed to destroy their ghost world on Earth. Trapped in his chaotic realm, Lao Tzu would live and suffer with the wind forever. Lin and Hong Ye made it back safely to their world, earning another victory for their team on Ying Island. Their companions and Lin's sisters were there to welcome them, amazed by Hong Ye's new gear. Lingshi was thrilled to see her brother and asked about the fight. Lin told her the big Tengu was finished, doomed to be tormented by his own storm. After that fierce battle, Lin jokingly suggested more training. Though the team wasn't thrilled, he brought it up in front of everyone. They resumed their ghost hunting mission in the City of Corpses, nearing the central zone where Hanbu was rumored to be. Yellow sensed ghost energy, but saw no actual ghosts. Suddenly, Hong Ye spotted something strange. A bunch of zombies came out of a cafe, arms full of food, behaving like normal people, not aggressive at all. Just then, music started playing, and the zombies reacted wildly, running toward the sound. Lin told the team to follow and see what was going on. Elsewhere, Ching Chang, Kanya, and Oniji were annoyed they'd been left behind. The group trailed the zombies to a gathering point where a rock concert was underway. They were stunned to see the undead enjoying music just like humans. Then a girl descended from above and stepped onto the stage, a rookie S-rank zombie singer. She greeted the crowd happily and sang a song for the newcomers, declaring that only the zombie diva would live forever, and she meant it. The zombies were thrilled by the diva's enchanting voice, feeling almost human as they enjoyed the concert. Lin found the scene bizarre, but Hong Ye, having once been a ghost herself, understood their need for joy and music. Still, Lin didn't trust them. Something about the song felt off. He realized it had a hypnotic effect, subtly zombifying the listeners. Even Lingshi and the others were under its influence, and to his shock, Hong Ye had started singing along too. Only Lin remained unaffected. The zombie diva wasn't interested in outsiders' help. She already had her loyal following. Lin was faced with three options: earn favor through song to gain power points, leave quietly for agility points, or attack and earn toughness points. The system nudged him toward peace, but Lin chose violence. He launched an attack, managing to rip the diva's dress. Offended, she knocked him off stage. Still, the mission was marked complete, and Lin received 30 experience points, pleased that he'd fooled the system into rewarding him. Infuriated, the diva challenged Lin to a duet. Lin figured that defeating her in battle might end the musical curse and free Hong Ye and the others. The diva announced a musical showdown, delighting her undead fans. As she sang, the sky darkened with thunder and lightning. Her lyrics literally shaped the weather. Lynn quickly retaliated with a horrific dolphin screech into the mic, a sound so unbearable that it snapped Hongye and the others out of their trance. Though it worked, the noise was so awful that Lynn's sisters questioned what they'd done to deserve such torture. The diva scolded him for ruining the concert, but Lynn defended his singing. They started again. This time, Lynn rapped, suddenly struck by a wave of inspiration. The diva appreciated his rhythm and fired back with her own hard rock. But her heavy metal aura carried dangerous energy, and Lynn realized that only music could counter music. He rapped with such strange but powerful lyrics that the diva couldn't keep up. Though Hongye worried he might hurt someone with his performance, she asked him to stop. Unable to handle it, the diva finally gave in and admitted defeat. She confessed that her music kept the zombies grounded, that stopping them from becoming violent ghosts. She yearned for peace, and though she'd lost, she was willing to accept whatever came next. Her only request was to spare the other zombies. Lynn and Hongye promised they wouldn't hurt her or her followers, and instead invited her to join them in the fight against Hanba. The diva was stunned by their kindness. Hongye explained that they had allied with other friendly ghosts before, ones who stood for justice despite their origins. With the truce sealed, they began preparing for battle against Hanba, the seventh of the 8 great Phantom Kings. Hanba, lounging in a skyscraper in Corpse City, was enjoying the night until a portal unexpectedly opened. Shiva, the 8th Ghost King, appeared to deliver the Devil God's command: eliminate Lin Kuei and his allies. Hanba wasn't eager to rush, inviting her brother to drink first. Shiva, more focused on the mission, scolded her, but she assured him her heavy troops were already stationed throughout the city. Still, Shiva wanted a direct confrontation. Meanwhile, Hunshan and a companion arrived at the city gate. His companion was surprised he intended to face a ghost king alone. He gave her an amulet and asked her to retreat to safety, but she refused. She had decided from the start to stand by him no matter what. Still, he left her behind for her own protection. With his immense power, Hunshan burst into the city's core, stunning Hanba and Shiva. They hadn't expected the Sand King of the desert. Shiva noticed Hunshan had reached S rank and suggested they join forces for the Devil God. But Hanba wasn't interested in sharing credit and attacked first. Hunshan retaliated by summoning a massive sand sphere overhead, causing a violent explosion. Meanwhile, Lin Kuei and his group reached the city's heart. Diva was confused to find all the enemy ghosts slain, and Hong Ye guessed allies had helped. Juai ran over to explain that Hunshan was responsible and was currently battling Hanba, urging them to assist him. Lin agreed, assigning the team to clear remaining zombies while he and Hong Ye went to help her brother. Leaving his sister again was tough, but Lingshi promised she could handle her part. En route, they met a wandering monk who barred their path. He introduced himself as Master Qingfang, guardian of Corpse City, and respectfully asked them to leave. Hong Ye, eager to help her brother, refused. Lin sensed a powerful presence nearby, different from a normal ghost. Hong Ye explained it was due to the monk's Buddhist aura. When they wouldn't leave, the monk pulled them into his ghost domain. Inside, they saw him meditating calmly on a rooftop. He showed no signs of aggression. Hong Ye assumed it was because he was hesitant to fight. Instead of attacking directly, the monk summoned the spirit of Taiju, the Dharma guardian. Lin activated his absolute defense, asking Hong Ye to step back. He wanted this battle to himself. He found the spirit too weak and struck with concentrated energy. The monk was shocked by the disrespect shown to a spiritual entity and accused them of lacking faith. Lin disabled the spirit's limbs, rendering it powerless. Hong Ye was impressed and offered to help finish the monk. Lin then shattered the spirit completely, claiming it was unworthy of being called a Buddha. He turned his attention to the monk, who managed to block the attack and grew furious over the loss of his guardian. Despite their combined strength, Lin and Hong Ye couldn't harm him. He was far stronger than expected. Then the monk cast a spiritual suppression spell, sealing their powers and preventing them from fighting back. The monk suddenly shifted his approach, scrapping his earlier rule of nonviolence and preparing to attack. But first, he offered them the chance to surrender and join his Buddhist sect. Lin was presented with 3 options: identify the monk's weak spot and gain 40 power points, keep fighting for 30, or give up and earn charisma points. The reward imbalance caught Lin's attention, and he guessed the monk had a hidden vulnerability. Because they hadn't clearly answered his question about joining, the monk decided to attack using his scissor technique. Lin, still restricted by the monk's curse, couldn't go on the offensive, only defend. But knowing their defense wouldn't last, Lin summoned his puppet legion, not to fight, but to show warmth and affection. The monk had never encountered such strange beings before, and their unexpected kindness made him hesitate. Though he tried to stay cold and dismissive, their compassion broke through his emotional armor. Hongye noticed this shift and said that now, with the monk's heart moved, Qingfangzhu's curse no longer worked. Their spiritual power returned. Lin immediately felt his strength come back and used his physical skills again. The monk became the first ghost in history to collapse from emotional overexertion in battle. The system rewarded Lin with 40 power points. Still, he felt the reward was too little for defeating such a powerful S-rank enemy. Their disappointment vanished when they discovered the monk's soul jade, a rare and powerful Qingfangzhu gem. The system explained that it could summon guardian spirits, their power tied to the strength of the summoner. Lin absorbed the soul jade's energy and gained 2 summoned guardians. These beings represented divine power and required a large reservoir of spiritual energy to be called upon. Leaving the monk's domain, Lin and Hongye rushed to aid Hunshan. Meanwhile, Lin's sisters were battling zombies across the city. Though Lingshi had changed forms, her combat strength was undiminished. Qing Chen used a new ability, freezing enemies with speed, and Kanya also applied her skills effectively. Diva, the zombie songstress, used her music to pacify the zombies and win them over. Yellow admired her influence, and Anaji suggested Diva sing next to her like Lin had done earlier. Lingshi noticed energy emanating from defeated zombies and decided to absorb it. As the energy surged through her, her body expanded, and she began a transformation into human form. She succeeded, achieving the early S rank and returning to her human appearance. Her sisters were ecstatic and praised her new beauty. Now stronger than before, she could also fly with her new wings. Yellow, a little envious, joked about Lingshi's sudden height boost, but it was normal for her age. Oniji then revealed the stuffed bear she'd been guarding, and Lingshi was thrilled to be reunited with her childhood companion. Their reunion was cut short when a wall of fire raced toward them. It was the Fire Tire, a former ghost-turned-demonic creature, aiming to destroy the intruders. Lingshi wasn't amused. How dare this ghost ruin her moment? Her sisters mocked the idea that a tire ghost, even with demonic power, could stand a chance. When the creature learned the Demon Queen was among them, it revealed its full form. But Lingshi calmly sent her beasts, Black Wind and White Knight, who easily deflected its attack. Having also evolved, the spirit beasts now had the power of flight. The Fire Tire mocked her for hiding behind her pets, not realizing it was a fatal mistake. Her sisters laughed, knowing what was coming. Offended, Lingshi knocked him sky-high with one punch. The ghost regretted crossing her. The battle had just begun. She soared above the clouds and slammed him back down. Even when the Fire Tire unleashed his thorn technique, it posed no threat. She countered with her illusion weapon, and when he tried to strike first, she deflected the blow, then hurled him like a frisbee. Frustrated, the Tire barely had time to react before she called on Black Wind and White Knight to finish him off. They tore him apart, and her sisters tossed Lingshi into the air, celebrating her victory. Meanwhile, in the city's central tower, Hunshan had demolished the main stronghold, standing alone against Ghost Kings Hanba and Shiva. Though his destructive power was impressive, Hanba still saw her spear as superior to his sword. Shiva warned Hunshan that, as a new S-rank, he stood no chance against 2 mid-tier S-rank kings. They dismissed him as unworthy. Hanba invoked the law of the abyss to execute him, but Lin Kuei and Hongye arrived just in time to back him up. Hanba was pleased. They'd saved her the trouble of searching. Shiva wanted to take Lin Kuei to the demon god and earn his reward. But before he could act, the injured but determined Hunshan challenged him to a sword duel. Shiva doubted Hunshan's strength, unaware that he had yet to reveal his true form. When he did, Hunshan transformed into a genuine Sand King, attaining mid-tier S-rank power. Shiva was stunned. He hadn't thought that possible. Hunshan had waited to see their strength before revealing his own. Shiva welcomed the challenge of a fair fight. Hanba, on the other hand, was annoyed by the sudden team-up and refused to be outnumbered. She released toxic pheromones into the air. Lin quickly warned Hongye to hold her breath. It was poison. As expected, Hanba transported them to her personal domain, the Drought Field. She wanted privacy for their battle. Lin was prepared for this. He had anticipated her move and had been waiting. Hanba was caught off guard when he summoned a massive divine being. She couldn't believe a simple mortal from Daxia could call upon the statue of Chi Yu. Lin kept his identity a secret. He wasn't there to boast, only to bring justice and purge Ying Island of her curse. The Phantom Queen instantly felt overwhelmed by Chi Yu's power, struggling to keep up as she was attacked from all directions. The relentless pressure left her barely able to defend herself against the young couple's combined strength. Lynn was surprised that someone as formidable as Hanba could crumble so quickly under the weight of justice. But the real fight had only just begun. Hanba shed her illusion and transformed into the true form of the Corpse King. Caught off guard by her enormous size, Lynn tried to knock her down using his Chi-Yu powers. But Hanba summoned ghostly tentacles from the abyss, which latched onto them and began draining their energy, pulling them deeper. Realizing ordinary power wasn't enough to fight such dark magic, Lin called forth his guardian spirit, the Buddha Jianshang. The Buddha launched a powerful attack on the Phantom Queen, and compared to Chi-Yu, his divine might was much harder for Hanba to counter. The spell broke, the tentacles vanished, and Lin threw his full strength against her. Hanba tried to persuade them to calm down, pleading for mercy, claiming she just wanted to rule her island in peace. But Lin refused to forgive her for the countless lives she had taken. The Phantom Queen stood no chance against the sacred guardian spirits. As a final act, she dropped a glowing jade soul, and as Lin examined it, her realm began to collapse. Hongye urged him to leave quickly. Meanwhile, the Ghost King Shiva was being defeated by the Sand King of the desert. The Sand King urged Shiva to embrace change and cooperate with humanity, but Shiva refused and launched a sneak attack. Disappointed by Shiva's stubbornness, the Sand King was left with no choice but to finish him off. At the same time, Lin and Hongye escaped the crumbling dimension and met up with Hunshan, excited to share the news of their victory over Hanba. When they heard he had also defeated Shiva, they were thrilled. With all Ghost Kings vanquished, Lin set his sights on the remnants of the underworld, particularly young Xiao. Upon their return, Lin's little sisters proudly shared how they had fought off the zombies in the city. Lin noticed how much Lingshi had matured and regained her human form. Congratulating everyone, he reminded them the war wasn't over. The ghost threat lingered in Winter Beijing. He suggested they all reunite later for a celebration. Watching Lin take charge and plan ahead, Hongye admired how he had grown into a true leader. As the sun set, Lin imagined his final battles against Yang Zhao, the demon god of the abyss, and the rest of the underworld. The Night Watch captains gathered their troops and headed to Dongjing on spaceships. Lingua informed her brother that Daxia's military would be joining the Night Watch forces, grateful for the advantage his team had created. Lin and his group also departed for Dongjing. During the trip, Lin told Hongye about his sister's plans, and Hongye felt it was the perfect alliance to destroy the underworld forces. She credited Lin for the success, which embarrassed him. He believed everyone had played their part. They talked about taking a honeymoon once the war was over. In the Winter Aishima Shrine, Yang Xiao had fully recovered and reached S-rank strength. But the demon god clone wasn't pleased with Yang's smugness. There was still more to do before their plan to wipe out humanity could succeed. Yang Xiao thanked the demon god for his help and was ready to lead his goblin colony in the Western Kingdom. But before leaving, he wanted to confront Lin Kuei himself. The demon god, confident Lin would die at the hands of the demon kings he had sent, didn't think it was necessary. Then, a demon arrived with urgent news. Both demon kings had been slain by Lin. The demon god was displeased, but reassured himself that Daxia hadn't sent experts to the region. What he didn't realize was that Daxia had already deployed elite S-tier and A-tier forces. Furious at the continued stream of bad news, he lashed out at the messenger. Yang Xiao, noticing things spiraling out of control, suggested retreating and relocating their resources to the west. But the demon god insisted on continuing the fight against Lin Kuei. At this point, Daxia's army had reached Dongjing and launched a powerful offensive against the ghost forces. Civilians welcomed the support, and many volunteered to help liberate their city. Night Watch commanders were buoyed by the people's morale. Those from Yindao, who had fought without committing crimes, would be allowed to join Daxia's ranks. Lin and his squad soon arrived to support his sister. Lingshi used spirit bears to transport weapons, while Oniji, Xiaobai, and Yellow patrolled the city, sometimes even racing around for fun. Qing Cheng saw Lin using a spiritual machine to fight ghosts and felt left out. Konya tried to cheer her up by inviting her to ride a scooter or motorcycle, though Qing Cheng doubted her driving skills. Elsewhere, ghosts were transferring precious spiritual stones to the Western Kingdom under Yang Xiao's orders. Upon learning that Daxia troops had already entered Dongjing, Yang Xiao was irritated. To his dismay, the demon god had already left through a portal without informing him, leaving him alone against Daxia's strongest forces. He gave his final orders and prepared for what was coming. Suddenly, Lin spotted a volcanic eruption on the city's edge and suspected it was a diversion. Flying out to investigate, he found Xiao emerging from the eruption. He had staged it to lure Lin into a final showdown. Xiao claimed he had set a trap just to fight him one-on-one. Lin had a choice: defeat him to gain power, forgive him to gain agility, or deceive and injure him for strength. Lin chose the third and launched into battle. Xiao warned that he was no longer the weak boy Lin once knew. Their clash unleashed immense energy, flinging them apart. Lin realized Xiao had grown much stronger. Refusing to talk further, Xiao summoned Yamada no Orochi, massive S-tier serpents. Lin was stunned by their raw power but countered by summoning the Holy Buddha. The divine spirit tied the snakes together into a knot. When Xiao saw his creatures fail, he stepped in personally. Lin had the Holy Buddha restrain him while the Monkey Master diverted his attention. Lin and Qiyu finished off the serpents. Lin told Xiao to give up. No matter how many times they fought, the result would always be the same. Lin felt a flicker of relief when Xiao, instead of falling into the volcanic crater, hit a rock and survived. Xiao bitterly claimed Lin's victories were unearned, calling him a god's favorite who always had the upper hand. Lin brushed it off and encouraged him to keep fighting. He needed to complete the system task that had been pending for so long. Spurred by that, Xiao found renewed strength, unwilling to lose again. Annoyed by Xiao's dramatic bragging, Lin decided to throw him into the water from a height, but it barely made a splash, so he jokingly gave it 0 points. Completing the task earned him 66 power points. Just when Lin prepared to finish Xiao off for justice's sake, the latter threw a spatial self-destruct sphere in a last-ditch effort to take them both down. But Lin reacted quickly, tossing it back. The resulting explosion rocked the volcano. Xiao, drifting along the molten plates, was shocked to still see Lin alive. Panicked, he opened a portal to escape, but Lin grabbed him at the last second. In desperation, Xiao used an ancient demonic technique to slip away. Though Lin was frustrated, he got away again. What truly enraged him was knowing the demon god still controlled the ghost world. Still, the battle was over, for now, and Daxia had finally reclaimed Yingdao. With the monsters cleared out, Daxia's forces took control of the entire island. On the shore, Lin reunited with his older sister, who praised his efforts. She planned to stay on the island with Captain Yunchi in case the demon god returned from the west. Lin commended her courage. She had truly inherited their father's spirit, leading Yingdao's resistance with dedication. Watching them from a distance, Hongye sensed their bond had grown deeper. Linhua was still in awe of Lin and his relationship with Hongye, asking her to take care of him before they said their goodbyes. Afterward, Lin and Hongye journeyed back home to Kanglan. Hongye liked Lin's tireless energy, working hard all night and still rising early. As they traveled past Whale Island, they encountered the same whale who had once helped them save the environment. Keith told them Daxia's ecological condition had vastly improved thanks to their help, and the energy they'd restored had allowed his soul to take form again. Lin returned the whalebone he'd kept safe, which deeply moved Keith. Together, Lin and Hongye channeled their spiritual energy into it, allowing Keith to regain his physical form. Overjoyed, Keith offered to return the favor by towing them swiftly to Daxia's coast. They arrived at Kanasi City, where Lin thanked him and promised to visit more often. They had been gone a lot lately, constantly battling ghosts. Back in the city, they were greeted by a horde of fans who missed Lin dearly. Though he disliked fame, his return stirred huge excitement. Even his family had gained fans. Lingshi saw a business opportunity and began selling autographs. Reporters swarmed Lin, asking when he'd marry Hongye. Meanwhile, Kanya guarded Qingcheng from unwanted attention. Even the younger family members had fans, except Oniji, who felt left out. But soon her loyal maid fans emerged from the crowd, reviving her confidence and pushing her to become an icon once more. Lin was approached by media agents offering sponsorships, but he declined. He didn't think the god of war should be selling strange products. Among the crowd, he reunited with his old ghost fighting team, who were now Night Watch captains. They invited him for dinner, and the group happily dined at a central Kanglan restaurant. Despite the joy of being home, Lin still felt uneasy. Xiao had escaped again. Xianqian showed him a video from the Western Kingdom. Xiao, now under the Demon Lord's protection, was making political moves and planning to become president of Shihuo. He aimed to unite ghosts and underworld residents to conquer Daxia. Lin was furious to see someone so dangerous gaining power. Even worse, a series of mysterious explosions in Kanglan were linked to S-class explosive ghosts resembling Xiao's earlier creations. Qinfeng explained these ghosts caused destruction under the pretense of art, leaving chaos and injuries. The Night Watch had attempted arrests, but with no clear leads. Hongye suspected Yang Xiao and Ming Yuan were running a spy operation to weaken Doxia from within. Lin, as a commissioner of Doxia, vowed to stop these explosive ghosts. That night, Lin and Hongye returned home cheerful from the party, but Lin couldn't sleep. He reminisced about their early days at Sanglan College, surviving deadly missions together. Hongye realized that without Lin, she would have remained a lonely ghost. Though he teased her often, he was always loyal and kind, and she loved him deeply. Lin felt the same. She was his motivation, the reason he pushed forward every day. The next morning, Lin received a message from Tang Ling, inviting him to speak at the college graduation. He woke Hongye and told her he wanted to attend. At school, students buzzed about the rumor that Lin Kuei was attending, though they doubted a legend like him would show. But he made a dramatic entrance, flying in with Hongye on an umbrella. Teacher Tang Ling noticed how much Lin resembled his father now. The students were in awe. Lin asked them if they were nervous about their future. Many admitted they were. He told them he had once been just like them, mocked and underestimated due to his low rank. But he trained hard every day and refused to accept fate. With persistence, he rose, earned recognition, made friends, and met his first love. His message was clear. Effort could change everything. The speech deeply inspired the students. Many now dreamed of joining the Night Watch and fighting ghosts. Tang Ling saw Chu Junyao in the crowd, a girl who had once looked down on Lin. Embarrassed by the past, she didn't dare approach him. Suddenly, a man shouted that Lin was a threat and had to be captured. It turned out he was an explosive ghost in disguise. Panic broke out as explosions rocked the college. Tang Ling urged everyone to evacuate. Lin and Hongye activated protective shields just in time. Chaos spread through Kanglan. Explosive ghosts ran rampant. Their leader, Blaster, an elite S-class ghost, watched with satisfaction from a rooftop. He was known to demolish cities even the demon god couldn't conquer. As destruction continued, the Night Watch entered the city to contain the threat. While the ghosts were distracted, Lin and Hongye launched a surprise attack and eliminated several enemies. Later, they saw two thugs harassing a girl. Lin was given a choice: scare the criminals for a sword card, overpower them for strength, or ignore them for agility. He opted to complete two missions at once and decided to express his feelings openly to Hongye. When the attackers recognized Lin, they tried to flee, but Lin trapped them with a supernatural barrier. He wanted to understand their motives and gave them a chance to redeem themselves. He had them sing a song thanking Doxia for raising them, completing the task and earning both the Advanced Devil Sword card and 50 power points. Still, he filed a criminal case against them. They had broken the law, after all. Next, Lin suggested to Hongye that they go after the explosive ghost leader. In the Shihuoba Palace, Yang Xiao, now legless, watched as his explosive ghosts ravaged Kanglan. He still dreamed of ruling Doxia and getting revenge on Lin Kuei. Meanwhile, Lin and Hongye tracked down Blaster, who had been waiting for them. Lin sensed Blaster's resilience and decided to test his new weapon card, summoning the violet gold heavenly demon knife. He didn't care what weapon it was, as long as it worked. Lin's main concern was practicality. He wanted a weapon that was simple to wield. Blaster was surprised to see him still relying on melee combat, especially since he himself preferred magical attacks. He sent out small zombie minions, prompting Lin to treat the battle like a classic fruit slicing game. But he was caught off guard when the zombies reassembled and detonated. These weren't normal minions, they were walking explosives. Things escalated when Blaster activated a bomb field, pulling Lin and Hongye into the sky and hurling them into his own dimension. Lin had to catch Hongye midair. Once inside, Lin was puzzled by how tiny the ghost dimension was, just a sealed-off room. But Hongye noticed a hidden mechanism below their feet. As soon as they lifted a foot, a trap triggered, confirming the ghost's cunning. Lin tried smashing through the wall to escape, but that triggered a trapdoor filled with evil dynamite. They managed to find a shelter where they could ride out the incoming attacks. Blaster eventually located them and launched ghost smoke bombs their way, but Lin shielded Hongye with his body. Then came ghostly rocket launchers raining from above. Lin activated a starburst, eager to test if his speed could outmatch Blaster's explosives. Hongye warned they couldn't stay in this space too long. Blaster was observing their every move. Lin agreed and decided it was time to destroy the whole place. He grabbed a few explosives with the plan to blow the room apart and escape. Blaster warned him not to. Doing so would trigger a chain reaction and activate every deadly mechanism. But Lin didn't back down. He and Hongye stood inside an absolute protection barrier, immune to the carnage that followed. As one device after another exploded, Blaster, lacking any protection of his own, was blown out of his own dimension. Lin and Hongyi followed. With his weapon systems destroyed, Blaster lost his edge and could no longer use his bombs. Lin called the Night Watch to report that the S-tier ghost had been neutralized. Everyone was stunned to learn that Lin had defeated Blaster using his own tactics. In a final touch of humor, Lin strapped the ghost to a rocket and launched him into space, where he could live out his days far from Earth, unable to harm anyone again. Back home, Lin bought a mountain of gifts to commemorate the ghost's space exile. Lulu got a plush toy she absolutely adored. Lingshi received a stunning dress. Though she thought Lin picked it out, it was actually Hongye's idea. And Yellow got a brand new bone, no longer a second-hand one. Oniji was gifted cosmetics and a maid outfit. Hongye joked that she should get a raise for handling the household and looking after everyone. Just then, Lin received a notification. 5 million credits had been transferred to his account as a reward for the completed mission. Though it was a nice bonus, he already had $150 million saved. When the girls found out, he modestly claimed he didn't have that much. Lingshi chimed in that she'd earned $20 million just from selling her autographs and had handed the card over to Lin for safekeeping. Lin had no intention of using her earnings. They were hers. Still, her confidence reminded him of his older brother and prompted him to make a decision. He handed his own card to Hongye, entrusting her with managing his wealth. But she declined, saying that as the man of the house, he should keep it. She didn't care for money or riches. The only thing she treasured was him. Lin was touched by her words. Seeing how close and loving the family had become, Lingshi eagerly asked the question everyone was thinking. When was her brother finally going to hold the wedding?